Yo Shinobi fam, welcome back to Just a Shinobi. Today, we're diving into one of the wildest what ifs. What if Naruto graduated with Itachi? Part 2, hope you love Part 1. So buckle up for some serious action and twists. If you're new here, smash that subscribe button for more mind-blowing Naruto scenarios. Check out the other videos on the channel, share them with your ninja squad, and don't forget to drop your thoughts in the comments. Your support keeps this shinobi going strong. I don't see anything wrong with you, the doctor told Naruto as he sat in the infirmary. You must be just imagining things. You sure? My arms and legs feel odd, Naruto answered. Although, it's just a dull pain now. Maybe it's from utilizing some jutsus too much. I mean, you may strain yourself when using all of your chakra. Naruto thought about it before nodding slowly. That makes sense, I guess. Thanks, Doc. Naruto stood up from the examination chair and left the room, but not before stopping in front of Iroha's bed. Looking over at the pouch that the ninja had on him, the blonde decided it was time to take what was his as their deal. Making a shadow clone, he ordered it to get the Uzumaki scroll from the pouch. The clone reached and found there was no trap. The clone looked through the scroll and reached the end and found no traps. The clone dispelled itself, and when Naruto got the information, he was surprised that the IWA ninja would have the real scroll on him. What an idiot. Turning around, Naruto left the room and calmly walked back towards the waiting room where the rest of the semi-finalists were at. Placing the scroll in his bag, he walked down the hall. As he reached one, he saw a little girl who looked no older than 5 years old. She was dressed in a red kimono and had black hair along with pink eyes. He walked up to the little girl and knelt down and smiled at her. Hey there, are you lost? The girl tilted her head to the side before speaking. You're the one who beat Deidara and I, the girl said in an angry voice. Before Naruto could even formulate a response, the girl kicked him in the shin. The blonde screamed out in pain while the girl huffed. Take that, you big meanie! Ow! Naruto shouted as he grabbed his left leg. In the next second, the little girl kicked his other shin, causing him to fall on his butt. Ow! Stop kicking me! I'm taking revenge for Deidara and I. The girl went to go for a third kick but was stopped when a pair of hands grabbed her and lifted her up into the air. Naruto looked up to see his savior. It was a man with a red IWA bandana on his head. It covered most of his hair, but he could see bits and pieces of brown hair, with a growing beard. He had a red sleeveless shirt and black pants. His black eyes bore into those of the little girl. Hey, let me go, Kuratsuchi. I leave you alone for a minute, and you go off trying to beat up one of the contestants, the man sighed. He then looked at Naruto before bowing his head. Sorry about that, kid. My daughter got mad when she found out her friend got beat by some punk from Konoha. Name is Katsuchi, by the way. It's fine. I guess, Naruto replied. Well, I'll be taking my daughter back now. Now say sorry to the boy. No! I won't apologize to him. Kuratsuchi whined. He hurt Deidara and I, so he'll have to pay. Katsuchi sighed and shook his head. He put the girl over his shoulder to make sure she couldn't escape from him. As she struggled against her father, Kuratsuchi glared at Naruto. You watch out, you blonde meanie. When I become a ninja, I'll beat you up. I swear it. Naruto was still confused as he stared at the odd family from IWA. After that, he shook his head and turned to go meet up with Itachi. As he arrived in the participant waiting room, Naruto saw that Itachi was standing at one side of the room with the people from Kyumo on the other. Walking over to his teammate, he leaned against the wall alongside him. So what do you think of our opponents? The blonde asked his partner. Don't know much about them save for what we already know, Itachi replied. Darui barely showed any skills, save for that odd Kekkei Genkai he has. Then there is Yujito, who is, as you said, Jinchuriki. How are you going to handle her? I'm going to wing it. When Naruto heard that, he scoffed. Itachi turned to his friend with a raised brow. What was that noise for? You winging it? Naruto said with mock shock. The master of plans going to wing things? You have a plan, and I know it. For one, I really don't have a plan. I am going to wing it. Just don't do anything stupid then. When have I done anything stupid? Naruto rolled his eyes, but a smile appeared on his face nonetheless. Team Darui, are you still angry? Darui asked Yujito. The Jinchuriki was glaring at Naruto's group as they were speaking and looking at them at the same time. I'm just peachy, Yujito ground out. You're rather angry, and we're not meant to kill anyone. We're supposed to create relationships between other villages. If you kill the Uchiha, we may start a war. So try to hold back. Do you know how many people knew that I was a Jinchuriki? When Darui didn't say anything, she continued. Other than you, C and our sensei. Other than that, it was only Killer Bee and the Raikage, and of course the villagers who hate me. But now 3 Konoha ninjas, if not more, know it. It was supposed to be a secret to other villages that I was a Jinchuriki. I'm not sure how to handle it other than killing them. It was the only option. Just don't do anything stupid, he told her. You're a teammate and, dare I say it, a friend. I don't want you getting hurt or anything of the sort, or punished for the matter. Yujito blinked at the younger boy who was still staring at Naruto's team. I'll try, thanks, Kagebox. Are you going to stay for the semi-finals and finals of these matches, Sachikage-sama? He asked as he looked at his fellow Kage. Minato also turned to look at the old man. I am going to stay, Anoki replied calmly. This surprised the two other Kages. Oh? Why do you say that, Sachikage-sama? Minato asked. I need want to see what happens after this. He looked at the two other Kages with a smile. I want to see the battles and see what your kids have in store. Namely, if it's a threat to my own village. The old man's eyes then turned towards the two Konoha ninjas. Isn't it about time for the battles to begin? Battlefield. Itachi was calmly looking at Yujito as she glared at him. Dodai was looking at both of them. Are you both ready? The proctor asked. Hi, Yujito answered, while Itachi only nodded. Then begin. As the fight started, Itachi pointed a finger at Yujito with his Sharingan spinning furiously. After that, the Jinchuriki watched as the boy disappeared into a flock of crows. Genjutsu won't work on me. A burst of chakra came forth from her, and the flocks of crows disappeared. After that, she looked around and saw her opponent was already running towards the lake. The brown-haired girl ran after him. As she got closer, Itachi turned around for a second and sent a volley of kunais at her. As they neared her, Yujito heard the sound of burning and had to lunge to the side, making the blades miss their mark. When nothing happened after that, she looked at the kunais and frowned. They were only duds. Making an irritated noise, she turned and ran after Itachi once again. As she got closer to him, she knew that he'd hit the water before she'd reach him. So, hoping to at least hinder him, she threw out her hand and a wave of blue fire shot out. Itachi did a hard left after he felt the heat approaching him and casually glanced at the explosion of the ground where he was previously. Not giving it a second thought, he kept on towards the water. As he approached the water, he was already doing hand seals. As he felt another wave of fire coming towards him, Itachi shouted, Suetun Mizurappa water release water trumpet. Itachi took a deep breath and shot water out of his mouth, through his hand. It collided with the wave of blue fire, causing a column of steam. He then landed on the water as he did, and was already going through more hand seals. Suetun Sujin Hiki water release water encampment wall. Just as the large wall of water shot up, a large ball of blue fire hit it. From where Yujito was standing, she was frowning. When the water wall came down, Itachi was nowhere to be seen. That made her frown. Oh, I am not falling for the same trick again, she shouted. She jumped back away from the pond as far as she can, not wanting another sneak attack from underneath the water. As she got far away, she found a bunch of shuriken coming from the forest. The hell? She cried out. Then she turned and saw Itachi throwing shuriken at her. She looked towards the water, and then back towards the other Itachi. Damn, he knows how to make solid clones? She whispered to herself. Nezumi Kedama mouse hairball. Taking a deep breath, she spat out several mice-shaped balls of fire, and they raced towards the one in the forest. The Itachi from the forest stared at the flames before running up the wall. Which one is real? The mice kept chasing the one on land, and Yujito was sure that the other one was still in the water. Come out and show yourself, Konoha dog. A form started to emerge from the water after that exclamation. Slowly a mass of water started to tower high above the lake, and took the form of a large dragon. It gave out a roar when it reached its peak. Yujito and others stared at the thing in shock. How can a kid have that technique? She muttered to herself. She was about to run away, but felt a pair of hands grab her feet. Looking down, she saw that there was a pair coming out from beneath the ground. She tried to struggle out of it, but it pulled her knee deep into the dirt. She then heard something from underneath the water. Suetun Suryudan no Jutsu water release water dragon bullet technique. She heard Itachi's voice shout out from underneath the water. She tried moving out to claw herself out of the dirt, before slapping herself on the forehead. I could use Kawarimi, she thought. Before she could move to do the hand seals though, she felt a pair of hands grab her shoulders. She saw the other Itachi doing a handstand on her shoulders. As the 7-year-old landed on the ground, she felt that she was being lodged out of being encased by the earth, probably using up all the chakra in the clone. She was wondering why the clone was freeing her, before she remembered what was chasing him. As the clone threw her into the air, he held her arm, and the flaming hair projectiles closed in on her, while on the other side the large water dragon. There was a large explosion of steam when the two techniques hit, blocking out the view of the area. Slowly from the water of the pond, Itachi's face comes out, but stays mostly submerged. When he heard a thump, Itachi looked to see a body fall onto the floor, and waited. Then a deafening roar came out from where Yujito's body fell. Blue flames burst from the steam and dispelled it. Yujito was standing, looking more feral than she ever has been. Her eyes turned from black to yellow and slitted. Her fingernails had extended into the claws they were when she went up against foe. Some blue flames were dancing around her body. She then ran forward, faster than last time. Itachi barely had time to fully submerge himself when she clawed the water. When she did, the water itself was blasted apart. This sent Itachi into the air due to the sheer force of the attack. He covered his face and chest with his arms, and felt searing pain coming from them. As he landed on the ground, he noted that there were long claw-like streaks of blood coming from his arms. Itachi then looked up to see Yujito glaring at him. It seems as if Yujito-san is mad now. Her bijou is acting up and it is making her fight more ferociously. Itachi spared a glance at the kage box trying to see if they would do anything about it, and looked at Dodai as well, but they made no move to stop the fight. This made him frown. He blinked again and in that moment, Yujito was already heading towards him again. He dodged the attack, not wanting to get hit again. He wasn't surprised to see more blue flames going after him when he dodged. This made things a bit harder for him. The more she attacked, the more blue flames shot out from her hands. She got much closer to him after one sweep of her hands, and tried to claw at him once more, but he dodged again. He lashed out with a kick to her abdomen, which barely did any damage. Almost out of chakra from those Swate Unjutsus, and being cornered by my opponent. I have no choice but to use the move I created. I was hoping to save it for the match against Naruto, but I guess I have no choice but to use it now, Itachi thought to himself. Judging that the distance between him and Yujito was not far enough for him to set up the technique he had, and estimating her speed, Itachi reached into his pouch and threw a smoke bomb onto the ground, although that didn't deter Yujito at all as she just ran through the smoke, roaring all the while. When she got inside the smoke screen, she couldn't seem to find Itachi. "I'm over here," Itachi stated from outside the smoke. Yujito turned around and saw him in a taijutsu stance, waiting for her. The girl roared in fury and dashed towards him. As she closed the distance, she attacked with her right claw. Itachi raised up right arm to block and twisted his body at the same time. He then thrusted his left arm outward, his left palm smashing against the girl's chest. Awa Erasure Blue Storm. As the attack hit her, the back of her clothes burst, and what seemed like a wave of wind passed through her. Yujito then fell to the ground coughing up blood, had a large bruise where Itachi had hit her and shortly fell to unconsciousness. After putting his arms down, Itachi clutched his left arm with his right. It was trembling profusely and showed several more cuts appearing on it. Damn. Still can't use it correctly and to its true potential. Makes sense though, since I only had a month's worth of futon training. The winner of the match is Itachi Uchiha. Medical ninjas, please take away the injured contestants. Dodai exclaimed. He looked to Itachi asking if he wants a stretcher. The boy looked himself over. Other than the self-inflicted injuries, he had long gashes on his arms and a few burns from the times he couldn't really escape Yujito's attacks. Itachi then nodded asking for his own stretcher. The team came over and put the unconscious Yujito on one stretcher and Itachi on another. Will the next participants please come down? Dodai asked when the injured were completely off the field. With Naruto and Darui, both boys looked at each other before taking their own routes towards the battlefield. Naruto jumping over the railing and Darui walking out the hallway. Kage box. Why didn't you have the proctor stop the fight? Minato asked A. The fact that your Jinchuriki was going a bit berserk was a clear danger to those around. I wanted to see how the young Uchiha would handle that situation, A replied. I expected him to give up after seeing that the girl was going mad with power, but I was surprised to see that he didn't even flinch and kept on the attack. Most people would have run from that, Anoki commented. They would have ran away, hoping that they would survive the attack. But the young boy stayed. What does that say about him? That he is foolish and hard-headed? A suggested. No, maybe a little. But it showed that he was adaptable to the situation. It also showed that he was able to think ahead. Do you think that in her anger, that Yujito girl would have stopped after the match was called? I recall that the Uzumaki boy had to interfere in the last match to stop her. It saved his teammate time and trouble by knocking her out himself. Anoki stroked his beard. I think it was stupid, A replied. Although inside A was agreeing, if it were him he'd fight something head-on rather than ran away. What are your thoughts on this, Hokage-sama? Minato was too busy looking at Naruto as he waited for his opponent, but managed to snap out of it in a few seconds. No comment, Minato replied. I'm not truly sure how to take that, but I'll give him credit for being able to take the attacks of a demonic chakra-enhanced girl. Also knocking her out in one hit, as well as trying that the entire time during the match. He then smiled at the two. Let us watch the last of the semifinals, shall we? Battlefield. Dodai sighed as he looked at the two boys standing in front of him. One looked rather bored and didn't want to be there at the moment, and the other had an excited look on his face. Two complete opposites from what he could tell right off the bat. You two ready? Dodai asked. Both Darui and Naruto nodded in response. Then begin. The proctor jumped away and was surprised that the two boys were just standing there looking at each other. After 5 minutes of doing nothing, which caused all the people to get irritated, some people in the crowd began to boo them. So, I take it you don't want to be here at the moment? Naruto asked calmly, completely ignoring the people around him. I don't mind being here. I want to be a chunin after all. I just want this day to end already. I want to take a nap, Darui sighed. I agree, I just want to take a nap too, so why don't you just surrender? Both boys said at the same time. This caused the two of them to stop talking. Naruto was smirking, while Darui had a raised eyebrow. That was odd, the darker-skinned boy replied. Yeah, it was. So how about we settle this in a rather simple way then? How so? Jankenpon rock paper scissors. This made Darui raise an eyebrow at Naruto. You're serious? Yeah. We play rounds of that. Each winner of the round gets to slug the opponent across the face. Darui put on a thoughtful expression before looking at Naruto again. It sounds rather dull, but I'll only agree to it if we don't use chakra and nothing below the belt. Naruto frowned, but nodded. Sure. Naruto and Darui met up in the middle of the battlefield. They both made fists and nodded their heads. Jankenpon. Both boys shouted. They then splayed their choices to each other. Darui had paper, and Naruto had rock. Darui reared his right arm back and punched Naruto across his cheek. Naruto then stared at him while rubbing the part that was hit. Wow, you pack a punch, Naruto complimented him. This may turn out to be fun after all. Ready for round 2? Naruto nodded. Jankenpon. This time Darui had rock and Naruto had paper. Naruto smiled and smashed his fist into Darui's face. The Kumo ninja took an involuntary step back, while clutching his jaw. Okay. That hurt, Darui mumbled. Let's keep going, with Tsunade. Is that kid serious? Tsunade deadpanned. She face-palmed after 10 minutes of those two just trading punches after small matches of Janken. It was safe to say that most of the people watching were rather displeased at the two boys' choice of battle. I think he is, Jiraiya yawned. He may care for the boy, but even he thought this was boring. Well, you have to give credit to that Darui kid though, Tsunade muttered. Being able the same age as Naruto, and taking his hits like that. I've only seen Itachi take such a beating. Looking to her side, she saw that some people were starting to fall asleep due to how boring the fight was. Even Kushina was looking like she was about to doze off. Tsunade then turned back to the fight on the battlefield, hoping that it would get better soon. Battlefield. Jankenpon. The two boys threw out their hands again. Naruto had scissors and Darui had papers. Naruto smiled. They had been going for about 10 minutes, trading blows after these short little games. Naruto reared his arm back and smirked. When he threw his arm forward, he smashed it against Darui's face. When he did that, Darui was sent flying backwards, causing him to bounce along the ground once. Hey buddy, you alright? Naruto asked, looking at Darui. The boy shakily got up and glared at Naruto. I thought you agreed to no chakra, Darui stated. I did, Naruto replied. But Barakashara doesn't use an ounce of chakra at all. Darui's eyes widened at that. You mean to tell me that those stances you do don't use chakra? Not one bit. Darui sighed and looked at the sky before looking at Naruto again. Deals off. No more no chakra business. Let's do this how it's really meant to be. It won't be as dull and I'll stand a better chance at beating you that way. Naruto opened his mouth to reply but was cut off when Darui shouted. Rant on Raiza Sakusu. A barrage of streaming lightning shot towards Naruto. Ducking left, Naruto dodged the attack then turned around to block it when it came back towards him. The force of the hit had him being lifted upward but not strong enough to pushing far. The blonde turned around, drawing and caught Darui's fist. He raised his other arm to block the other punch. Pulling his head back, Naruto head-butted Darui, causing him to stagger backwards. This is what happens if I apply chakra to the stances. Barakashara! The blonde reared back his arm and punched. A small tornado burst forth from his fist and slammed into Darui. Bamirian Wingu! The ran towards his opponent, slammed his foot into the ground and swiped his foot across a small space trying to trip up Darui. The boy jumped back, but was surprised to find something coming out of the ground. A small cyclone erupted from it, and hitting him back towards Naruto. Haweto Dansu! Naruto let loose a flurry of punches and kicks, each was seemingly cutting into Darui with each hit. After landing the combo, Naruto stretched his arms out then thrust both palms forward. Barusatuma! This time the technique wasn't like all the previous times it was used. No Darui, knew something was different about this move. The attack Naruto did was much more powerful. Barusutuma! Naruto shouted. Darui rushed through the hand seals he needed if he wanted to not get hit. Kawarimi no Jutsu. The Kumo ninja replaced with himself with a log a few meters away. He looked at where Naruto had attacked and saw the damage. From his palms a violent wind had been shot out. The ground in front of the blonde was eviscerated by the attack, and the log that had replaced Darui was shattered into splinters. Naruto brought his arms to his sides, took a deep breath and smiled at Darui, who was still looking at him with wide eyes. That was your techniques with chakra? Futon chakra to be specific. Darui stood up and wavered a bit, but was already doing hand seals. Reaching behind him, the Kumo ninja threw a kunai at Naruto. The blonde tilted his head to the side to easily dodge the attack. He was surprised to see Darui switch himself with the flying kunai and appear behind Naruto. He caught his own kunai that flew past Naruto's head and tried to slash at the blonde shinobi. Naruto ducked and punched behind him. Darui caught it and shouted, "Raitan Jibashi!" Electricity ran through Darui's hands and into Naruto's body. He was surprised when Naruto was laughing and not being shocked. Surprised, ain't ya? Naruto smirked. He then head-butted Darui again, causing the boy to let go. Why were you not shocked? The Kumo ninja demanded. Who knows? Naruto replied. Darui had to shake his head to gain his bearings. Although I'm happy that you actually managed to hurt me. Not a lot of people our age could do that. Darui blinked and looked at Naruto. The hand that had electricity running through it, and it was spasming just a bit. But let's end this, shall we? How do you plan on doing that? Naruto smirked and disappeared in a yellow blur, appearing right in front of Darui. He was crouched down and did an uppercut. It may have been faint and lasted only a moment, but the moment Naruto did the attack, Darui saw that the boy's arm was covered in electricity. Darui felt some bones crack when Naruto's fist impacted with his chest. He was sent flying into the air, however he was ignoring the pain right now. He wanted to hit Naruto at least. He gathered chakra after doing the ram seal and waited. His patience was rewarded when the blonde jumped upward. When Naruto was only a few meters away, Darui shouted, "Raitan Kurapantsa lightning release Black Panther." The black lightning was shot out of his hands and took the shape of a panther. Naruto's eyes widened as the attack hit him. He was slammed into the ground by the attack. The lightning dispersed after a few minutes and Darui landed, hoping that the attack was enough to knock out and hopefully not kill. The crowd were now at the edge of their seats, seeing as the boys had taken the battle to another level. Now they were all worried about the fate of the blonde Konoha ninja. Damn, that took out so much chakra. I just hope that guy is alright. Wow, you're worried? Darui's eyes widened, the lightning cleared along with the dust. Standing there was Naruto. His clothes were partially singed, there were a few burns on his body as well, and black lightning was dancing around him. The lightning was barely noticeable, but since Darui was close by he could see it. He looked at Dodai, who had his jaw dropped. The lightning from around the blonde then disappeared and Naruto smiled and cracked his neck. How do you know that? Darui whispered. Who knows? Do you want to continue? Naruto asked, looking at the tired shinobi in front of him. Darui looked at Naruto then shook his head. No, I surrender. I'm out of chakra. He turned to Dodai. Hey, call the match. I surrender this battle. The older Kumo ninja nodded his head. The winner of the match is Naruto Uzumaki. Medics, take the injured off the battlefield please, Dodai shouted. Naruto released the sigh he was holding in as he fell to the floor. Thank goodness, Naruto muttered. I'm almost out of chakra too. Darui dropped his jaw at Naruto, before laughing. Kami, even with blasting that last move of yours with a heavily underpowered Burusutsumu, and using that technique you saw, that hurt like hell. Hey, can I go to the infirmary too? The medics took both Naruto and Darui out of the battlefield, leaving the Darui on his own. Suddenly, another Kumo ninja appeared and whispered something into his ear. Dodai listened carefully and nodded his head. By Reikichi's request, we are going to hold off the finals until tomorrow. This will give our finalists a chance to rest and recuperate. Please the arena for now, and return tomorrow. We will hold your seats for you so you do not need to buy tickets again. Thank you for coming to most of our Chunin exams and please return for the conclusion tomorrow. Dodai nodded and he shunshined out of the era. Slowly the arena was emptied. The Kages had left to go discuss what had occurred in the office of the Reikichi infirmary. You're a dumbass sometimes, Naruto. Itachi shook his head. He was sitting on the bed next to Naruto's. The blonde was chowing down on some ramen that he managed to unseal with a very small amount of chakra that he recovered. He was slurping it down with abandon. Across from them were the three members of Team Darui. Yujito was still unconscious, he was trying to hold in his lunch at watching Naruto massacre the bowl of ramen, and Darui was looking on with indifference. Naruto looked at his partner and shrugged. How can you stand him eating like that? She gagged. You get desensitized to it after knowing him a few weeks, Itachi replied. Darui lied down and shook his head. You two guys are rather interesting to watch. One is calm, stoic and cool while the other was energetic, hyperactive and charismatic. Having you two around must make life less dull, huh? You could say that. When Naruto finished eating, he threw his bowl into the trash can. Hey, no hard feeling between us, right? The blonde asked the other team. We hold nothing against you, she replied with a smile. Not sure about Yujito over there though. You finding out her secret made her really mad. The Kumo blonde took a deep breath before speaking again. This time his tone was confused. Hey, Yujito is right. You do smell like a cat. Darui and Itachi looked at Naruto, while the boy frowned and sniffed himself. I swear I took a bath today. I don't see how you guys keep saying I smell like a freaking cat. Unless lion spit somehow manages to stay on you for a long time. The boys started talking about nothing in particular to fill in the silence of the room. To be honest, they didn't find anything wrong with each other, and were hitting it off. Their conversation, however, came to a halt when they heard voices coming from the hall. I'll knock your teeth in if you don't let me see that boy. The voice of Tsunade came through from the other side. Naruto face palmed and Itachi sniggered. Kami, Bachan can be so embarrassing sometimes. The doors bust open and two groups entered. One was Naruto's supporters and the other was Itachi's. Tsunade, Jiraiya, Yugao and Shizen stood by Naruto's bed. Meanwhile, Fugaku, Mikoto and Shursui holding Sasuke were next to Itachi. Darui and C watched the interactions with interest. With Naruto. Yao! Naruto shouted. The moment Tsunade came in, she smacked him across the back of the head. What was that for? You scared us, you idiot! Tsunade shouted. Do you know how much you got us worried after that black lightning thing hit you? I do now. I have a lump on the top of my head, saying how much you're mad at me. The blonde boy was rubbing the back of his head after the back of that hit. Congratulations, Naruto-kun, Shizen smiled at him. The teenager gave the boy a hug. You made it to the finals. She then whispered into his ear. She may not show it, but Tsunade-sama is happy that you made it this far. When she pulled away, Naruto smiled at her, and she blushed. Jiraiya walked up to Naruto and patted him on the back. Those were some great fights, Gaki. The old pervert laughed. I would have never thought you could make it this far. Oh, thanks for the support, Naruto replied sarcastically. This time the old sage leaned in. Hey, what were those moves you showed back there? I've never seen you do them before, he whispered. I'll tell you when we get home. I'm happy you made it to the finals, Naruto, Yugao told the blonde. Turning to his teammate, Naruto scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Heh, thanks Yugao-senpai. The girl smiled sadly back at him. I think you should stop calling me that. In a few short days you may be a higher rank than me. Then I'll be the one calling you senpai. Naruto scratched his head again, before he saw another figure walking up to him. Hey kid, Shursui greeted him. Sup Shursui, Naruto returned the greeting. So what do you think of our fights? You and Itachi are strong, stronger from when I last sparred against the two of you, the Uchiha smirked. I swear you two are growing up so fast. You might make it into ANBU sooner or later if you go at this pace. Heh, maybe we will. Although, I hope you don't mind teaching us more stuff and hanging out Shursui. I mean, you're one of the few Uchiha who don't have a stick up there. Naruto, don't say that word, Tsunade interrupted him. I was going to say but. The blonde then turned back to the Uchiha teen. So what are you up to? Have a girlfriend yet? I mean, I haven't seen you in a month since you were always busy. That made Shursui balk at the answer. He stuttered. If you're wondering, Shizune is still single. Naruto. Several people shouted. What? The blonde asked. Looking around, he saw a laughing Jiraiya and Tsunade, a blushing embarrassed Shizen, a glaring Yugao still mad at them for embarrassing her in front of Hate, and a very confused and flustered Shursui. Hearing some giggling, he saw Mikoto laughing at the scene, Fugaku looking at them with a raised eyebrow and Itachi shaking his head. I don't like Shizen-san in that way. She is a good comrade, nothing more. I agree, Shizen nodded her head furiously. Besides, I like someone else. She whispered, that barely anyone caught it. Whatever you guys say. Naruto was then surprised to see the Uchiha contingent walk over to him. Yugao also took this time to greet and congratulate Itachi. Mikoto-sama, Fugaku-sama, it is nice to meet you. Naruto bowed his head. Good job today, Naruto-kun. You make me proud to be your sensei, Mikoto complimented him. The blonde smiled and nodded his head in thanks. He then looked at Fugaku, who was looking back at him with a calculating look. Suddenly he bowed down to Naruto to greet him. I finally remember you. I was wondering why you seemed so familiar to me, then it hit me. During the battles I had not recognized you at all. It's good to see you again, Naruto. It was hard to recognize you after you changed your name. Naruto nodded his head. Sorry about that. Fugaku waved his hand. Do not fret, Naruto. I want to thank you for being my son's teammate and rival. He needs a strong person to push him along, and you're a good person to do it. He then turned to Mikoto and nodded out the door. We are going to return to our hotel room now. It is good to see you again, Naruto. Itachi, rest up. Your fight tomorrow against this boy will be a hard one, if he's anything like his father. Almost everyone in the room tensed at that. The Uchiha patron nodded to him and left the room, with Mikoto smiling at them and waving her hand. Shursui stayed a bit longer, shaking his head. Man, he gave you 2 compliments today. I can't believe it. Him giving a non-Uchiha a compliment twice in the same day, Shursui said, a bit dazed. He turned to his 2 surrogate brothers on their beds. Well, I have to go. Rest up, guys, and be prepared for a good fight tomorrow. After that, he too left. Well, we got to go too. We're going to get dinner, Jiraiya stated. See you around, kid. After that they turned to leave, but Tsunade stopped at the door. Oh, and I'm sorry Kushina couldn't greet you, Naruto. Minato called her to talk about something, Tsunade informed the blonde boy. Naruto nodded his head in acceptance and sighed. When the group left, things were quiet for a bit before someone cleared their throat. Looking up, Naruto saw that C and Dari were looking back at them. You have a weird family, Dari stated. Who? Me or him? Naruto pointed at himself, then Itachi. You do, C replied. How do you know 2 out of the 3 Sannin? Oh, they take care of me. Kami, that must explain why you're so strong. Being trained by 2 of the Sannin. You must feel special, huh? Ha! Naruto laughed. Ero-sensei barely teaches me anything, and Bachan is busy teaching Shizen medical stuff than she has time to teach me. My power comes from me training on my own or with Itachi over there. From that moment on, the boys kept talking well into the night, even when the hospital dinner was served to them, although at one point, Naruto had to chain Yujito again after she woke up. She tried to attack both of them, and Naruto had recovered enough chakra to produce his sealing chains. So that night they stayed up just talking and getting to know each other better, although Yujito wouldn't speak and just glare at the 2 boys, especially Naruto, who had chained her to the bed. When it was time to sleep, Naruto and Itachi laid on their beds, thinking about the next day to come. The day where they would prove which one of them was better in front of the world. What are you doing up and about so early in the morning, Naruto? Itachi asked as he joined the blonde in the stadium seats high above the battlefield. It was 6 in the morning, and the sun hadn't even broken free of the clouds yet. The blonde was just sitting back staring out at the field with a jovial smile on his face. He looked at his partner and friend in almost all things. What I'm doing out is nothing really. I just wanted to catch some fresh air, the blonde responded with a small smile on his face. The 2 sat in silence for a couple of moments before Naruto spoke again. Can't you believe it, Itachi? Later on today, we'll be out there facing each other in battle, in front of 3 nations. Makes you a little excited, huh? Itachi nodded and had a smile on his face too. Yeah, proving our worth might be fun. The 2 kept quiet, odd for Naruto, enjoying their time. No holding back? No holding back. Naruto stood up and stretched his arms. Let's go get some breakfast and then prepare. Yeah, hi. Itachi stood up too. They then both looked at each other and had to blink. Something was off when they looked at their best friend. When Naruto was looking at Itachi, he saw an older version of him. He was donning a high-collar cloak that was black and had red clouds on it. His face was stoic as ever, and he had a fully mature Sharingan active, but what surprised him most was his forehead protector. It had a cut through the village symbol. When Itachi looked at Naruto, he saw something similar. This Naruto was older, and his hair was a bit longer too, but there was a few red streaks in his hair. He was wearing a burnt orange shirt under a long white leather coat and black pants. In his hand was a white curved blade, looking a lot like a feather. On the bicep of his left arm was a Konoha forehead protector, while on his head was another forehead protector, one that had a spiral inside a circle, the symbol for the destroyed village of Uzushi-Ogakure. This one still had cocky smirk. Both boys blinked at the same time. When they looked at each other again, they saw their usual selves. When they went to breakfast, neither of them spoke of the odd premonition they both had at the same time. After breakfast, the 2 separated to prepare themselves for their match. Stadium hours later. The stadium was once again filled with people. Many of them were disappointed that the Kumo ninjas were out of the running, since they were the ones that holding the exams, but nonetheless they were here to watch what would happen. 2 boys, 7 years old and a lot younger than most of the competitors, no less, were in the finals. Both from the same village, both from the same team, and both showing amount of strength most wouldn't be able to in their young age. It was safe to say that many people were surprised about the result, but were anticipating the battle that would happen in the next few minutes. Yugao, who was sitting next to Naruto's group, once again felt a bit conflicted. She really didn't know who to root for in this match. Two of her friends would be fighting each other, and that made her confused. Just cheer for both of them, a voice whispered into her ear. Turning to the side, she finally noticed that she was sitting next to Kushina and Namikaze. How did you know I was having a hard time choosing who to root for, Namikaze-sama? Yugao asked. It was pretty easy to guess. Both of your friends are up there, wanting to fight, and it makes you have to decide who you want to cheer for. Why not both? They are your friends, right? Win or lose, that won't change anything. Yugao thought about it, before enthusiastically nodding her head. Thank you, Namikaze-sama, Yugao said with a smile. Kushina smiled back before laughing a bit. Please stop with the Namikaze-sama bit, it gets a bit tiring. You can call me Kushina if you want. Yugao blushed in embarrassment before nodding her head again. Okay, Kushina-sama, with the uchihas. I wonder how this match will go. Mikoto mumbled to herself. She had Sasuke in her lap as she thought of this. Her two students, her son and one she considered a son, were about to face off. She hasn't seen them train the entire past month and was unsure of their skills. She knew her boys were strong, but how strong was the question. Itachi will surely win, Fugaku replied as he crossed his arms. He's an Uchiha, but Naruto will give him a run for his money. He is that man's son after all. I'm still a bit shocked you complimented someone that wasn't an Uchiha, Shursui muttered under his breath. I believe that this match will result in a tie, Fugaku-sama. When the Uchiha patron turned and looked at the ANBU member, he smiled at him, cleared his throat. I've known these two for such a long time and would be able to guess how strong each of them has gotten. The problem with this is that they are each other's antithesis. Itachi is weaker in taijutsu compared to Naruto, and Naruto is weaker in genjutsu. They have their own styles that would put them on even terms with each other. Not only that, they are on the same terms when it comes to ninjutsu. So these two will probably fight to a draw on those conclusions. Are you sure about this? Fugaku asked as he looked at Shursui. The boy nodded. I've trained both boys to a certain amount, and I know Itachi has been training to meet up to be on par with Naruto at taijutsu. If this is true, Naruto must have done a bit of genjutsu training as well. Shursui stopped talking and looked at the battlefield, before speaking again. You could say that they are each other's fail-safe if anything goes wrong, and one of them goes rouge. I see. With Team Darui, since the three people in the team were taken out of the finals, they were sitting in the stands just like everyone else. The three of them were anticipating the matches as well. The boys in the team were able to make friends with Itachi and Naruto, while Yujito was still a bit wary of them, namely since they knew she was a Jinchuriki. That was why she was frowning at the moment. You need to lighten up, she said from her side. Why should I? Yujito huffed. Naruto-san and Itachi-san aren't bad people. If you keep that attitude, you'll dull out your sense of trust, Darui sighed. Just be happy they are willing to keep your secret. How do we know we can trust them? Yujito growled. How do we know they are trustworthy enough? We slept in the same room as them when we were all injured. They didn't do anything to us, well, except you, since you were still pretty mad at them. In that moment those two would have been able to kill us if they wanted to, but they didn't. I say it is safe to trust them. Yujito mumbled something under her breath after Darui's speech, but only crossed her arms in defiance to what he said. Darui sighed at the stubbornness his teammate was showing at trusting the two boys, especially since they were kind people and really didn't treat her any different than they did anyone else after they found out. After releasing another sigh, his mind slowly went back to the conversation he had with Naruto the night before, but stopped shortly when the crowd started to quiet down. With Deidara, I thought you would have went home after you lost Deidara, Katsuchi stated as he and Kuratsuchi sat down next to the blonde bomber. HN? Well, I'm here to see just how strong my previous opponent is. If he was strong enough to beat me and go after Iru right after that, he must be really strong, HN, Deidara replied. He's not strong at all. I kicked him in the shin, and he fell to the floor. Kuratsuchi bragged to her in Ai-san. Deidara smirked and patted her head. That's good to hear, but I think the reason that happened was you got the drop on him. Plus he didn't see you as a threat. The bomber then turned back to the battlefield, and saw that the proctor walked onto it. Unlike me and the boy he is going to fight now, that Naruto kid will probably be on guard for this battle. HN, this is going to be interesting. Kage box. The three Kages were waiting for the battle to begin in silence. Anoki was sitting silently, waiting to see what the blonde-haired kid would do. I was also silent, wanting to know just how strong the two boys would do. Minato was speculating what will happen, especially since Kushina was excited since Naruto was in the match. She had gotten attached to the boy, their son, which is unknown to her, and he was worried that the seal was starting to become undone. The reason he thought of this was because she wouldn't stop talking about him the night before and there were cracks appearing on the seal. Now he wouldn't be able to fix it since he had burned the array for the seal after placing it so Kushina wouldn't get suspicious about him. Whatever the case, he'd have to think about it later. Both Naruto and Itachi had entered the battlefield. Naruto and Itachi were walking towards each other, to the center of the battlefield. They were still in similar clothes they wore all the time, Itachi wearing a black high-collared shirt with black shorts, and Naruto had an orange shirt under a black jacket with black pants. This time, however, they both had swords on their backs. Dodai watched as the two boys approached until they stood right in front of him and each other. When he was sure that Itachi and Naruto were ready to begin, he spoke into his mic. Ladies and gentle, we gather here today to see a grand fight. A battle between the two strongest genin in their days. Two boys who are younger than most and are able to overcome every opponent they had to stand at this stage. Now here we are here to see the boys battle at the Chunin exam finals. Dodai exclaimed. This led to the crowd to cheer and clap. Naruto and Itachi rolled their eyes at the theatrics. Our two finalists today are Itachi Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki of Konohagakure. Are you two Reed Dash? Hold up, Naruto interrupted. You got the introduction wrong. Excuse me? He said you have the introduction wrong, Itachi repeated. At this moment, Naruto and I are not battling for Konoha. What? Was the shout everyone let out at the same time. In the Kage box, Minato looked shocked at what the boys said. Were they going rogue? Dodai was looking at them and noticed something different about them. Itachi, who had his forehead protector usually on his forehead, only had a black headband there. As for Naruto, he had on a pair of goggles on his forehead, and his forehead protector was also missing. Hell, our family names don't matter in this match, Naruto said. In this fight, nothing else matters. This fight has nothing to do with our village or families, and to be perfectly honest, this fight has nothing to do with the exams. Itachi continued. That caused several people to drop their jaws. All that matters in this fight is to see who is stronger from the two of us. Both boys exclaimed. Naruto smirked at Dodai and spoke again. So if you would please repeat our introduction again. Dodai, still shocked at the exclamation the two boys made, slowly nodded his head. The battle between Naruto and Itachi is about to start? Are you two ready? The two boys nodded. Then begin, Naruto sighed before reaching into his pocket and taking out a coin. Heads or tails, Itachi? Tails, Itachi replied. The blonde tossed up the coin high into the air, and the two waited for it to hit the ground. As it did, both boys watched it as it began to spin and come to a stop. It landed on tails. Suddenly, Itachi was already in front of Naruto and his fist was about to connect to his face. Naruto ducked and the punch sailed right over his head. The blonde then retaliated with his own punch, which was caught by Itachi. Naruto's lip was then set in a line when he felt himself suddenly assailed by a storm of fire. Genjutsu Ki! Naruto shouted as he released a large amount of chakra to overcome the illusion that Itachi set on him. The flames disappeared but several shuriken were heading his way. Itachi, who was already a couple of meters away, was preparing his next move. Raijin Reikaichu Lightning Illusion Flash of Lightning. Itachi shouted, with Darui. Hey! He stole my jutsu. C shouted. He is an Uchiha after all, Darui commented. He'd be able to copy jutsus easily. Battlefield. Naruto shut his eyes due to the extremely bright light but did his own hand seals to do a jutsu. Futon Haruke's Miyabi Wind Release Spring Wind Elegance. A large dome of wind, not visible to most other people, covered a large area around Naruto. Itachi, with his Sharingan on, was able to see trace amounts of Futon chakra in the wind and that the dome fitted the entire battlefield. Naruto's hand reached out and grabbed all the shuriken and opened his eyes after a few seconds. The wind dome disappeared and Naruto threw back the shuriken. Itachi was able to dodge all of them. It was in that instant that Naruto closed the distance between the two and lashed out with a punch. Barakushero! Naruto shouted. Itachi was able to predict the trajectory of the attack and put his arms up to block. That didn't stop the fact that the attack hurt. Itachi was flung back a meter or so. This caused him to frown. It's far stronger than I thought. Even more so than when I had Shursui and I tried to recreate it, Itachi mused. He stopped his thoughts when Naruto landed right in front of him after a jump. Bamirian Wingu! Itachi slammed his foot into the ground at the same time Naruto did for his technique. He made a half circle with his foot just as Naruto did as well. When he did that, he didn't lose his balance at all. This made the blonde smile. Oh my, it seems as if you found something interesting, didn't you? You saw through the four stances, huh? If you say so, he replied back. This caused the blonde to smile even more. Haweto Dansu. The blonde then began his melee assault against Itachi. I'm not going to back down even if it is a taijutsu fight. Itachi charged forward and started to fight back as well. The two were landing attacks on each other. Each time Naruto landed a punch, Itachi did too. When Itachi did a kick, Naruto would retaliate in the same way. So for about a minute the two were just in a complicated melee. They stopped when they kicked each other away. There was already visible damage on the two boys. Itachi had bruises and a cut lip. The same could be said for Naruto, although instead of a cut lip there was some blood coming from his nose. You just had to aim for my nose, didn't you? Your point? It hurt. Naruto blurred out of view for a moment, and suddenly reappeared before Itachi, with both of his arms pulled back. It's coming, Itachi thought. Naruto thrusted out his arms, with his palms outward. As he did this, Itachi jumped and spun backwards before reaching his right arm out towards Naruto. Both boys didn't touch each other but shouted their techniques at the same time. Baru Sutuma / Aoi Erasure Blue Storm. Yes, both moves are called Blue Storm. After Itachi landed, he jumped back just in case if Naruto was about to attack again. A few seconds ticked by before both boys fell down to their knees and coughed out blood. Naruto's group. What just happened? Yugo shrieked. Why are they bleeding like that? Are both of them trying to kill each other? I think they are, Jiraiya stated. It seems like they wanted to go all out on each other, and this is what is going to happen due to it. Those stupid brats, Tsunade mumbled. Battlefield. Hee hee hee, ha 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 ha. Naruto laughed, even though he was coughing up some blood. You are scary, partner, very scary. How many times has it been? 3? 4 times you've seen that move and yet you've managed to complete a counter so easily. Easily? Itachi questioned. He stood up just as Naruto did and spat out a wad of blood. It wasn't easy. I had to replay all the moves you did over and over in my head, tirelessly trying to find its weakness. It was rather annoying. Naruto started to walk towards Itachi, who was walking backwards. The way I saw your techniques Barakusheru, Bamirian Wingu and Hawedo Dansa was that they were all different moves, but I was wrong. Those 3 weren't 3 separate moves, they were a sequence of moves. One that leads to the other, all setting up for Burusutuma. You contort the wind around your body using the 3 previous moves and blow it all towards your opponent during the palm thrust. Like I said, pretty scary. I have to say though, that move you did was interesting. You jumped up and spun in the air to redirect the wind I shot out back towards me. Although, from the looks of things you can't redirect everything. Naruto laughed again. Although I'm surprised your jutsu didn't affect me that much. Is it still incomplete? Itachi spat out blood before taking a deep breath. Katon Gokaku no Jutsu Fire Release Great Fireball Jutsu. Itachi shot out a large ball of flames towards Naruto. Right John Lightning Release False Darkness. Naruto put his arm out, and a blast of lightning was shot out of his palm. The 2 techniques collided and exploded in the space between the 2 boys. Naruto ran into the smoke and threw several kunais through. Itachi dodged them as they came out of the smoke and blocked the fist that was coming towards his stomach. The black-haired boy then disappeared into a flock of crows, leaving the other boy rolling his eyes. Genjutsu Kai. When the illusion fell, Naruto saw Itachi near the pond once again. Suetun Mizurappa Water Release Water Trumpet. Itachi shot out a stream of water towards Naruto. The blonde was already in the process of counter-attacking. Futon Shinkutaijioku Wind Release Vacuum Great Sphere. Taking a deep breath, Naruto compressed the air into a great ball and shot it out of his mouth. Again the 2 moves clashed and cancelled each other out. Both boys were panting, using multiple elemental jutsus one right after the other, and after taking a serious injury. Kagebox. Your boys are rather good, Hokage-sama, Inoki complimented. At their young age, they are able to utilize those moves. Rather scary considering that we are in an era of peace. Boys wielding that much strength will be a problem later. It is not like I'm the ones teaching them that. I cannot really control those boys when they do their own thing, Minato casually replied. Whatever you say, those 2 boys are strong, I complimented. All of the Kage's bodyguards nodded their heads at the compliment. Battlefield. Itachi was going through another set of hand seals as Naruto charged again. I wonder what he is doing? Naruto asked. Silently he turned on Haruka's Miyabi just to be ready for anything. Do Tondori Yuso Earth Release Earth Flow Spear, Itachi shouted as he slammed both fists into the earth. That made Naruto's eyes widen. He stopped himself a split second before an earthen spike shot out of the ground. He was forced to jump into the air as another spike was sent his way. He was surprised when Itachi shouted another technique. Doton Doria Hiki Earth Release Earth Style Wall. A large stone wall appeared had erupted behind Naruto, interrupting his jump, but Itachi wasn't done yet. Katon Hausenka no Jutsu Fire Release Phoenix Sage Fire Jutsu. Several fireballs were headed towards Naruto midair. Shit! The blonde thought as both the earth spike and the fire came near him. No choice. have to use those jutsus even though they are nowhere near complete. As the attacks came closer, Naruto did 3 hand seals. Rant on Nateo Tornado Storm Release Meteor Tornado. Note this is written in katakana, so it is like when a Japanese native tries to say both of those words. A large amount of electricity flowed around Naruto's left leg, and he did a roundhouse kick. The earth spike was broken and the fires were extinguished as he kicked them. The trail his leg traveled had left a small path of light showing that the lightning was there just a couple of seconds ago. As Naruto landed onto the ground, he saw several shocked faces. However, if Itachi was surprised, he didn't show it. With Team Darui. How does he have your Kekkei Genkai? Yujito asked as he was speechless as well when he saw the move happen. The boy was silent for the most part. He didn't know either, but the small conversation the two had that morning made sense now. Flashback. Hey Darui-san, Naruto greeted as he sat down with the boy for breakfast. Naruto-san. Shouldn't you be preparing? Darui drawled out. I just need to bathe. Other than that I'm pretty much good. I see. The two were eating in silence for a few seconds before Naruto spoke up again. Hey, by any chance, does everyone in your family have your Kekkei Genkai? No. It skips every generation. My father didn't have it, but my grandfather did and now I do too. Really now? The blonde went quiet again, but only for a second. Are there anyone missing from your family or at least like relationships you don't know of? Children from outside the family, so to speak? Darui thought about it. He thought of if he has any family members. Now that I think about it, my grandfather's cousin went missing during the Second Ninja War. Okay. Lastly, do you think you can explain to me like 2 random jutsus? Why? Just curious, Naruto replied. Not going to use it against me, are you? Darui asked with a raised eyebrow. No, unless we're asked to fight specifically each. Alright then. Not sure how this will help you, but I'll explain a few techniques. Flashback and who knows really? Darui answered Yujito's question with his own. Battlefield. You have a Kekkei Genkai? Itachi asked. Nope, Naruto replied curtly. The boy then slammed his fist into the ground and several ceiling chains caught Itachi as they burst forth from the soil. I have 2. Suddenly, Itachi was covered by a plume of smoke and was replaced by a log. Naruto felt something moving through the wind of his Haruka's Miyabi and ducked. Itachi's wakizashi flew right over his head and Naruto drew his own after getting ready. Good thing he did too, for when he got up he had blocked the attack Itachi did. Why so serious? You're rather serious too, Itachi replied during their deadlock. You just don't show it the right way. Naruto shoved Itachi off and blurred out of sight. Itachi waited for it and dodged to the right. That actually surprised Naruto, who showed it on his face as he jumped away. Naruto narrowed his eyes before frowning. Seems like I'm not the only one who has evolved in the past few hours, huh? Naruto asked as he stood up. Itachi glared at him, his Sharingan ablaze. Just yesterday, you only had 2 tomo each. Now yours is fully mature, so you noticed that as well. The spinning stopped in his eyes to reveal a red eye with 3 tomo around the pupil. Well, damn. This is going to be annoying now. Naruto blurred again and Itachi turned his head to the right before jumping to the right. He then stabbed behind him, but the sound of metal meeting metal was heard. How are you able to read my movements? Whatever you are doing, it is still incomplete. Still sloppy enough for me to see some hints of right-un chakra in your movements. I just have to know which way you move. Itachi moved back and went for a slash. Naruto parried the move and punched Itachi in the face. When the blonde went to slash at him in return, Itachi jumped away. Get over here! Naruto threw his arm out and shot a chain made out of chakra. It clamped down on his opponent's neck before Naruto pulled hard. Itachi was jerked forward and saw Naruto about to punch him. Twisting himself in midair, Itachi kicked Naruto's head just as Naruto punched Itachi. The hit to the head was enough for Naruto to stop his concentration on his chains and breaking them. The two leapt away from each other after that to catch their breaths. Deidara's group. These 2 boys are rather flashy, Deidara muttered. But they have nothing on your art, Deidara and I. Kuratsuchi stated. Kuratsuchi, be quiet. This is a very interesting match right now, Kitsuchi told his daughter. I'm very sure Deidara is trying to watch as well, but the girl turned to her Nai-san and saw that he was solely focused on the match at hand. She then pouted, and saw that no one was looking at her. Battlefield. Naruto reached into his back pocket and threw a smoke bomb onto the floor. Itachi glanced behind him and noted that he was still near the pond. He then saw Kunai with an explosive tag fly out of the smoke. Knowing he had to move, Itachi leapt to the side but was surprised when he was hit by a beam of light. He landed on the land right next to the water and found himself standing straight up. His hands were still free but he was bound by something. Rantan Tenmu Storm Release Heaven's Net, Naruto stated as the smoke cleared. Again, like all my other Ranen techniques, it is still incomplete. Doton Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu Earth Release Double Suicide Decapitation, Itachi shouted. From underneath Naruto a pair of hands shot out and tried to grab him. Naruto jumped back when the hands appeared, but frowned. He never saw Itachi make a clone at all. His eyes then widened at the realization. Genjutsu Kai, Naruto shouted. He saw that the ground had no holes whatsoever. When he landed, he saw Itachi was flashing so fast through several hand seals. Damn. Naruto knew he wouldn't have to move across the field, even with Raiten no Yora lightning release armor, not by the time Itachi would finish his jutsu. Naruto held his wakizashi in his right arm, and then grabbed the blade with his left. Blue chakra started to surround Naruto's entire body as he did this. Naruto's group. I told him not to use that move, Kushina shouted. This caught the eye of everyone around her. What do you mean, Kushina-sama? Shizen asked. No matter how many times we practiced that move, Naruto never got it down. He'd put too much chakra into the second part of the attack, and it would blow up in his face, Kushina explained. He'll hurt himself more than he will Itachi. The red-haired woman saw that Naruto kept gathering more and more chakra into his body and the blade as he focused his attack. Wait. Why is he overloading this part now? What is Naruto-kun doing? Battlefield. That's enough chakra. Naruto mentally shouted. Suetun Suryuden no Jutsu Water Release Water Dragon Bullet. Itachi shouted. A large water dragon appeared from the pond behind him and hovered in the air before speeding towards Naruto. Kudai no Ryusa Tensuki Emperor-style whirling thrust. Now something weird happened with Naruto. The large amount of chakra exploded from Naruto, and two blue wings made out of chakra appeared around him. Naruto's group. What the? Yuga mumbled, surprised to see the wings. Did this happen back then too? Shizen asked, mesmerized by the move. She and every spectator watched as the wings shattered like glass and several feathers floated before pointing themselves towards Itachi. No, it didn't, but... This is the first time I've seen something like this happen, Kushina explained. She knew the nature of the technique, and knew those feathers were not feathers but wind blades. When the blonde thrust his blade, the wind blades flew and collided with the oncoming water dragon. Surprisingly, the attack didn't explode. What happened was the blades were whirling rapidly, clashing with the dragon. Kushina turned to Naruto, who put away his sword and charged more chakra. A blue aura covered the dragon and a similar one happened to his leg. Naruto then dashed forward and jumped. The air blades began spinning faster, and suddenly Naruto disappeared. The blades sliced through the dragon and appeared in front of Itachi. Naruto suddenly reappeared right in front of him with several blades still around him. Itachi created a clone in front of him, and when Naruto smashed it, the clone exploded. Both Naruto and Itachi were thrown out of the smoke. Both looked burnt, bloody, and were unconscious. Everyone watched as Dodai ran up to the boy and checked them out. Get a stretcher here. Both boys are in need of assistance, the proctor shouted. There was a large gasp, and suddenly stretchers were being brought in. Tsunade stood up and ran towards the infirmary, with Shizen on her heels and Jiraiya after them. Kushina looked on still in shock. Seeing Naruto like that made her feel shocked in such a way that she couldn't explain. She was worried beyond belief for the boy. The boy she only spent about a month with. She couldn't explain why, but something in her was telling her that she needed to be at his side. She looked to the side and saw Yugo pointing towards the halls, and Kushina stood up following her. She also noted that Mikoto, Fugaku, Shursui and Sasuke were all hurrying to the infirmary too. Tsunade and everyone else. Get out of my way! Tsunade bellowed as she plowed through several of the medical ninjas of Kumo. She went to the bedside and saw just how badly injured Naruto was. Itachi was in the same condition. Shizen, start helping out Itachi over there. Have other medical ninjas help you. Shizen nodded and went to work. Tsunade then turned to the Kumo ninjas. You get me supplies. I need blood packs for both boys, painkillers, and I'll ask for more things if things are needed. She then turned to another guard. Make sure no one comes through those doors, we do not want anyone bothering us. Why the hell should we listen to you? A ninja asked. Because she is a Sannin and needs help, A commanded as he entered the room. My people are at your command, Tsunadeheim. Thank you. With Naruto. As this was all happening, Naruto was swimming in and out of unconsciousness. He saw Tsunade standing over him and people working away on something. Shouts could be heard. Kami, she's being bossy again, Naruto blearily thought. The 7-year-old was blinking. She heard her shouting something. What is she saying? Naro, Naro, Naruto, Naruto, time skip, Naruto. A pair of blue eyes snapped open and the owner of those eyes shouted, Ga! The person sat up from their bed. It was none other than Naruto, save he looked older. His hair reached down to his chin now, and he had lost most of his baby fat on his face, making it more angular. He was shirtless, and showed off his growing six-pack and the muscles on his arms. He turned his head towards the source of the thing that woke him up, a slap to the cheek, and frowned. Tsunade was standing above him with a smirk on her face. "Why'd you slap me?" Naruto demanded. "You have a mission to go to. An ANBU captain should be punctual for their meetings. Co-captain, Obachan, co-captain. Itachi will be there before I will be." Naruto stood up and revealed that he was only in boxers. "Besides, I'm 13. I get to be late sometimes. Whatever, brat, just be sure to say goodbye to Shizen before you leave. You know how much she worries about you." "She worries about me like she was my wife or something," Naruto mumbled under his breath. As he stood up, he grabbed his uniform from a closet and walked to the bathroom. The blonde stopped in front of a mirror to look himself over. Over the past 5 years, the boy now stood around 5 feet 5 inches, was slightly more tan than he was and was more muscular. Other than that, nothing much had changed. Although there was something new on his body. There, on his left breast, was a scar. A scar that was given to him during his battle with Itachi, all those years ago at the Chunin exams. When Naruto looked at it, he always thought it looked like the right wing of a bird. Giving an amused scoff, Naruto walked into the bathroom and got ready. The blonde stepped out of the bathroom fully dressed in his ANBU gear. He had on a black skin-tight sleeveless shirt and black ninja pants. Over it was a soft gray armor. On his hands were black gloves that went past his elbows and guards over them. He also had black ninja sandals on his feet. Attached to his waist was a white porcelain mask in the shape of a lion's face. Strapped across his back was a katana, and tied around his forehead was his forehead protector. Naruto, grabbing a scroll from the top of his drawer, closed the door to his room. He then walked downstairs to the first floor into the kitchen, where he met up with Shizen. She too had grown over the years, now a woman of 23. She had on a bluish-black kimono held around by a white obi. Open-toed sandals with heels were on her feet. The woman was busily humming a tune as she made breakfast. He smiled at her back before heading towards the back door. "I'm heading out, Shizen. Aren't you going to eat breakfast first?" The woman shouted. "I'll get someone the way to HQ." She watched as the boy disappeared using a lightning shunshin. "That boy is energetic as ever." Shizen then frowned. "I wish he'd find more time to spend breakfast with me, though." "Then just tell him you love him," Tsunade shouted from upstairs. Shizen was suddenly blushing up a storm. "Tsunade-sama," with Naruto. Naruto appeared in front of ANBU headquarters. The blonde wasn't surprised to see someone standing against the doorway. It was none other than Itachi. He, just like Naruto, barely changed physically over the course of 5 years. He too grew in height, being the same as Naruto. His hair was now put into a small ponytail. Itachi was dressed in the exact same way as Naruto, but had a porcelain mask of a weasel instead of a lion. Itachi opened one eye and raised an eyebrow at his partner. "What took so long?" he asked as he pushed off the wall. "A dream," Naruto replied with a sigh. "Dreaming about your girlfriend again?" Itachi teased. "Yuki-chan is not my girlfriend. I swear I visit her once a month and people think she's my girlfriend. I never said she was." Naruto face-palmed as Itachi smirked. "But really, what were you dreaming of?" "Our battle, 5 years ago. The one that scarred both me and you." Itachi nodded his head. "Let's go inside and get a mission. Our squad will get mad if we don't get them something exciting." Itachi opened the door and walked inside. "Besides, there is nothing wrong with dreaming of the battle you lost." "Oh hell no! You were the one who lost that match. As I recall, the proctor called the match for me." The two kept arguing well into the headquarters, thus starting another day of their lives. In the dead of night, a bald man was running through a forest, panting heavily as he did. He was wearing what seemed to be a Konoha Jounin uniform. He had his forehead protector around his neck, but there was a long gash through the symbol. As he was running through the forest, the man kept turning his head behind him, trying to see if his pursuers were right behind him. The man stopped behind a tree to rest and catch his breath. He knew he didn't have a lot of time. His pursuer wouldn't give him time to rest. Looking past the trunk of the tree, he didn't see anyone there. "Thank goodness," the man mumbled. Just as he said that, several chains made out of chakra blasted out from the ground and tied him to the tree. His arms were pinned to his sides so he wouldn't be able to do any jutsu, and the man was struggling to get free. "Kaneyamaru," a voice sighed. Walking out from the shadows was Naruto, with his lion mask on, shaking his head at the bastard he caught. "Under the request of the Fire Daimyo, you are under arrest." "What for?" Kanu demanded. "What for?" Naruto repeated in a mocking tone. "Well, let's see. You defected from Konoha. You went to the daimyo's palace, killed a few guards, attempted to rape his daughter, and then when you failed that you attempted to kill her." Naruto sighed. If the samurai didn't arrive, you probably would have had your balls cut off by that girl. I swear after that, when I went to get the mission, she tried to freaking throw a kunai at my crotch. The blonde shook his head. To be honest, Yamaru-san, you're going to go to jail for a long time. Naruto saw the man was still struggling. Don't bother, you wouldn't be able to escape anyway. They'll seal off chakra. Walking up to the guy, Naruto slammed his fist against the man's temple, knocking him out cold. Afterwards, he dispelled his chains only to remake them again a moment later so he wouldn't be stuck on the tree. The blonde then started his long trek back to Konoha, dragging the man along with him. Hours later, thanks Naruto Taicho Captain. You had caught this man rather fast, don't you think? The man at the reception desk asked when Naruto brought in the rogue ninja. He had black hair and was wearing a Jounin's uniform. The blonde 13-year-old scratched the back of his head and laughed sheepishly. I had a lot of free time. Besides, my squad is on their vacation due to Itachi's orders. I decided to take an easy mission just to make some pocket money, Naruto explained. Now that you mention it, where is Itachi Taicho anyway? Naruto waved his hand dismissively as he turned around to go home. He went on a boar hunting mission with his little brother, giving Sasuke some experience. Naruto stretched his arms and then cracked his neck. Well, Itachi, I'll see you around. I'm going to head home for a bit. If any big case missions come up, send for my squad. Don't you have to wait for Itachi Taicho to agree to it as well? Naruto stopped at the door and nodded his head. Yeah. The blonde then shrugged his shoulders and used a right unshunshin to disappear from the building. Itachi then shook his head. Those two. I swear, they are going to be put in the history books someday. I just hope they don't kill themselves to get there. With Naruto, after returning to his home, the one he still shared with Tsunade and Shizen, Naruto changed out of his uniform and took a quick bath. Dressing up in an orange t-shirt, black shorts and a white vest, as well as tying his forehead protector around his bicep, the blonde went off to go look around for the day. Wonder what I should do today, he asked himself. It was only a little past noon since he took up the mission at 7 o'clock and used right and no yoroi all the way back. As he stepped out of his room and through the home, he stopped in the living room for a few seconds to survey it. Back then, when he was 7, it was barren of most things and looked rather unwelcoming. Now, after 5 years, it was full of mementos of things he had accomplished over the past few years. All the missions he had went on, pictures of his birthdays, but what he liked most was the centerpiece. Hanging on the far wall over the fireplace were two flak jackets. One was a lighter green than the other and less bulky. Right underneath of each were pictures. Underneath the olive green one was a picture of a bandaged Naruto with a cast, with Itachi in a very similar condition. On the frame it said Day we became Chunins. The one under the forest green flak jacket had a 10-year-old Naruto and Itachi eating ramen, wearing their jackets. Naruto had his mouth full of ramen while smiling at the camera, while Itachi was blushing as a brown-haired girl. I am of Ichiraku's ramen, hugged him. On that frame said Victory Lunch after first successful mission as Jounins. The blonde smiled at his memories. Man, I should stop reminiscing like that. I'm not an old man just yet, he said aloud. Closing the door behind him just as he left, Naruto decided to go to the academy first. If I'm not mistaken, it's the test for the genin right now. Or at least should be over by now. Naruto then chuckled to himself. Let's see just how my old classmates are doing. With that, Naruto took to the roofs. After some few minutes of roof hopping, he landed in the front gates of the Konoha Ninja Academy. He saw several families congratulating their kids. He saw one in particular he was familiar with. Hana-chan. Tsum-sama. Naruto greeted as he walked up to them. The two women looked towards his direction and smiled at him. Hey Gaki, Tsum greeted back. What are you doing here, Naruto? Hana asked. Naruto grabbed his chest in pain. Is that how you greet a friend of yours now, Hana-chan? I'm hurt, Naruto stated with mock hurt. The brown-haired girl rolled her eyes and Naruto stood up straight. When he did, he saw that Hana had what he was looking for, a forehead protector. She was wearing it around her neck like a necklace. Heh, seems like you passed the class at Kohai Junior, underclassman, etc. Don't call me that. Hana spluttered. Do you know how embarrassing it is to have a friend that is the same age as you and so many times higher in rank? Naruto put a finger to his chin before shaking his head. Not really, no. Hana pouted and crossed her arms over her chest. Naruto was laughing due to her reaction, and Tsum was as well. Well, you do have to admit she is right, Gaki, Tsum stated after getting her bearings. You're in ANBU and you're only 13 years old. Not a lot of people could boast that. The very few I know who could are you, Itachi, and your FA. I mean Hokage-sama. Sorry, Naruto, It's fine, Naruto waved off the comment as if it were nothing. So are you guys going to celebrate this day? Yeah, but a lot later. My idiot brother is still in class. Hana motioned towards a window where several 7-year-olds were staring at the new genin and their families. I heard there was a fuss today though. A kid was able to get out of class and go on a mission. Oh, that would be Itachi's fault. Both mother and daughter shouted. Itachi asked the council to give him a minor C-rank mission, so that he could give his brother some field experience, Naruto explained. I didn't know you could do that, some muttered. Naruto sniggered and shook his head. Of course you wouldn't know. It's one of the perks of being an ANBU captain. Naruto laughed. Hey, I want to ask, did Kotetsu and Izumo pass too? Yeah, they did. They are going to go eat out right now with their families, Hana told him. And here I wanted to congratulate those guys too. I mean, they would always joke around with me and stuff. Naruto snapped his fingers. Well, I'll leave you guys to enjoy the rest of the day. I'm going to try and find something to do. You can hang out with us for a while if you want to, Gaki, some suggested. Nah, it's a good day to celebrate with family. Naruto then looked far away from them. I think I'll hang out with Gigi for a bit. He then flashed a smile at the two females and walked away from the academy. As he did, he passed by the windows of a few classrooms. People who saw him were whispering amongst themselves. In a classroom, isn't he the shining imprisoner? A boy whispered to another one as they watched Naruto walk by the window. What's the imprisoner doing here? Another boy whispered. Is the dark illusionist here too? Kaya. He's so cool. A girl squealed. I know, right? Her friend next to her giggled. I don't get it, a boy sighed. He was sitting far away from the window and was looking at the group of people. He had on a fishnet shirt underneath a gray jacket. His brown hair was wild and untamed, and had two fawn-like markings on his cheeks. I don't get why girls are going goo-goo like that over him. Why are you complaining, Kiba? If he keeps the troublesome people out of our hair, all the power to him. Isn't that right, Chuji? A boy with a pineapple-style haircut yawned from next to him. He was wearing a plain white shirt and gray shorts. Next to him, a big-boned boy with brown hair was munching on chips nodded his head. Shikamaru, you're just being lazy again, Kiba replied with a frown. I mean, really though. He doesn't look all that strong. He doesn't even show how strong he is when he comes to train with my sister. What's so cool about Naruto Uzumaki anyway? It is quite simple as to why he is popular in Izuka, a stoic voice stated from the level above the trio. Looking behind them, they saw a boy with spiked hair and wearing a red t-shirt with a high collar. Covering his eyes was a pair of circular glasses. What are you talking about, Shino Abirame? Why do you think he is popular? Shino adjusted his glasses and said, he is strong. Ha! I don't see why people keep saying that. He's never shown that strength when he comes over to our house. It's because he does not want to hurt your sister. He is an ANBU and she is just a genin. If he were to take her on seriously, she would be injured. Do you think he would want that happening, to a friend no less? Shino questioned. Kiba made a strangled noise at the question and then glared at the boy. Now that you put it that way. Off in the corner another group sat. It consisted of two blonde girls, a brunette and a girl with pink hair. One of the blondes had chin-length platinum blonde hair that had a clip in it. She was wearing an orange shirt and black shorts. Her aqua eyes frowned as she glared at the kids staring at the window. The girl next to her, the one with pink hair with green eyes, had her head on the table and was waiting for the teacher. She had on a red bow in her hair and wore a black shirt and a red skirt. The brunette had pale white eyes, a brown shirt, and green shorts. She was fidgeting and wondering why they found the boy so cool. The one sitting farthest from the window was a girl, who looked a lot like Naruto. Her hair went all the way to the small of her back, and her cerulean eyes seemed to be glaring at the spot where the blonde boy just passed. She was dressed in a golden shirt and black shorts. You're glaring again, Yuri, the girl with pink hair mumbled as she looked at her friend. She then sat up when the blonde girl huffed and crossed her arms. I can't help it, Sakura, Yuri protested. That boy has my dad's looks and my mom's maiden name, but he's not part of my family. Plus he comes over every Sunday to learn some Fuinjutsu with my mom. I swear I'm not sure what to make of that guy. It's so confusing and infuriating. Are you sure it's not because he speaks to your sister more than he does to you? The platinum blonde giggled. Yuri blushed and then pointed at her. Shut up, Ino. Who cares if he talks to that quiet wallflower instead of me? Apparently you do. You should be happy for Tsubaki though, Yuri, the brunette spoke up as she sat up straight. You know how antisocial your sister is. The fact that she has a friend is a good thing. Hey, where is your sister anyway? Ino asked. She's usually here for class. Sasuke-kun is missing too, Sakura sighed. With Naruto. As Naruto kept walking, he felt several presences trailing him. Some of which he really did not like. Walking into an alley, Naruto stopped halfway before turning around. He lifted up a lightning-coated arm and blocked a blade coming towards his head. With his other hand he reached out and grabbed the neck of another person to his side. Doing a short spin, he threw them against each other before throwing a large amount of chains, trapping them against the walls of the building. He now looked at his assailants. They wore A and B uniforms, but something was off. Their masks were blank of any details save for eye slits and the kanji for root on them. Hearing a cough behind him, Naruto carefully turned around, frowning at the person. Shimura-san, what do you need with me? Naruto asked in a polite yet serious voice, his eyes trained on the form of Danzo standing with two more root A and BU next to him. No need to be so formal, Naruto-kun, Danzo replied, waving his good hand. It's a shame we could never get the drop on both you and your partner. The old man sighed as he looked at the root members trapped on the walls. Will you two even reconsider my proposal? Listen, Shimura-san, I appreciate the help you gave me 5 years ago, but I will not accept. I won't join root, and the same goes for Itachi. We do not want to end up like them. Naruto motioned to the two stuck to the wall. I see, that is unfortunate. You would be even stronger if you were to join root though, like I need strength. Naruto then turned around to leave the alleyway. As he walked away he spoke, don't worry though. As long as I breath, you and I have the same goal. I will further Konoha into the future, and make it prosper. The blonde then stopped at the other end of the alleyway where the sun was shining on the path. But unlike you who is hidden in the darkness, I'll be out here shining. After that the 13-year-old put his hands into his pockets and followed the crowd. Listening to what the boy said, Danzo couldn't help but think of Hiruzen. He let out a sigh before looking at his trapped subordinates. Take them off the walls. How do we do that, sir? One of his bodyguards asked. I don't know. Figure it out. Minutes later, damned old man, Naruto scratched his head furiously as he walked down the street. I swear he keeps trying to ask me and Itachi into his program every time he sees either of us. Naruto let out as a frustrated sigh as he kept walking. It's getting rather annoying. He stopped when he noticed he was in front of the Hokage Tower. How the hell did I end up here? Ah, good, Naruto-kun, another elderly voice greeted him. As he looked at the door opening and saw Hiruzen Sarutobi, the now 70-something-year-old retired Hokage. Hey Gigi, I was going to see you just now. How's handling the paperwork for all the missions going? Naruto asked with a smirk. The old man let out an amused chuckle. Rather tedious and boring. Hearing all these children complain about D-rank missions make life quite interesting though. He then looked at Naruto with a small smile. I'm just happy to not being reading about A and S rank missions anymore. You know how messy they can get? Yeah, now that I'm doing some of them I know what you mean. The blonde frowned, remembering all the deaths that he had seen during the past few months was rather disheartening. He really didn't like doing the deed, but when it was necessary he would do it. So why are you out of the office right now, Gigi? Just getting some fresh air, Naruto-kun. You have time to go grab one bowl of ramen? Sorry, but I can't, I'm just getting a breather. I'm rather busy with more paperwork. He then placed a placating hand on the boy's shoulder. I'll make it up to you later, Naruto. I'll hold you to it, Gigi. Naruto then nodded his head towards the old man, and he did the same before entering the building once more. Now what should I do? I have free time and I have nothing to do. Just as he said that the blonde's stomach began to growl. He might as well get some food. The blonde turned heading towards his favorite eatery in all of Konoha, Ichiraku's ramen. Well, even if I can hang out with Gigi, I'm going to get some ramen for myself. The blonde whistled a tune as he kept on walking, and as he was passing by Park, when he halted in his tracks. Looking over to the swing set he found a lonely figure rocking herself back and forth. She was wearing a blue skirt and a white kimono top. She had long flowing red hair that was pulled over her shoulder, and it reached all the way to her waist. In her hair was a blue headband. Her steel-gray eyes were downcast as she swung on the swing by herself. Naruto sighed and shook his head. Why is she here right now? She should be in class, he whispered into himself. Naruto walked over to the swing set and took the one next to her, as silently as he could. The girl shot her head up when she heard the noise. Her eyes were big and wide as they stared at him, and he swung himself on the swing set. And then Naruto-kun. She softly stuttered. She then turned her head down again and refused to look at him. Tsubaki, what are you doing here? The blonde asked in an annoyed tone. I am already ahead of the subject, and didn't want to sit through it again, she replied. Are you sure it's not because it was day of doing taijutsu? He got his reply when the girl seemed to shrink into herself. Why don't you ask someone from your family for help on that? I'm sure Kushina-sama would love to help. Even Hokage-sama is more than willing to. I don't want to bother them. They are all so busy. Oka-san started doing missions again. Ota-san is busy with Hokage work and Yuri doesn't like helping me all that often. He looked towards her again. She stopped talking. Naruto saw the sad girl looking at him with big sad eyes. Even you're busy, Naruto-kun, you don't have time to play with me now. You may talk to me when you visit the house, but all you do now is learn when you're there. You don't offer to teach me how to throw kunais and shuriken, you don't come to ask how my day is, and you don't go with walks with me anymore. I'm sorry about that, Tsubaki. I've been busy with missions. He stood up and placed a hand on her head, making the girl look at him again. He bent down on his knees and smiled kindly at her. Hey, I promised to make more time for you. Really? The girl asked hopefully. Really. I'll make more time for my cute little Tsubaki Haim, Databeo. The girl giggled and Naruto dropped his head a moment after he said that. Gah! It slipped out again. I find it cute, Databane. Naruto face palmed. We ninjas aren't supposed to be cute. We're supposed to be cool. Tsubaki started laughing at the 13-year-old. Yeah, laugh it up. When Naruto heard growling, one that wasn't his stomach, smirked at the little girl. She had a ruby-red face and seemed to have found the ground rather fascinating. You hungry, Tsubaki-Haim? The girl nodded shyly. Let's go get some ramen then. Naruto held out his hand to the little girl, who took it with a smile. As the two walked down the streets of Konoha, Tsubaki was greeted by most of the villagers. After the whole Kyuubi incident, Minato had declared that his daughters were Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. He said that they were the only two holding back the beast, and that they were heroes. The crowd cheered for them and had readily saw the twins as heroes. Of course, that was the reason that Naruto was disowned from his own family, and not all people were happy seeing as there were some assassination attempts on them. Naruto looked at the girl again, who seemed happier now that he was doing something with her. Mentally frowned. Why does she seem so lonely? There are several people there for her. I know Oka-san helps her out and is there for her, but I don't understand why she is being so antisocial, he thought to himself. Naruto-kun, we're here, the red-haired girl informed him. The blonde snapped out of his musings and entered the little stand. As he did, he was surprised to see that there was another pair already eating. One of them was Itachi, who was wearing a black high-collared shirt and white shorts. Next to him was a younger boy, looked to be the same age as Tsubaki. He was wearing a similar shirt as Itachi, except it was blue and had the uchiha fan on the back. He had black shorts that went just past his knee and blue sandals. The boy's hair was styled oddly like a duck's rear end. Itachi, you're back already? Naruto asked, surprised. He took a seat next to his partner, and Tsubaki sat on the other side of him. Hey there, Naruto. A middle-aged man with brown hair greeted him. I see you have Tsubaki-sama with you as well. Hello, Tuchi-san, Tsubaki stuttered. Hey Tuchi, how you doing? I'm doing great. The ramen stand owner replied. I had been expecting you earlier. What took so long? Sorry, I was out talking to some people, then ran into Tsubaki-Haim on the way here. The man nodded. So what will you two have? I'll have 2 large bowls of miso ramen with extra pork cutlets on them. How about you, Tsubaki? I would like a small bowl of salt ramen. She whispered. Small? You usually get a medium, Naruto stated. Are you not hungry? I am, but I don't have my wallet on me. Don't worry about it. I'll pay for you. What type of friend would I be if I didn't pay for you once in a while? Naruto then turned to Tuchi. Give her her usual. Got it. 2 large miso ramen and 1 medium salt ramen. It will take about 5 minutes, Tuchi replied. He then turned around and started to cook. By the way, Tuchi-san, where is Ayam? Oh, she choosing what to wear for her date. Date? Yeah. Itachi there asked her out on a date. You should have seen him stuttering like a fool as he did. Naruto and Tsubaki turned to look at the older Uchiha brother, who was choking on some noodles. The younger one was tapping his back to help him. Sasuke, is it true? Did your brother finally grow a pair and ask out Ayam? Naruto asked with a smirk. Hi Naruto-san, Sasuke replied with a nod of his head. Itachi managed to swallow the food stuck in his throat, gave his brother a light glare, before glaring at Naruto full on. The blonde was laughing and he even saw that Tsubaki was giggling a bit. Sure, laughed Naruto, Itachi mumbled with a roll of his eyes. I can't help it. I mean, you've been wanting to ask her out for half a year now. Took you long enough, man, Naruto congratulated his friend by slapping his back. So how did it go? Itachi stayed quiet, but Naruto saw the faintest of blushes on his cheeks. He looked over to Sasuke, who saw him as a second brother of sorts, but the boy kept his lips sealed. He then turned to Tuchi, who barked in laughter. You should have seen the boy, the ramen maker said. He came into the shop and greeted us. He sat down and ordered ramen for his brother and himself. Then he and Ayam started to make small talk. After a couple of minutes I heard this small little exchange. The ramen maker cleared his throat and tried his best impression of Itachi's voice. AIMSS-san, ILL like you. WHWHWH, would you GG go on a date YY with me tonight? He was staring so hard at the table that I thought he was asking it out. Naruto laughed even harder and Tsubaki giggled alongside him. Itachi sighed in defeat and noticed that even Sasuke was laughing a bit. The Uchiha was about to reply when he felt a hand on his shoulder. He saw Naruto was smiling at him. Good job, man. You got through your first confession. I would rather go through more life-threatening rank missions than do that again, Itachi admitted as he sipped some soup. Was it that hard when you told Yuki-san that you liked her? Naruto groaned and slammed his head onto the table. Tsubaki looked at him, and confused. I'll admit that yes, I told Yuki-chan that I liked her. After that we went on a date when I visited her. Naruto stopped talking for a minute to thank Tucci for the ramen. Everyone there, Tsubaki, Itachi, Sasuke and Tucci, were all listening carefully to Naruto as he frowned. But when I confessed to her, it was so embarrassing. I confessed to her at the place where she was auditioned for a movie. When I did, I stuttered like a complete dumbass, very much like you, in front of a whole studio. Not only that, but for some odd reason the director recorded that mess. Itachi laughed at his friend this time, and everyone else followed suit. Naruto frowned and glared a bit at Itachi but continued on talking. So you have it lucky, only 3 people know what happened. I had a large group, and evidence at my embarrassment. You're right, that isn't so bad. Yeah, I feel sorry for you, Naruto-san, Sasuke sniggered at the blonde. Naruto glared a bit at Itachi but stopped when he felt someone tugging at his sleeves. He turned to look at Tsubaki, who was smiling at him. I think it's cute, Naruto-kun, Tsubaki told him. Naruto groaned before ignoring them and eating his ramen, mumbling things about ninjas being cool, not cute. So it was during that time everyone made small talk, with Naruto having to drag Tsubaki into the conversation since she was so quiet. After eating and paying for their food, they said their goodbyes to the ramen chef. As they were about to leave, an ANBU appeared in front of them. Uzumaki Taicho, Uchiha Taicho, good afternoon. The ANBU member greeted them. Uzumaki Taicho, the Hokage wants to see you. I see, Naruto sighed. Tsubaki, can I leave you in the care of Itachi? But Naruto-kun. She then saw his serious face and stopped her protest. Oh, okay, Itachi, take her home for me. The older Uchiha nodded and offered her a hand. Come on, Tsubaki-sama. I'll take you home. Sasuke, let's go, Itachi told the kids. Hi, Oniai-san, Sasuke replied. He walked alongside the two and Naruto watched them off for a few seconds, before turning to the ANBU member. I'll head over there myself, Naruto informed the ninja. The ANBU nodded and shunted away. Naruto followed suit, using a lightning variant. He then found himself standing in front of the Hokage Tower once more. Opening the doors, he walked through the halls and greeted those who noticed him. He soon found himself in front of the double doors of the Hokage's office. Knocking on the door, he waited to be called in. Come in, Minato's voice sounded from the other side of the wall. The blonde opened the door and found the Hokage smiling at him. Hokage-sama, he greeted his ex-father. Minato was silently before motioning with his hands towards the door. 3 hidden ANBU members left the room after that. He watched them all leave before looking at Minato again. So how are you, Naruto? The older blonde asked with a smile. Naruto responded with a frown. Minato team, cut the crap already. You cast me out of your family for Kami knows what reason, so I know you really don't give a damn about me. You obviously don't like me, and I really don't give a rat's fluffy ass about you at the moment. So let's skip all this bullshit and get to the point. Why did you call me? Minato dropped his smile and stared at the boy with a frown. Blunt as ever, Naruto, he sighed. I really am trying to reconnect to you. Are you? Naruto asked as he leaned against the far wall. Or are you doing this due to the fact that your wife and daughters speak to me frequently? And the fact that they see me as some sort of surrogate son or brother or something of the sort doesn't really help, does it? I know that. That is why I'm asking if you want to still join our family. The younger blonde gave a humorless laugh. Just like Danzu, you are still giving me the same offer even after 5 years. Naruto pushed off the wall and crossed his arms. I still refuse. Just like I said all those years ago, I have something I'm aiming for. Now that I have more power, I know I will be able to reach it. Naruto then turned towards the door to leave. Now, if that is all you needed, Hokage-sama. No, it isn't. I'm giving you this warning. The Uzumaki heard the threat in the Namake's tone. Hell, he could even feel the killing intent behind it. If you do anything to bring harm on my family, I will kill you. I care for my family. You have a funny way of showing it then. If you really care about them, I suggest you make time for Tsubaki, curb Yuri's ego and actually show you love Kushina-sama, Naruto suggested, because from the looks of things she seems a bit displeased these past few days. You do something to piss off the woman you're so in love with recently, team? He then felt something moving through the air. After using Haruka's Miyabi for such long periods of time, the amounts of chakra needed to maintain and used the move had minimized so much that Naruto could afford to have the technique go out in a 5-meter about 5 yards radius in all directions. Then Naruto caught the kunai aimed at his head, while using a right-an no Yoroi enhanced hand to hold onto a spiraling orb of chakra aimed at him. Dropping the kunai, Naruto held onto Minato's wrist. Cerulean eyes met cerulean as they glared. Throwing away the arm, Naruto sped to the window and glared at the Hokage. Attacking me now? No, it was all reflex. I thought I saw a rather big bug on the wall and decided to kill it, Minato replied with a forced smile. With a Rasengan? It was a big bug. Both blondes glared at each. Naruto knew he couldn't do anything to retaliate to the attack, due to it being an act of treason. Minato knew he couldn't accuse Naruto of anything, there was no evidence of any treason. Naruto was good enough to hide any trace of whatever he did to avoid suspicion. Fitting of an ANBU captain, if that is all Hokage-sama, I will be taking my leave. Very well, Naruto. You are dismissed. Naruto saluted, and jumped out the window. Damn him, he's getting stronger. If this keeps going, that second prophecy may come true. He picked up his kunai, a 3-pronged kunai, and frowned. He knew that he would have been able to hit the boy with his Rasengan, if only his Hiraishin jutsu worked, but for some reason it didn't work. He looked at the blade and scowled. At the seal array for the jutsu was destroyed. He destroyed it the moment he caught it. Smart of him, with Naruto. He's starting to get hostile now, Naruto mentally frowned. Kami, and here I thought that our verbal matches were intense. I didn't know he was going to start resulting in threatening me. Although I should have not provoked him at all in the first place. Naruto-kun! A woman's voice shouted out to him. The blonde looked up and smiled at the person. It was Kushina Namikaze. She was dressed in fully jounin gear. How are you? I'm doing well, Kushina-sensei, he answered. You went on a mission? Yeah, I wanted to stretch out my legs and get my blood pumping. Naruto nodded his head before sighing. Look, Kushina-sensei, I'm not going to be able to make our Fuinjutsu lesson on Sunday. Oh why? I'm going to go visit somebody that day. That person you keep meeting up with once a month? Yeah. So please take that time and spend it with your family. Naruto smiled at his suggestion. He was doing this for Tsubaki, his little sister that will never know that he is her brother. He was so damn soft when it came to girls like them. Oh. Okay, Kushina replied, sounding rather disappointed by his answer, and the blonde caught it well enough. Well, just come by the house if you need anything then. Naruto nodded and waved her off as she too headed towards. Looking up to the sky and noticing that it was already late in the afternoon, Naruto sighed for the umpteenth time that day, as he decided to begin his trek home, and to make dinner for his family. Family. Oba-chan and Shizen always smile when I call them that. Although recently, I'm starting to think that Shizune doesn't see me like a little brother anymore. I mean, she keeps hugging me more affectionately, kissing me on the cheek. She also has this lingering gaze that looks at my back, and let's not forget the blush each time smile at her. So lost in his thought, that Naruto wasn't looking was going, and he had bumped into someone. Oh, I'm so sorry, he apologized. It is fine, young one, Naruto heard a regal voice. Looking at the woman, he was surprised to see an elegant-looking woman. She had black hair done in a nice bun, and she was dressed in a decorative white kimono. Her jade-green eyes blinked at him. You look just like. The woman whispered, so low that Naruto couldn't catch what she was saying. Excuse me, miss? Sorry, just lost in thought. Would you mind helping me go to the Hokage's office? Of course, miss, Kayemi Tsunako. Okay, Tsunako-sen, let's go. The walk to the building was rather lax. Tsunako would ask Naruto a few things about Konoha, and he would reply and explain them to her. As they approached the building, Naruto held the door open for her. They made their way up the stairs, and Naruto once again found himself standing in front of those same double doors. Knocking on the door once again, he heard the come and open the door. He saw Kushina was in there as well, probably still giving her report. They were looking at him expectantly. Excuse me, Hokage-sama, Tsunako has come here to meet with you. The moment he said those words, he noticed that Minato paled visibly. Kushina looked confused. Hello, Minato-sama, how are you? Tsunako asked with a calm smile. I am fine, Minato gulped. Who are you? Kushina inquired. Oh, let me introduce myself. I am Tsunako of the Nadeshiko village. I am here to come for your end of the agreement we had all those years ago, Tsunako spoke. I am here to take you back to my village and make you my husband. What? Was the similar shout of Naruto and Kushina. By now, Minato was sweating bullets. Minato, who is this whore? Kushina demanded as she turned to her husband. Minato gulped as he looked between the two women. I can explain, Kushina, the older blonde stated as he rolled his chair back a bit. Suddenly the intercom came to life. Hokage-sama, your daughter Yuri is here to see you, his receptionist informed them. Not now, I'm kind of busy at the moment. But sir, she insists, the receptionist reported. What is Yuri doing here? Naruto wondered to told the man on the other side of the intercom not to let the person in as he was having a very important conversation right now. Naruto turned his attention to the two women. Why are you here, you husband stealer? Kushina growled at Tsunako. Please, he was promised to me 15 years ago, Tsunako laughed. That made Naruto and Kushina's eyes widen in disbelief. 15 years ago? Kushina stuttered. But he and I were already dating during that time. How was the during that time engaged to you? By the laws of my village, Nadeshiko village, we women are to go out and challenge men to a fight. If we beat them, we kill them. If they win, they have to marry us. The raven-haired beauty motioned to the blonde who was sinking back into his chair as Kushina glared at him. During one of his missions away from the village I met up with him and challenged him to fight. He won. He promised himself to me after that, he even brought me to bed. This caused the red-haired woman to gasp, before turning to her husband. Is that true? Did you cheat on me? All the way back then? Kushina asked her husband. Of course not. I would never do that to you, Kushina. I love you. Minato protested, his voice getting louder with each sentence said. He then turned to Tsunako, who was laughing. And you get out of my office. I don't know who you are, but I don't want you destroying my family with your lies. But I am not lying, Minato Namikaze, Tsunako said with a firm voice. If you want proof, I can tell you something that someone who has seen you fully nude before would know. She then smiled at him. I usually don't say such vulgar things out loud, but right above your groin is a small scar in the shape of triangle. How did you know that? Kushina gasped. Just as I said, he took me to bed and I saw him entirely. You just seduced him, you bitch. Ladies, Naruto tired to get a word in to somehow stop the women. Can you two please not argue right now? Yes, for once I agree with Naruto, Minato stated. Please Kushina, calm down. Yes, calm down please. Tsunako-san, don't do anything outrageous. Keep away from husband, you loose whore, Kushina ground out. If you could please your man back then, he wouldn't have had to come to me for pleasure, Tsunako answered. I bet he goes to the brothel to get some loving. You bitch. Before Naruto or Minato could react, Kushina lunged. She punched Tsunako, who retaliated by kicking her out the window. I'll be back for you, Minato-sama, after I kill that woman you are married to. After that you can come back with me due to our little ordeal back then. With that the beauty jumped out the window after Kushina. Naruto and Minato were looking out the window and heard the sounds of a scuffle going on between the two women outside. It took a few moments before Naruto spoke up. Aren't you going to do something about this? He asked, looking towards Minato. I don't think I'm going to be able to stop them, since I am the reason they are fighting. Naruto showed his displeasure at the choice, but shook his head. I'll stop them if you're willing to give me one favor, not now, but sometime in the near future. Why should I do that, Naruto? Because this could be considered an S-rank mission. You don't want to get in the middle of a fight between your wife and some woman you cheated on her with. Getting into a cat fight like that is the death of any sane person. Minato thought it over and agreed. Fine, just stop them. Deal. The blonde then turned to the window outside. You heard that right, Ero-sensei. Hokage-sama owes me one favor. I hear that, kid, Jiraiya replied as he emerged. I'll got it recorded too. The old sage held up a tape recorder. Naruto then smiled at his former father, who scowled at the fact that he was tricked by a child and his mentor. Naruto gave his father a salute before jumping out the window. I'm going to need a drink after this, Minato muttered under his breath. How long have you been there? Jiraiya stepped into the room through the window, since Kushina entered the room and debriefed you on her mission. Naruto waved at me before coming into the building. So care to tell me when one woman Minato decided to cheat on Kushina? The perverted man asked as he sat down on one of the couches. I'd rather not talk about it. Oh, I think you should. If you don't, who knows what will happen to your family? This caused the blonde to frown and open his mouth to explain the entire situation to Jiraiya. About how he met with a woman outside of the village, how he beat her in battle, and how he gave in to his urges that night. All the while, Yuri was outside listening to what her father confessed. With Naruto, Naruto chased after the two women who were beating up each other as they ran throughout the village. If they don't stop, they'll probably destroy half of Konoha, he said to himself as he looked at the carnage left by the two women. Several stalls were broken, some houses had large chunks ripped off due to Tsunako's surprising amount of strength as she hurled those concrete blocks at them. He also noticed several ANBU on the floor, either hurt by the trying to stop them only to be hit and left lying on the floor, or being just getting hit by collateral damage. Naruto stopped chasing the women for a bit to order some of the ninja around. Stop following them. Naruto barked his order. Several chasing ninjas stopped and stared at Naruto. Uzumaki Taicho. Most of the ANBU greeted. They all knelt before him as he looked at them. Unlike the ANBU, the lower-ranked ninjas stared in awe of the blonde in front of them. Most, if not all, of them had never met the fabled Shining Imprisoner in person. Some of the women swooned they saw him, while the men held a respect for the boy who made it into ANBU at the age of 13. If you guys keep chasing them, you'll end up getting hurt too. Now I want half of you to take the injured to the hospital. He pointed to the left half of the group when he said this. I want a quarter of the remaining to make sure the civilians stay away from the Kushina-sama and her guest, while the last few take into account how much damage has been done to the village. What do we do about the pair though? A Jounin asked. I'll handle it. Now go, Hi Taicho. The ANBU shouted before reacting. The Jounin followed suit, with Chunin and Genin still looking in awe at the boy. Naruto smiled at them before motioning with his head to do their job. They nodded and moved to action as well. Just as Naruto was about to move, two figures landed next to him. One was Itachi and the other was Shursui. What's the situation? The older Uchiha asked. Kushina-sama and a visitor are having a dispute, Naruto informed them. Over what? Itachi questioned. The right to see who Hokage-sama belongs to. Both Uchiha raised an eyebrow at him. It's hard to explain since even I don't know all of the details myself. So what do you want us to do, Naruto Taicho? Naruto smacked his forehead before speaking again. Kami, that sounds so weird coming from you, Shursui and I, Naruto whined. Next to him Itachi was nodding his head. Enough of that. I want you two to seal of the perimeter to make sure no one enters the training field 3. Why that field? Itachi asked. It's the closest one here and that's where I'll take those two to handle them. Got it. Both Uchihos jumped ahead to the training field Naruto spoke of and the blonde frowned. I really don't want to hurt Kushina-sama and Tsunako-san, but I have to do what I need to do. Naruto put his made a cross sign with his hands and shouted. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. A second Naruto appeared next to the original and nodded. Both of them turned on right and no Yoroi and sped off. The original grabbed Kushina by the waist mid-attack and the clone did the same with Tsunako. A few seconds later they found themselves in the training field that Naruto appointed. He gently dropped off both women to the ground but made sure to give enough distance between them and himself just in case they attack in their fury. He then saw Itachi and Shursui nodding towards him, confirming that they have sealed off the area to other people. The blonde then turned his attention to the two women, who were now glaring at him. Naruto-kun, I care for you but please stay out of this fight, Kushina ground out. Yes, little boy, do not interfere with us, Tsunako agreed. After I kill this woman, I will be out of your hair. Heh, like you can kill me Tebane, the red-haired replied with a glare. The two women charged again, but this time Naruto appeared in between them. He placed a palm on Kushina's stomach, and a multitude of chains shot out and covered her. Doing the same with Tsunako as he slammed his other palm into her stomach. Both women were stopped for a moment, before Naruto pushed Tsunako to the right and Naruto pushed Kushina away. Will you two stop this nonsense? Naruto frowned. No! Both women shouted in return. Naruto's eyes widened since Tsunako tore through the chains just utilizing sheer force of strength, and Kushina using her own abilities with the technique to destroy them. The two of them charged and started attacking each other again. Note to self, strengthen chains against physically strong opponents. Frowning, the blonde knew that he wouldn't be able to stop them with the chains again if they were able to do that. He started doing hand seals as he watched the two women duke it out. Surprisingly enough, both women were even in terms of strength, and were trading blows evenly. Not only that, their skills in Kanai's Samban were even too. When they were throwing out jutsus they had cancelled each other out. Kushina, being a Suiton user, evened out against Tsunako's Futon jutsu. Rantan Tenmu, making an L shape with his right hand, he shot out two short beams of light from his fingers and hit both women mid-swing of their attacks. When they hit their marks, the two beams of light spread around both women's bodies, covering them completely in a crisscrossing pattern of lightning that seemed to tighten around their bodies, and then the ends of the flowing bolts had pierced and embedded themselves into the ground. What is this? Tsunako asked as she tried to struggle against the jutsu, only find the bolts of lightning tightening and shocking her. She struggled even more, causing the jutsu to react with more shocks and even more tightening. What surprised Naruto was that the woman let out a moan when that occurred. For a child you are rather kinky, I like it. Would you like to play with me later? She smiled seductively at the boy. Kushina, for a reason she still could not fathom, growled at the fact that the woman had the gall to try and seduce her student, her Naruto. When she did that and tried to struggle, the binding ropes of lightning tightened around her and made her flinch in pain. As for the blonde, his reaction to the flirting was his palm meeting his face. Why do I always manage to capture the women who like being tied up? First Mitarashi-san, then that other crazy woman from Kiri when I was near there, and now you. Naruto huffed. Now I want both of you to stay there and calm down. I won't loosen up those techniques if you keep on fighting. I wouldn't mind if you tighten them a bit more, Tsunako said in a husky voice. Naruto had a sweat drop appear, for the woman was surely getting off his technique. Okay. The blonde coughed to regain his bearings before speaking again. Now, Tsunako-san, would mind explaining to me the full situation? Kushina was about to open her mouth, but Naruto glared at her, causing her to stop. I would rather you not insult her right now, Kushina-sama. So if you would, please stay quiet. The tone he was using was the one reserved for members in his squad who were not listening. It was similar to one that a parent would use on a disobedient child. Just by hearing that tone, one that she never expected Naruto to use on her, Kushina kept quiet. The blonde then turned back towards Tsunako. Please explain. I already explained it back in the office, in detail. The tone reappeared in his voice and Tsunako also flinched at it. All right. 15 years ago, just as I said, I had met with Minato-sama on one of his missions. As it was, I was on the exact same mission, which was just to exterminate a large group of bandits. So we decided to help each other out during that time. The mission was over fairly quickly, and we got our payments. It was after the mission that we got busy. Kushina growled again, but kept quiet. I challenged him to a battle and he won, thus making him the best choice of husband. This made the blonde raise an eyebrow at the woman. How so? The village I come from is highly maternal, where women rule. So when we go look for husbands outside of the village, we have to find one stronger than ourselves to breed strong heirs. Naruto nodded his head this time. I see. Now can you please explain the part as to why you had sex with Hokage-sama? It must have been clear that he was dating someone. He must have said it at some point, he suggested. That's just it, he never told me he was in a relationship. He just had sex with me that night and left the following morning. Minato-sama left a note saying that he'll come back for me eventually. After a decade and a half, I decided to see if he was still alive, and here I am. I really want him to be my husband, but seeing as he is married, the only way I can get that is to kill the woman right there. Like hell I'll let you do that, Kushina shouted. Naruto sighed and shook his head. Walking over to Tsunako, he placed the 2 fingers on the back of her neck. Pressing it and applying some chakra, several seal arrays appeared, all to crawl out of the place he touched. It went under her clothes before they disappeared in a blue light. Naruto turned on his heels, walked over to Kushina and did the same thing. Naruto-kun? Sorry, Kushina-sama, this is a precaution, Naruto apologized. I don't want both of you killing each other. Until we get Hokage-sama's side of this discussion, I'm sealing off your chakras. He then smirked. And I know you can undo most seals, especially this one, but I made sure you can't break it, Kushina-sama. Without saying anything, he also took this time to study the seal on the back of her neck, the one placed by her own husband. The chakra in it that had the seal going was so faint that it would be hard to trace. What surprised Naruto though was the amount of cracks on it. It seemed as if the seal was on the verge of breaking. How so? Kushina asked. It's an oral seal. It will only turn off if I say a certain phrase. He then walked in between the 2 women and looked at each of them with a mild glare. Now, I will take off the jutsu holding you down. Do not try to kill each other this time. Dropping the Ranon jutsu, the woman rubbed some sore spots where the lightning was too tight. Although the entire time Tsunako did this, she was smiling flirtatiously at Naruto. The blonde slapped his palm against his face again after seeing the smile. Now, will you 2 behave as he head back towards the tower? Both women nodded, although it seemed that Kushina's was more forced than anything. Good, Itachi, Shursui, you can head back now. Help anyone in the village that needs repairs. The 2 Uchiha's chakra disappeared a few seconds later. Let's go. As the blonde was leading them back, the 2 women were relatively calm. Although Naruto knew the seal would probably not hinder the fight between these 2 women, he was content with them following his orders. Tsunako was watching the blonde intently during the journey back, while Kushina was watching Tsunako with a glare. Tell me, Minato-sama's wife, who is that boy? He looks just like Minato-sama. Is he your son? I have a name, it is Kushina, the redhead snapped. And no, he is not our son. Kushina felt a stab of sadness in her heart when she said that, but was still confused as to why. He is ANBU captain, Naruto Uzumaki. He is my apprentice in Fuinjutsu. ANBU captain already? He is only like 12 years old? He is 13 and yes, he is a captain. He is just far stronger than most children his age. The redhead then glared at the woman again. Why? Trying to get him too? I am not sure, maybe. If he can beat me in a battle, I wouldn't mind giving up chasing Minato-sama for him. He may be young, but I can raise him to be a perfect husband. Besides, those odd chains and capturing techniques will surely liven up the bedroom once he is old enough." Tsunako smiled, and Kushina blushed. She never considered bondage ever, not liking the idea of it. "Now that I think about it, I may just challenge him right after the little explanation, and take him away with me." Kushina growled again and was reading a scathing remark on how the woman was going to be a cradle robber, but she was interrupted when Naruto stopped. They were already in front of the Hokage tower, and he looked at them. "Let's get this over with. I want to go home and rest after this entire ordeal," Naruto sighed as he rubbed his temples. The trio made its way up towards the Hokage's office. Upon reaching the doors, Naruto was surprised to see Yuri eavesdropping. "Yuri-sama, what are you doing? Listening in on your father's meetings again?" The little blonde girl's head snapped up towards Naruto. She opened her mouth and closed it several times, unable to form a coherent sentence due to being caught eavesdropping. She settled for glaring at the blonde. "I have the right to be here. I am the Hokage's daughter and I can go wherever I want. So do not go around commanding me." Uzumaki Yuri scowled. "Yuri-sama, go home." That commanding tone reappeared in his voice, and Yuri gulped. She felt like she was staring down her dad, but being the proud daughter of Minato Namikaze, she did not want to listen. "No! You cannot command me like that. You're not my father, so I don't have to listen to you at all. But you have to listen to what your mother says." Naruto turned to Kushina. "Isn't that right, Kushina-sama?" Yuri turned her head towards her mother, who she just noticed for the first time. "Ooka-san, Yuri-chan, go home please. Your father has very important business to speak of, and you're too young to understand it," Kushina suggested in a soft tone. Yuri opened her mouth to protest, but stopped herself. "Hi, Ooka-san." Yuri walked past the trio and glared at Naruto. The blonde teen shook his head again, not liking that she would glare at him like that. "You should really curb her ego, Kushina-sama," Naruto sighed. "She thinks she's a big deal since she is the Hokage's daughter, when she is not. She keeps using that title of hers to go around and get free stuff from people, and get lesson from older shinobi. She also thinks she's better than the others in her class, when I know she is just mediocre." "Naruto-kun, I won't let you insult my daughter in front of me," Kushina replied. "I'm not insulting her, I'm telling the truth. She may be great in taijutsu, but her nin and genjutsu leave a lot to be desired." The blonde sighed and turned to Tsunako. "I am sorry about that." "It is fine," the raven-haired beauty smiled. Naruto opened the door to the room, to see Minato all alone staring at the desk. "Hokage-sama, I have stopped the two as per our agreement." "All right, you may leave now, Naruto-san," Minato suggested towards the door. Naruto bowed and left the room, only to hop out the window and sit along the side of the window for the Hokage's office. Running chakra through his ears, Naruto listened in to the conversations. He could only catch pieces of the ensuing argument inside. Kushina shouting at Minato at his infidelity, Tsunako stating that she would give up on Minato because he had children already, Minato trying to save his sorry ass from his own wife's wrath. He knew it was wrong to do this, but he wasn't doing this for information. No, Naruto was standing guard there just in case Minato would do something harmful to the women. The argument kept going for a little longer, before he heard Tsunako leave, followed shortly by Kushina, who gave her husband parting words, namely, "You're sleeping in a hotel tonight." Naruto sighed before jumping off the ledge and landing on the ground. He dusted himself off, before deciding to walk home. As he was walking, he felt a presence following him, one that wasn't hiding herself so well. "Tsunako-san, I regret to tell you this, but I won't fight you. For one, I'm too young to get married, and two, I have a girlfriend." Don't worry about it," Tsunako replied as she began to walk alongside him. "I'll wait for you to break up to get you to come with me." The blonde shook his head. "Besides, you are a little young for me. Although my friend has a daughter a few years younger than you, I don't think they'd be happy with that. Besides, what's the chances of me ever meeting with her?" "Rather high now that I will suggest you as a possible candidate." This caused the blonde to fight the urge to groan. "Really, Tsunako-san, I don't want you playing matchmaker for me. I found my first girlfriend, and I'm willing to find others if this one doesn't work out. Just don't send violent women after me demanding that I give them children. I think I'd be scarred for life if that were to happen." Eyeing her, Naruto decided to voice out his concern. "I heard you saying that you were not going to chase after Hokage-sama, since he had kids. Is that true?" The woman laughed behind her hand. "Heavens no. The reason I decided to stop chasing him was simple." When Naruto raised an eyebrow, motioning for her to continue, she smiled at him. "He's proving to me what my village is sure of, which is, men are all corrupt individuals and are only looking out for themselves." She motioned towards the tower as they walked away from it. "He used me to fulfill his desires since he was away from the village and his lover. He was willing to look out for himself, and only himself. Not all men are like that, Naruto retorted. There are several around the world and in the past that have done things not for themselves but for the betterment of everyone around them. Like the Shodaime Hokage, and the legendary Rikudo Sennin. You can't tell me that you believe that all men are corrupt or evil. You have a point, but I never met these persons. She then looked at him with a critical eye. I mean, you may be like Minato-san as well, but we'll never know that until you show it in your actions. I am not like him, Naruto growled in reply. And it would be good to not associate me with him. He may be my leader, but he is not a person I respect. He then stared at her with some annoyance in his eyes, before it left, and he motioned toward the hotel within the city. Shall I walk you to your hotel? I would not mind that, Naruto. Oh, and you could your chakra now. The seal came off when we were in the office. Oh? I did not feel it come off. You may not have felt it, but I'm sure Kushina-sama did. The phrase to unlock it was as per our agreement. Time skip. A few hours later, after having dinner with Tsunade, Shizen and a visiting Jiraiya, Naruto was standing outside of the house waiting for his godfather. As the Toad Sage joined him, Naruto opened their discussion with one statement that caught Jiraiya off guard. Minato attacked me today, he said. He what? Jiraiya shouted. He attacked me? After I partially insulted him. That crazy bastard. What did he think he was doing by attacking you? Who knows? Naruto sighed. What are you going to do about it? I am doing nothing. I can't do anything about the situation I am in. Naruto sighed as he looked at his arm. He used both Hiraishin and Rasengan. If I didn't have Haruka's Miyabi and Raiten no Yoroyan, I would have been in the hospital. Or the morgue. He then sighed and shook his head. Do you think you can look up any other cases infidelity Hokage-sama may have had? I can, but that won't take precedence to my duties to the village. It is fine. Just do what you can. If one appeared claiming to have some sort of affair with a man, I want you to find out if there are others like her. Jiraiya nodded. The blonde eyed his sensei and spoke again. You're taking his attack on me rather well. I'd rather not blow up right here. Don't want Tsunadeheim getting all furious at me. Hey, you're so whipped. Hey, what can you say? It is women that rule the world, not men. Women. Namake's household. Kushina laid on her bed, alone, that night. She had meant it when she told Minato that he would sleep in a hotel after that whole ordeal. As of right now, she couldn't trust him and had put up a privacy seal and a locking seal on the door. She made it a complex one that she had not taught Minato, to keep him out. The argument she had with him in the office was rather calm and sedated. When they got home, their argument escalated to a shouting match. They had put Tsubaki and Yuri to their rooms on the second to ensure that they would not hear or see what was happening on the first floor. So now, as she laid in bed, her thoughts kept turning back to their disagreement and his cheating on her. Sure, it may have happened well over a decade ago, but it still hurt to think that Minato cheated on her while she was dating him. She had been faithful to him every step of the way. She had loved him ever since he saved her from the Kumo ninjas when they were teens, and how does he repay her? By having sex with a woman behind her back, and that was one woman. After 15 years, who knows how many more are out there, she thought to herself. That made her heart sink a bit more. Has he been faithful to me as I have been with him, or has he been doing things behind my back all this time? Thinking that, she felt a stab of hurt in her chest. As she continued to dwell on those thoughts, she kept feeling more and more unsure of her relationship with her own husband. Soon she was twisting herself in a knot, literally and figuratively, as she tossed and turned on her bed. Slowly, her thoughts changed from one blonde to another, as she tried to stop thinking about her husband. Her mind shifted to Naruto, and the way he spoke, commanded her that day. She would have never expected that from him. From all the times he spent with her during the weekends, during those times the boy was light-hearted, fun to be around, and was kind. He would soak up knowledge and show that he was really appreciative of what she was doing for him. But when he got into his commander mode, she was shocked. The fact that he spoke down to her, and she obeyed, was even more shocking. It was during that time when reality came crashing down, and showed that her Naruto wasn't just a boy wanting to learn but a skilled shinobi that demanded the respect of all those around him. Wait. My Naruto? When did I start thinking of Naruto in that way? She thought to herself. I shouldn't be thinking of the boy as my possession. He's a pupil, a friend, and a respected Uzumaki clan member. He's not like some sort of puppy you find and take home, nor is he my child. That gut-wrenching feeling reappeared again when she thought that. She brushed it off, but the nagging feeling inside her head told her she shouldn't. As she laid there now, she thought of all the times she had interacted with Naruto throughout those 5 years. She smiled fondly as she remembered all the times she helped him in learning Fuinjutsu. She remembered the one time when Naruto fell asleep while working, and ended up smudging his face with ink. Kushina then remembered the time Naruto first met up with Tsubaki and Yuri, as he bonded with them relatively well. Tsubaki seemed to have clung on to him after meeting him, while Yuri was partially afraid of him, due to the fact that he looked so much like Minato. Both girls kept coming to him during his sessions with her, whether it be to play around Tsubaki or question him. The two girls were drawn to the blonde. Kushina would be lying to herself if she didn't say that spent almost all morning on Sunday counting off the minutes until Naruto would come to visit. His comings and goings to the Namikaze household had been some of the most fun she had in years. If they weren't learning, Naruto would be doing something that would be entertaining to her and the girls. Almost like how Minato would be before he delved too deep into his work. With that small thought, Kushina frowned. That one thought had led her to now compare the two men to each other. Their appearances were similar, were almost identical to each other, but it was in their personalities that was different. Now, as she slowly fell asleep, Kushina couldn't help but think that Naruto would be a perfect person for their family. With Minato couldn't help but frown as he paced the floor of his hotel room. True to her word, Kushina put up several seals to keep him out. Heck, she even threw out all his Horatian kunais and erased all his emergency seals inside. He cursed that Tsunako woman for coming in and ruining his rather unstable life at the moment. The fact that Naruto was becoming more of a threat and coming closer to fulfill that prophecy made so long ago was one thing. Now his wife is mad at him. He really couldn't blame anyone though. He was weak all those years ago. He wanted to ask Tsunako for help on how to learn to please a woman, so he can do those things to Kushina. He didn't think that whole rationale would bite him in the proverbial ass later on. Now, a good decade and a half later, the woman just had to appear and ruin what he had up. Sure, Naruto stopped her and Kushina from duking it out, but a city block or so was destroyed in their little match. Hell, Minato had to make up a story as to not arrest the woman, since she was starting to attach herself to Naruto. Now there was a name that made him mad. The blonde little punk was growing up too fast and too strong. The second prophecy about him would happen all too soon if he didn't do anything to curb that boy's progress. Not only that, he was getting too close to Kushina and the girls. Minato knew that the blonde loved them, as he should because he was their family, but he posed a threat to them. Naruto's strength would bring his enemies onto him, and those close to him. That would make Naruto's presence around his family is a danger. Sadly, he forgot that he was an S-class ninja himself, and would likely bring the same fate upon his family as Naruto would. Minato cursed himself even more. After all these years, the seal on Kushina is coming off, and with Naruto getting closer to her, soon her memories would come back to her, and everything will fall apart. I have to do something about him, but what? Minato said to himself. Slowly, as he thought to himself, he turned towards the Uchiha district, the home of Naruto's strongest allies, and smiled slowly. He knew what he had to do. If anything, it would help him take care of those little pricks. They wouldn't listen to him, but they would listen to Naruto. If his long-banished son wanted to take over Konoha, the Uchiha would help. They made sure to voice out their like for him, and that he could use. All it would take is one night, and a squad of ANBU. A week after the whole Tsunako incident, everything went back to normal. People had returned to their jobs, Tsunako went home, and everything was just peachy keen. As Tsunade sat down in her office at the hospital in Konoha, she heard a knock on the door. Shizen, who was putting away papers into the filing cabinet next to it, opened the door. Naruto stepped inside and smiled at them. Hey Bachan, Shizune, how are you? Naruto asked as he strolled in. He flashed a smile at Shizen, who smiled back, but there was the faintest hint of a blush on her cheeks. Bored, Tsunade replied. Your surrogate sister over there won't let me have any sake. There aren't many patients, and not a lot of work today. The blonde woman then looked at Naruto with narrowed eyes. Why are you here, brat? Naruto walked up to Tsunade and threw an envelope onto the table. Tsunade raised an eyebrow before opening the envelope. It was full of Ryo, hundreds of thousands of it. What is this for? You should go on vacation, the blonde replied with a smile. You and Shizune have done so much lately, all I ever see is you two running around. So, I asked the Hokage to give you a vacation for a week. Really? How kind of you, Naruto-kun, Shizen cooed as she hugged him from behind. The blonde smiled back at her. Are you going to be coming with us? The boy shook his head. Sorry, I've got a mission that day. I see. Well, thanks for the gambling money, brat. Tsunade smirked. We'll leave tomorrow. Naruto nodded before heading out the door, but before he did he gave Shizen a quick peck on the cheek, causing the girl to blush and stutter uncontrollably. Tsunade laughed at her apprentice as her surrogate son left the room. A few minutes later, when Shizen calmed down, Tsunade frowned. Something doesn't feel right. What do you mean, Tsunade-sama? Shizen asked. The kid wouldn't give us this much money just to go gambling. Well, he does know about your terrible losing streak, so it would make sense that he'd give us enough money to last a few days. Tsunade balked, completely forgetting that she sucked at gambling. Be quiet, Shizen. We'll pack and leave tonight. No time like the present to get some more money. Even as she said this, Tsunade could not help the feeling that Naruto was up to something. Something that needed her to be out of the village. When Naruto was far away as possible, he popped into a cloud of smoke, revealing only to be a clone. Time skip. Naruto landed in front of a hotel in the small village of Tanzaka-gai. Looking around to make sure no one was following him, he entered the building. He smiled at the receptionist and spoke. Hello, may I know which room Yuki Fujikaze is in? He asked. Sure, may I know who you are first? The receptionist asked. I'm her boyfriend. Oh. I didn't know she had one. She then looked through the hotel's log before speaking again. She is staying in room 2D, thank you. Naruto turned and went up the stairs to the second floor and searched for the room. After finding it, he knocked on the door and waited patiently. Coming! A girl's voice exclaimed. When the door opened, Naruto smiled at the person who opened it. Yuki had grown in the past 5 years. Her hair was now longer, and she lost most of her baby fat. She was now only a few centimeters shorter than himself. She was dressed in a navy blue kimono that matched her now waist-length hair. Naruto-kun, Yuki shouted in greeting. She glommed him, and the blonde returned the hug. What are you doing here? Can't I just come to visit my girlfriend? Naruto asked as he gave her a peck on the cheek. Even though they had been dating for a while now, simple things like that caused both teens to blush. Ah, Naruto-san, it is good to see you again, Sandai greeted as he came towards the door. Are you here to spend a weekend with Yuki again? Naruto sighed before shaking his head. No, I'm actually here to deliver some news. What do you mean, Naruto-kun? Yuki asked. She noticed the worry on his face. Did something happen? Things are going really bad at Konoha right now. I'm not going to be able to see you for a long time. Oh. The girl hung her head as she heard those words. What's happening? I really can't say, but… Naruto looked away before speaking again. The Hokage has something big planned, involving several A and BU captains. I'm on standby, so I'm going to be busy. He then smiled kindly at his girlfriend. We can worry about that later though, let's just be together all of today, okay? As he said that, Yuki looked at him and smiled. She gave him a kiss on the lips and nodded. Looking to Sandai, and Naruto spoke. Any curfew today? It's Saturday, so just enjoy yourselves, the girl's manager told them. Thank you, Sandai. Yuki smiled at her guardian, and the two left, closing the door behind them. The old man was left smiling at the door the two left in. Ever since Naruto came into their lives, Yuki had been happier and more open about things. It was a godsend for him to arrive at their door, changing the closed-off princess to the girl she was now. I hope whatever is bothering him will pass over soon. He doesn't understand how much Yuki depends on him. Naruto is the only one keeping her happy most of the time. If he was to disappear, she may go back to her old ways again, Sandai said to himself. Shaking his head, he went about his day cleaning the room. Sadly, for both Yuki and Sandai, this will be the last they hear of Naruto Uzumaki for a long, long time. The events that will unfold during the following will ensure of that. The next day with Itachi. Good morning, Itachi greeted Iam as he entered Ichiraku's ramen. The stand was currently empty save for the two family members running the shop, since it was past the lunch rush. The brown-haired girl beamed at her boyfriend for a week and went around the counter to hug him. Itachi returned it and gave her a small smile. How are you doing, Iam-chan? I'm doing great. Business isn't so bad right now, the ramen shop waitress replied. What are you doing here, Itachi-kun? I was wondering if you and your father would mind going away for a bit. A vacation if you would? Oh. What's this? Tucci asked as he wiped some bowls. Are you offering us a vacation? Yes, I'd be willing to pay for all your expenses. Itachi produced an envelope full of cash. But we couldn't do that, Itachi-kun. Iam exclaimed. We can't borrow your money. You're not borrowing it, I'm giving it to you. When the two family members stared at him uncertainly, Itachi let the desperation onto his face. Please accept this. I don't know why, but I want you two to be out of here by tonight. Something big is going to happen, I'm not sure what, but it is going to happen. I have a feeling that you two need to be out of the village by then. Iam and Tucci looked at each other before looking back at Itachi and nodding. Okay, Tucci replied. We'll go. Do you have any ideas to suggest on where should the two of us head? Naruto had Tsunade-sama and Shizen-sen head for Tanzaka-gai. You two should head there too. You should come back within the week, Itachi advised the father-daughter pair. The two nodded and Tucci closed down the shop to start packing. Iam stayed a bit longer staring at Itachi. Are you going to be okay, Itachi-kun? Iam asked. Itachi sighed and shook his head. His eyes were downcast as he spoke the next few words. I'm not sure This may be the last we see of each other for a long time. I am. He then placed a single kiss on her lips, causing the girl to blush. Go get ready. When I have time, I'll come find you. I'll hold you to it. I am then turned around and left the boy alone in the room by himself. Itachi closed his eyes and sighed before leaving the building and using a shunshin to appear next to Naruto on top of the Hokage monument. The blonde had just returned from his little adventure with Yuki that happened the day before. So, did you evacuate everyone you cared about? Naruto asked as he looked at his favorite ramen shop. I can't evacuate my family, that would be suspicious. Those two I can, however. The shinobi don't know we are dating. At least, they don't know it yet. I hope to keep this in the dark, Itachi replied. He then looked at his partner. How about you? Did you evacuate those you needed to evacuate? I got Bachan and Neichan out, Naruto replied with a grim face. Jiraiya is out already spying again, and it's not like I can go to Hokage-sama's house and ask his family to just up and leave. You really do not trust Hokage-sama right now, huh? After his attack on me and all the shit that has been going down, not much. The two 13-year-olds stayed quiet as they looked over Konoha. The sun was at its highest, and the two of them just watching the goings of the village. Naruto noticed that Hana, Izumo and Kotetsu were chasing after Tora, causing him to chuckle. He then smiled sadly. I know you love Konoha more than your family, but what, Naruto? If the village was to turn against you, would you still be faithful to it? Itachi eyed the blonde before sighing. I guess I still would. This place is my home and I'd do anything for it. He then smiled to himself. But if you get into trouble, I'll still follow you. We're partners after all. Yeah. Partners. Naruto then turned around to leave. Where are you going? Going to retrieve something that belongs to me. After that, Naruto used a lightning shunshin to leave the area. When he was gone, Itachi shivered. That foreboding feeling that the two felt a week ago was now really high. Whatever bad thing was going to happen, it was going to happen that night. With Naruto, the blonde found himself standing in Training Ground 44, also known as the Forest of Death. Using Haruka's Miyabi, the blonde made sure that no one else was around him. He really did not want to end up meeting Anko Mitarashi that day. That crazy snake woman would hinder what he needed to do in the forest. Naruto hopped over the fence and ran in the direction where he knew he needed to go. Drawing the sword on his back, he needed to make sure that all those things in his path would be killed, knowing just how dangerous the place was. A few minutes, and several carcasses, later Naruto ended up in front of a gigantic tree. The thing had large roots growing out from the ground, creating a cave of sorts under the bark. I know you're in there, Naruto shouted. Whoever you are. Apparently you marked me when I was younger. I want to know why. Time passed slowly, a minute then two. After 3 minutes of waiting for a response, a large yellow furred paw appeared from the space in the tree. Naruto's eyes widened as he saw a lion, about 4 times his size, appear. It had a gray mane and one eye was scarred, leaving it half blind. A large golden solitary eye stared at Naruto impassively. It took a whiff of the air then chuckled. Ah, human, it is good to see you again, the beast spoke. It is good to see you too, Lion-san. Thanks for helping me out all those years ago. It was my pleasure. What may I do for you right now, young one? I'm just here to know why you marked me. Apparently I still smell of the saliva you put on me all those years ago, but for some reason I can't smell it. The lion stalked around the area the two were standing in, observing the blonde. Why did I mark you? That is what you are asking, correct? Naruto nodded. The answer to that is quite simple. I see potential in you. Potential? Yes, I see you going for in the world, doing things most people would not. Being the leader of men, the savior of lives, one who will rise above the others and rule all. The lion roared the last part, causing all the birds nearby to scatter. Even Naruto cringed at the loudness of the lion's roar. But that is not all. I see the potential in you to not abuse that power. To be the gentle king, not the evil dictator most people become when they attain strength. I see that potential in you, that is why I marked you. I see. How are you sure I won't really abuse the power I may obtain? I am not. I just see it. It is up to you on how everything goes. The lion stalked off back into the tree, only to come back out with the scroll. I am willing to take that chance with you, child. Show me that I am not wrong with my choice. Sign our summon scroll and be the lion summoner. The lion dropped the scroll in front of Naruto. The blonde carefully walked up to it and opened it. Scrolling down it, he found that it was only signed by one previous person, Eiji Uzumaki. Now that confused Naruto a great bit, but he'd ask later. For now, he had a scroll to sign. Biting his thumb, Naruto wrote his name in blood alongside his fellow Uzumaki member before showing it to the large lion. Is this fine? Naruto asked. Another Uzumaki, eh? You don't have the signature red hair, but nevertheless I welcome you, Naruto Uzumaki. I am Kinshir, leader of the Lion Summons. My clan and I are at your service. Naruto smiled. He had his own set of summons now. For now I must go. I have been out in the human world far too long. I need some rest, visit my family again. You go do that, but before you go I have a question for you. Kinshir stopped and looked at Naruto. Who is Eiji Uzumaki? The lion gave what seemed to be a smile before laughing. He was our summoner until he made a contract with another set of animals, Kinshir replied. However, while he was with us we called him by a title, the Implacable Emperor. After that, the lion disappeared in a giant plume of smoke, leaving Naruto by himself. Emperor, huh? I wonder. Nightfall. What sort of lame-ass mission is this? Naruto shouted as he and Itachi ran through a forest. Deliver a message to a group of ninja? This is C-rank bullshit. Also, where is the rest of our squad? We could have made them do this. Something doesn't feel right, Itachi muttered as the two made their way across the forest. Why would they send us away on a night mission like this? I hear you, something is definitely up right now. Naruto stopped immediately as he felt something enter his dome of air. Itachi, 6 o'clock. Both boys dodged the shuriken aimed at them. Katan Hozenka no Jutsu. Itachi turned around and shot several fireballs into the canopy. The leaves burst into flames and several figures landed on the branch of a nearby tree. 10 Konoha Anbu were looking back at them. Why are you here, Naruto Uzumaki? You are convicted for conspiring to overthrow our current Hokage. Itachi Uchiha, you are convicted for being an accomplice to the Uzumaki-san, along with the rest of the Uchiha clan, the leader of the group stated. Under the Hokage's orders, you are both sentenced to death. When the ANBU moved, Itachi jumped back onto another tree branch, while Naruto dropped down and swung forward using the branch he was standing on. 5 of the ANBU went after Itachi while another 5 went after Naruto. Those going after Itachi were surprised when they stepped on the branch the duo were previously standing on. Kai! Naruto shouted as the branch exploded. 2 out of the 5 were sent to the forest floor, unconscious, while the other 3 managed to dodge the blast. Those following Naruto stopped for a moment to turn back towards their comrades, when 2 Saban embedded themselves in the neck of 2 of them, knocking them out as well. Itachi led the trio of ANBU away from Naruto and stopped before doing a few hand seals. His Sharingan was ablaze and he focused on one of the shinobi after him. One of the ANBU stopped, finding himself trapped within a tree as sakura petals fell all around him. He knew he was in a jutsu, but it was already too late. An image of Itachi emerged from the tree and slammed a kunai into the man's head. Outside of the ANBU's mind, his partners saw the man collapse all of a sudden. Beware of genjutsus, one of them shouted. The 2 jumped into action and lunged at Itachi. When one of them saw that he was doing hand seals, he used Shunshin to appear behind the boy. I won't let you do another genjutsu, Bunshin Daibakuha, Itachi shouted. The clone then exploded, causing the man to slam through several trees. Righting himself on another branch, the ANBU felt something hit his solar plexus. He looked up to see Itachi glaring down at him. Sleep. The Uchiha placed a genjutsu on his opponent, dropped him onto the branch, and drew his katana to ward off the 3rd member of the group attacking him. The 2 traded slashes for a couple of seconds before Itachi dropped into a crouch and did a sweep kick. The ANBU member jumped to avoid it, but found handle of Itachi's katana flying towards his face. When it connected, the ANBU member tried to right himself but found that Itachi had grabbed him by the foot and slammed him against the tree trunk. A well-aimed punch to the throat knocking him out later. Naruto was faring just as well with his trio. Baraka's Shero! Naruto's right fist connected with the face of one ANBU member, cracking the porcelain mask and sending him spiraling through a tree branch and landing unconscious on the branch beneath it. He then turned around and caught the punch of another one of his opponents. Right on John, the blonde heavily toned down the power of the attack and sent him flying through the forest. The last member made 2 clones that went on the attack, in which Naruto managed to punch each of them, making them dispel rather easily. Naruto then disappeared in yellow blur only to appear right in front of the last member. His fingertips were placed onto the guy's chest. First stance, second style Genbu Black Tortoise. Naruto then did a 1-inch punch right onto the man's chest, embedding his opponent into the trunk of the tree and causing him to spit out blood. When he noticed the guy stop breathing, he felt worried. Placing 2 fingers onto his neck to feel a pulse, he was happy to find one, albeit weak. Itachi landed next to him, and Naruto frowned. We need to hurry back. If what they said was right, your family is in trouble. Back in Konoha, the Uchiha clan compound was utterly silent, but that betrayed what was happening inside it. Throughout the entire compound a mass slaughter was occurring. Each and every uchiha was being killed in the dead of night. This assault was being led by Kakashi Hatake and his junior Tenzo. They did not like what they were doing, but they must do it, for the better of Konoha. They were told to spare no one, not even the elders or children were to be left alive. Kia dash! An Uchiha woman barely managed to get out when Kakashi shoved blade through her chest. Pulling it out, he saw his ninjas moving through the district. Senpai, this doesn't feel right, Tenzo told him as he appeared next to Kakashi. I know, but if what Minato-sensei said was true, Kakashi sighed, then these people were trying to do a coup, led by Uzumaki Taicho. I know the two did not get along, but for him to stage a coup against his own village? Well, someone from Iwagakure did it too. Tried to kill their Tsuchikage, maybe it's a new trend. Kakashi sighed again. Let's just get this over with. As the two stepped out of the building, a large ball of flames came straight at them. The two dodged and were surprised to see none other than Shursui standing in front of them. Next to him was the patron of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku. What is the meaning of this senseless massacre, Hatake? Fugaku demanded. Why are you killing my people? You are aiding a known criminal, Fugaku-san, Minato said as he appeared in a flash of yellow. Helping Naruto Uzumaki try and overthrow my rule. Hokage-sama. Both Kakashi and Tenzo bowed their heads. Minato, what are you saying? Why would we betray Konoha? What reason would we, or Naruto for the matter, do that? Fugaku asked. It's rather obvious, isn't it? Minato replied. He hates me. He doesn't like me for what I am and what I did to him. If he overthrows me, he'll be able to rejoin the family without my interference. Minato took a step forward, causing the Uchiha duo to step back. Now, he had you guys following him rather easily, so he'd have an army just to pull this over my eyes. Luckily, I caught on to his little plan early enough so I can stop him. Are you insane? No, I'm just cautious. Fugaku right there, and then knew that Minato would not listen to him. Looking at Shursui, he nodded and the boy used Shunshin to leave the area. Kakashi, Tenzo, go after him. Kill him if you need to. The two men looked at each other then nodded. They jumped after the wayward Uchiha, but were surprised that Fugaku got in their way. I will not let you get him. Fugaku ducked the flying kunai and jumped away just in time to dodge a well-placed Rasengan. He did, however, get caught by a punch on his chest. Go, I'll handle Fugaku. The two men nodded again and left. It's just you and me, Fugaku, so why don't you lay down and die peacefully? Fugaku scowled and glared at the Hokage. What happened to you, Minato? Fugaku asked. You've changed these past few years. What happened to the man who was my friend, the father of my son's best friend, the kind, caring husband that his wife was too proud to have? What happened to you? Nothing happened to me. I just saw the world in a different light. A different light? You disowned your own son for no reason. You apparently cheated on your wife. You are committing a massacre of my clan just on illogical ideas you have in your head. Whatever light you are talking about seems to be dark, Minato. You are not the great Hokage you were all those years ago. You have changed for the worse. Minato gave Fugaku a bored look and asked, Is your little speech done yet? The blonde asked. Because if it is. There was a yellow flash and the sound of metal cutting into flesh a second later. Fugaku looked down and saw that Minato's three-pronged kunai was stabbed deep into his gut, and he felt the blood oozing through his shirt. I'd like for you to just be quiet and die. The Hokage then pulled out the kunai out of the Uchiha patron. Oh, one last thing? Where is Mikoto and Sasuke? I'd like to save them. I mean, we wouldn't want the whole Sharingan to disappear, do we? I'll probably take Mikoto as a mistress and have Sasuke grow up with Kakashi. I mean, Itachi and Naruto should be dead on the forest floor by now. I sent several ANBU captains after them. Fugaku raised his head towards Minato and spat out blood onto the man's white cloak. The blonde glared before turning around to leave the dying man on his own. With Shursui, the Uchiha prodigy was easily handled the two ANBU members well. Using his speed, he was able to outmaneuver both Kakashi and Tenzo. He only managed to put glancing strikes onto the two of them, since both of them were just skilled as he was. Raikiri lightning cutter! Kakashi shouted as his left hand was coated into a large amount of electricity. He burst forward with speed that matched Shursui. The Uchiha headed straight on towards the charging man, and ducked at the last minute using his Sharingan to predict where the attack would go. Slamming his palm into the man's chest, he sent him skidding back a few meters. Shursui had to jump back when several branches of wood erupted from the earth. Making use of his speed, Shursui appeared right in front of Tenzo and activated his Sharingan. Placing a genjutsu on the man with one order, kill Kakashi Hatake. Tenzo's eyes glazed over and he attacked the silver-haired man. Tenzo, what are you doing? Must kill Kakashi, Tenzo said in a zombie-like voice. As the two clashed, Shursui turned and rushed toward the main house where Fugaku and his family lived. Dashing through the building, he threw open the door. Mikoto-sama! Shursui shouted as he ran from room to room. Worry lit his face as he slid each door open, only to find her in the last room in the building. She was looking at him with wide eyes and was covering Sasuke with her hands. Mikoto-sama, we need to leave. What is happening out there? Mikoto demanded. Shursui walked in and hauled her up to her feet. Sasuke was whimpering as his mother carried him, despite being 7 years old. They're massacring everyone. The shinobi of Konoha think we betrayed them. Shursui was hurriedly leading them out of the building. Shursui poked his head out of the door and saw that no one was around. He felt around for a chakra signature and found none. Let's go now, Mikoto-sama. Just as he stepped out of the building, a 3-pronged kunai fell from the sky and landed right in front of him. Using all of his body's reflexes, Shursui just barely managed to dodge the attack. Standing in front of them now was the Yondaime Hokage, with a very disarming smile on his face. Hello Mikoto-san, Sasuke-kun, how are you? Minato greeted. You monster! Why are you doing this? Mikoto demanded. In her arms, Sasuke was trembling. Shursui was looking around carefully, trying to find a way out with at least Mikoto and Sasuke surviving. Well, I would explain, but that would be like the 4th time I did that this night. I really don't want to repeat myself over and over again. He then smiled and strolled forward. Now if Shursui would just lay down and die, everything would be so much easier. I'll take both you and Sasuke in. I'll treat you as I would my wife, and I'll treat Sasuke as if he were my own son. What? You've gone mad, Minato! Mikoto shouted. Like I'd ever join you after what you did here. Besides, I would never leave Fugaku. Oh? Even though he's dead, you won't leave him? What? Mikoto's eyes widened and her body began to shake. When Sasuke heard that his father was dead, he started to cry. You're lying! Fugaku can't be dead. Oh, I'm pretty sure he is. I stabbed him rather well. You monster! Shursui shouted as he rushed over to attack. Minato used Hiraishin and disappeared. Shursui didn't even have time to react, for the Hokage teleported himself to the exact same spot and grabbed the boy's leg. The blonde monster then slammed him onto the ground and stomped onto the man's knee, breaking it. The younger boy let out a scream of immense pain. Mikoto flinched and had to suppress the scream. She also turned Sasuke away and covering his ears. Let's see that speed yours now. Just to be sure though. Minato then smashed Shursui's other knee in. The young man let out another scream. Now, please just die. Minato raised up a kunai and brought it down upon the boy on the floor. Kudai no Ryunincho Giri Emperor-style burning slash. Several sickle-like blades of flame flew through the air towards Minato. The Hokage saw them coming and used Hiraishin to escape the assault. He reappeared onto top of the roof, only to find a fist covered in flames millimeters away from his face. Then the punch connected, throwing the man through a concrete wall. Mikoto's eyes widened when Naruto dropped down next to her, his eyes full of anger. Then Itachi appeared as well, his eyes with the same fury as in Naruto's. How is it? Most of the clan is dead, Itachi whispered. Oto-san is as well. The only ones left alive are the ones with us right now. The blonde saw both Mikoto and Sasuke trembling in fear, while Shursui was rolling in pain. Get them out of here. The blonde looked at his partner. Get them as far away as possible. While you do that, I'll hold them off. Naruto, don't. Mikoto stated. The blonde noticed the worry, desperation, and fear in her voice as she spoke. You're going to die if you stay, I know that. That won't stop me though. I need answers, and the only one who approved them are the Hokage. But that's suicide. It is my choice, Mikoto-sama. But Mikoto-sama, as your superior, I order you to stand down and listen to what I say. Naruto roared. That made Mikoto recoil in shock as he shouted at her. His eyes were set in a firm stare, and she could only nod at him. Itachi, get them out of here. He then turned to the now crippled Shursui. Do you think you can make it? With my legs broken, I don't think so. I think I'm going to die here, Shursui grunted. Itachi, use one of your crow summons and come here. Itachi summoned a crow just like he was told, and went over to Shursui. The older Uchiha reached over and grabbed his left eye. Naruto looked away as his older brother figure ripped out his own eye. Mikoto made a gagging noise as Shursui replaced the eye of the crow with his own. This will help you out one day. Now kill me, I don't want to slow you guys down. Itachi sighed and closed his eye. Pulling the katana from his back, he stabbed his second best friend next to Naruto. Tears were pooling around Itachi's eyes, just as were Naruto's. The Uchiha teen rushed through several hand seals and burned the body. Let's go, mother, Itachi told the last two remaining Uchiha. As Itachi started showing them out of the compound, Naruto saw several ANBU members approaching. Itachi, don't forget our plan, okay? We'll meet up later, Naruto shouted out. His partner didn't say a thing but sped his family out. Naruto looked forward and was met by the glare of one Minato Namikaze. Next to him Kakashi and an unconscious Tenzo on his shoulder. Ah, Naruto, you're stayed behind to let the others get away. How noble of you, Minato sneered. Wow, coming from you that sounds like an insult, he shot back. So are you going to kill me now? Naruto then turned his head in several directions. I mean, I can't be able to escape with all these ANBU covering the greater part of the whole Uchiha district, no. Hokage frowned, then did a motion with his hand, and several ninjas with masks appeared. Wow, an entire platoon just for me? You must think of me as a big threat, Minato team? How dare you speak to Hokage-sama like that, you traitor? One of the ninjas shouted. Oh, you must have found out about my not-so-secret to take over Konoha, huh? Naruto asked sarcastically, completely ignoring the other ninjas, only focusing on Minato. But I do suggest that you kill me now. I mean, if you don't do so now, I may just escape. You won't escape, Minato spoke. I know you won't. You want answers, so you'll stay right there, won't you? Heh? You know me that well, don't you? Must make you feel good to know your son all that well? The some of the newer ANBU members gasped, and the Hokage narrowed his eyes. In less than a second he smashed his fist against Naruto's face, chained him up, sealed his chakra and put him in cell. We're having a public execution tomorrow at noon, Minato stated in an even tone. This will show those who are thinking of overthrowing me that I am not a person to mess around with. Naruto knew he was talking about Danzu, since there was some tension between those two as well. Naruto frowned but didn't fight against the people who descended upon him. Next day dawn, Naruto sat in rags with a chakra-suppressing seal on his neck. His eyes were closed as he sat in a dirty cell waiting for his own execution to begin. There were 2 guards standing outside of his small little prison. So far no one had come to visit him. He didn't mind though, most of the people he knew he made sure to stay away. That was why he was surprised when the door to the outside world was opened. His ears perked up as he heard footsteps coming towards his cell. When they stopped, he knew the person was in front of his cell. How could you doubt his Naruto? A female's voice echoed around him. It belonged to one Yugao Yuzuki. How could you and Itachi just betray Konoha? Naruto didn't open his eyes as he sat there listening. Answer me, Naruto. Don't you dare ignore me. He heard her start sobbing. Why would you two do this? You both loved Konoha. You both would have done anything for it. While she kept sobbing, the blonde said absolutely nothing. I looked up to both of you, he heard Yugao whisper. You two were my best friends and models of who I wanted to be. But then you go and do this. I don't know what to think anymore. The silence after that was only filled by her sobs. After a couple more minutes of that, he heard her whisper, Goodbye, Naruto. When he heard her leave, Naruto let out a sigh. He would have responded, but he needed to focus at the moment. He needed to focus collecting himself before the time was up. While he kept meditating, he heard another set of footsteps. Open the cell, he heard another female voice command. But Kushina-sama, I said open the cell. Naruto heard fumbling before the rusted creaking of rusted iron filled the air. He heard the footsteps, felt the imposing figure's presence in front of him, even could feel the emotions of anger, sadness, and betrayal coming from the Namikaze woman. How long were you planning this? Kushina demanded. How long did you use me and my family to get closer to my husband? How could you play our emotions like that? Just as he did with Yugao, he remained silent. Answer me, damn it. Naruto felt the pressure hit the stone wall behind him, guessing that Kushina kicked it. Was it all a ploy? Just to get close to Minato? All the time we spent together, the care you showed for my daughters, was that all just an act? Did you not feel anything when you had spent time with me? When she was met with silence, Kushina growled. Her heart broke when she heard that Naruto, her student and friend, was staging a coup. She didn't want to believe it. She did not want to believe that the boy who had given her 5 of the best years in her life would do something like this. When Tsubaki found out, she locked herself in her room, and even Yuri, who butted heads with Naruto often, was saddened by the news. Was it all just a lie to them? Kushina spared Naruto, the 13-year-old criminal, one last glance before heading towards the opening. When she was about to leave, she heard his voice. Tsubaki's room, her desk, second drawer to the right, Naruto whispered. You'll find something of interest there. What? Kushina turned around, but the blonde was quiet again. Knowing that may have been the last time he would speak, she kept her words in her mind and headed home. Whatever he left behind must be important. Or dangerous, so she needed to go there fast. Noon, Naruto found himself kneeling in front of the entire population of Konoha, atop a platform in front of the Hokage Tower. Several ANBU were situated around him and probably within the crowd, in case of any attempts at escape. There were 2 ninjas standing on either side of him, with blades at the ready. Behind him, on top of the tower, Naruto knew Minato was smirking down at him. People of Konoha, we gather her to execute a threat to our village. The traitorous ANBU captain, Naruto Uzumaki, Minato announced. Several boos were heard, but Naruto paid no mind. His eyes were scanning the crowd for familiar faces. He saw the shocked faces of Hana, Kotetsu, Izumo and their families. He saw his old friend Irika. Hell, he saw all his old classmates watching him on the stands. The blonde drowned out the speech that his old father was giving as he kept scanning the crowd. Danzo and Sarutobi were up front, both with disappointed faces, although at who he did not know. As he kept searching, he tried his hardest not to do anything stupid. He was only brought back to attention when one of the ANBU hit him. The Hokage asked you a question, he grunted. Naruto inclined his head towards his back. Any last words? Minato asked. I just have a question, Naruto stated. It was silent until Minato spoke again. I'll hear it. Good, my question is why all the dramatics? You could have just killed me yesterday and been done with, to show the world that they do not mess with Konoha. The crowd cheered, making Naruto roll his eyes. Then the blonde started to laugh manically. The crowd's cheering slowly died down as the blonde kept laughing harder. He's lost his mind, Minato told the ninjas. Kill him, as you wish, sir. The 2 ninjas raised their blades as Naruto took in a deep breath after his laugh. Ninpo's Shur Todoroki Ninja Art Lion's Roar. Naruto literally roared, with the sound being amplified in some odd way. Everyone around the platform fell to their knees, holding their ears in pain, for the sound was too loud. As people were struggling to get up, a pair of shuriken cut through the ropes that confined Naruto. The blonde saw a pair of Sharingan look at him before disappearing in a cloud of smoke. While people were still getting their bearing, Naruto punched one of the guards, grabbed a 3-pronged kunai from their pouch, and ran using his right and no yoroi. As he made his way past all the people and avoided all the ninja, he made it to the southern gate without conflict. As he passed through the gate, he threw the special kunai and placed his hands together. Rai Fuin Lightning Seal. Erishur Fuin Storm Seal. The gate and the surrounding walls were then electrified. The portal was then sealed off by a screen of Rantan chakra. Just as the seal finished being set up, Minato appeared behind the screen in a yellow flash. The man slammed a Rasengan into the screen but found it bouncing back. Don't bother, it will repel that move. I put it up there ages ago thinking that something like this would happen. Also, the seals are on this side of the wall, so you can't do much. And really? Did you think a simple chakra suppression seal would work on me? I was taught by Kushina and Jiraiya on sealing. Having that put on me was like a freaking water tattoo. Why call me here then, Naruto? If you were going to make an escape, it would be better if you had done so without me being here. Heck, you could have done it last night, Minato shouted. Why let yourself be captured? I needed to deliver a message and get an answer to one question. Naruto then pointed at him. Who the fuck are you? What are you blabbering on about? I am Minato. That is bullshit. Who are you? Last night, when you got mad, your eyes turned red and into slits for a split second. Tell me who the fuck you are. I am Minato and no one else, you fool. Naruto then saw it happen again. For a split second his eyes turned red and feral. He also felt a demonic presence in him. Feeling almost like. The blonde's eyes widened. He really is Minato, but there is the presence of the Kyuubi in him, a rather angry part. Something happened that night, the night of the sealing went wrong. I can't do anything about right now. I need information. Naruto then frowned. I think it's time to go, but before I do, the blonde stretched out his right hand and surprisingly formed a Rasengan in it. How did you learn that? Minato asked. He knew the seal was fading, the crackling of the electricity was disappearing. Only a few more seconds, 2 minutes at the most. Jiraiya taught it to me, but Naruto put his arm out and the swirling blue ball turned into a white one. I created this. Rantan Rasentehu Storm Release Spiraling Cannon. The spiraling mass of flowing lightning shot out of his palm and proceeded to decimate the entire gate, making it fall in on Minato. This caused the Hokage to jump back, and could only watch as the blonde left, but not before running a finger encased with Futon chakra to make a scratch on his forehead protector. The next 2 days, by order of the Hokage, a new bingo book was made and mass-produced. In it 2 new names were added, Naruto Uzumaki and Itachi Uchiha. Both were listed as S-ranked ninjas and were put as kill on sight. Everyone within the elemental nations who were allies, even enemies when they got their hands on the bingo book, knew about them now. The 2 strongest ANBU captains of Konoha had managed to escape capture and were now Nuknins. With Kushina. Kushina waited a day before looking for the thing Naruto spoke about. Going into Tsubaki's room while the girl ate her lunch, she opened the drawer Naruto spoke about. Unrolling it, Kushina found a small note at the very beginning. Kushina-sama, if you have this, that means something bad happened to me. Then I beg you to ignore whatever I have been accused by and apply some chakra and your blood onto the seal. I know that if you are reading this, chances are that you don't trust me, but please just do it this once. It took me 5 years to make with your help, so please do not let my effort go to waste. Naruto. Kushina stared at the note and the scroll and debated about it. Should she trust the word of a now convicted criminal? After a few minutes of deliberation, she decided that she'd try out the seal. The red-headed woman still believed that there was some goodness in the heart of her student and friend. All right, Naruto, I'll do it, she whispered to herself. Unfurling it even more, she found the place where to put her blood. Biting her thumb, she smeared it across the seal and focused some chakra on it. In that moment, everything went black. A few minutes later, Tsubaki found the unconscious woman on the floor of her bedroom. "Oka-san!" she shouted. Running up to her mother, Tsubaki shook her until she responded. Gray eyes slowly opened and looked at Tsubaki. "Oka-san, are you alright, Tsubaki?" Kushina muttered, "Yeah, it is me." "What happened?" "I applied some chakra into a scroll, then I blanked out." Suddenly something popped up into her head. Clutching it, she tried to will the headache away, but found she couldn't. She was assaulted by images, memories, and all sorts of other things about a young blonde boy who looked no older than 5 years old. Her eyes slowly widened to the size of saucers. She remembered everything. Kushina remembered her son. It had been 4 days since the escape of the group from Konoha. Naruto, Itachi, and the last remaining Uchiha clan members were all standing around an old Uchiha hideout. And there were several cats and humanoid ones as well. Naruto was leaning against the wall, his face deep in concentration, while Itachi was pacing. Mikoto and Sasuke were put into a bedroom, sleeping due to the shock of what occurred. Even though Mikoto was a jounin, she still was not prepared for the mass slaughter of her people. "So what do we do now?" Itachi asked. "How should I know? You're the one usually making the plans," Naruto sighed. "But I need to get into contact with some people, namely Sarutobi Gigi." "How are you going to do that?" Itachi asked. "They'll probably be monitoring all the couriers and all other modes of communication." The blonde pulled out a piece of paper and sighed again. "Let's hope that this paper I received from Kushina-sama a few months back will work." Naruto then placed the piece of paper on the table and Itachi stood over him. "What is it?" Well, Kushina-sama had given up making this seal that transported script from one place to another. She placed it on several pieces of paper and kept them in a drawer. "One day, when I was looking through her seals, I found this. Sadly, it is still faulty and needs a lot of work. This is the best I can get to communicating with anyone in Konoha." "How many people did you give this paper to?" Itachi asked, completely intrigued by the idea. "I gave it to no one. I left them on several people's desks in their home. Tsunade, Gigi, Some-san, to name a few. So far those are the only people I can trust. Hopefully this will work." "How do you send them to a specific piece?" "All of them are numbered. I kept number 1, the masterpiece. I just write the number in the top corner before writing what I need to write." "Interesting. Well, here goes nothing. Let us hope this works out well." Naruto grabbed a pen and wrote the number 3 on the top right corner, before writing his message. Back in Konoha, Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed for the umpteenth time that day. He really wished that things had not gone as they had. He wished that Naruto was in Konoha still, for he missed his surrogate grandson. Things had not gone so well for the blonde boy, and Sarutobi was disheartened he didn't, do anything about it. He saw the changes in Minato occurring, but could not really do anything for the lack of evidence. The massacre that night before Naruto's failed execution was the farthest Minato had gone. When he came to the council about it, he had produced evidence of the Uchihas and Naruto's betrayal. The old man scoffed. If you could call letters between Naruto and the Uchiha clan about a coup, evidence. Sarutobi couldn't call out Minato on that. The writing, from what he noticed, was Naruto's, but there were some words he'd never use. Nevertheless, almost all the people were convinced. Those within Naruto and Itachi's squad were struggling to cope with the fact that something like that happened, and Sarutobi knew something had to have changed their minds. Something occurred between the small time frame in which the 2 ANBU captains were sent on a mission and the time of the massacre. Not only that, for some odd reason all of the duo's close friends were believing the facts that Minato had showed. The old man was betting on corrupted Yamanaka's being paid off, but again he had no evidence. So here he was now at his desk in his home, wondering the fate of 2 boys and the family of 1. As he sat there, he suddenly heard a tiny screeching noise coming from within the drawer of his desk. Curious, he opened it and found a parchment that seemed to be shining. Slowly grabbing the paper, he noted few words appearing on it. "And hello? Sarutobi-ji?" Are you reading tis? Now that surprised the old man. Where did Naruto get something like this? He thought. Grabbing a brush, he wrote down the number 1 in the corner, then wrote down something. Naruto, is that really you? The former Hokage watched as the ink disappeared into the paper, then a few short minutes later some new words. And holy shit, tis actually works. Although grammar needs to get translated better from one paper to another. Yes, tis I Naruto. The old man smiled before his face became stern. The boy was on the run, and he was willing to contact him, albeit in such an odd fashion. The old man began to write again. Naruto, where are you? What is happening? Explain to me what is going on. Sarutobi watched as the ink disappeared, but waited several minutes before the response reappeared. This one was quite lengthy. And me and Itachi, I can't say where we are at the moment. Why are in hiding? Why are safe though? Listen, bad things are happening in Konoha. Hokage is not who Hai says Hai is. Something wrong happened during the sealing. Do not trust Haim. Protect Kusina-sama and daughters. Her memories should be back now. Make sure stays away from Minato. Keep them safe. Now that was rather informative. The Hokage's eyes were wide after translating and reading the words. Something was wrong with Minato. Kushina should have her memories back? Now things were starting to click in Sarutobi's head. Everything that has happened so far has been due to whatever happened during the sealing. His eyes then widened. Kushina could be in trouble right now. Naruto, I will be back later. I need to check on Kushina now. If anything, she and the girls may be in trouble. I'll contact you later. After writing that, Sarutobi hid the piece of paper hidden within a journal. He then placed it into the drawer and left his home. As to not appear suspicious, he only walked at a brisk pace. His eyes scanned the people as he walked. Even after a few days, the people were still in a frenzy about the 2 criminals who fled from Konoha. News of what happened was still being passed from person to person. The gossip usually was about how the one who led them was willing to get caught only to make a grand exit. Deciding to ignore them, Sarutobi headed towards the Namake's household at a faster pace. As he arrived, he noted all the guards waiting at the doors and upon the roofs. When the ninja saw him, they moved aside and let him enter. He noted that there were a few hyuga on the roofs to make sure that he was the real deal. As he entered the household, he noticed it was rather quiet. Kushina? He called out. Kushina, where are you? Hello, Hiruzen-sama, Tsubaki greeted him. The red-haired girl had bags under her eyes and they were red, probably due to the crying. What are you doing? I'm here to see your mother. Where is she? Okasan locked herself in her room and activated the seals. I think she's hiding from Otasan. The red-haired girl then looked at the old man. Are you here to help her? In a way, yes. Then please follow me. The little girl led him up the stairs and in front of a set of double doors. Standing in front of it was Yuri. Mom, please open the door. The blonde begged. You need to eat. It's been 2 days. From the other side of the door there was no noise at all. Mom, please. When no response came again, Yuri sighed. Turning around, she saw that Sarutobi was with them. Hiruzen-sama. The blonde bowed. You need to help my mom. She won't come out of her room. I think I know how to fix this, the old man reassured her. He knocked on the door and spoke. Kushina, it is me, Hiruzen. I need you to open the door. Again there was no response. Don't worry, I'm not here on your husband's behalf. I came by another person's request. There was still nothing coming from the other side of the door. The old man then turned around and looked at the girls before sighing. This was the only thing that would make her open the door, but this will also shake the foundations on which the little girls have lived by. Kushina. I have news about your son. Both Yuri and Tsubaki turned to each other with confused looks. They were both thinking the same thing. They had a brother? They then looked back at the door and saw it flash blue as the seals went down, and Kushina barely opened it an inch. Her steel-gray eyes were staring Sarutobi straight in the face, hope in her eyes. You know where he is? She whispered. She saw the old man shake his head, and became dejected. I do not know where he is, but I have made contact with him. That is why I need to speak to you. Kushina looked around before opening the door wider. You are lucky I disabled all of the bugs here before you spoke, Hiruzen-sama. The old man entered the room, along with the 2 girls who were rather curious about what this was all about. How come neither one of the parents spoke about their brother? Slowly Kushina closed the door and reapplied the seals again. Now tell me, what do you know of my son? He is staying put at the moment at a safe place, but I don't know how long it will be before they do something again. He only told me to protect you and keep you away from Minato. Keep me away from him? Keep me away from that monster? Kushina demanded. Why does my own son expect me to not get near the man who ruined my relationship with him? Why does he expect me to not rip the bastard a new one after all this time? Does my own son think I can't handle myself against my own husband? Does he not think I want to beat up the man who tore my only son away from my family? I'm not sure what your son was thinking when he said that, but I am sure it has something to do with the circumstances around Minato. Oh, and what would that be? Something happened to him during the night of the sealing. He hasn't specified what yet, but it must have affected Minato, making him change to what he is now. Again, I couldn't let him explain, but I will find out later. He then nodded his head. Your son is a rather resourceful boy. He took something from you and made it workable. What do you mean? Kushina asked, confused. He contacted me using a piece of paper that sends words back and forth between two places. He said he got it from you? Kushina's eyes widened before she smiled slightly. He really is a good kid, you are right. I would not expect any less from Naruto. The two adults heard a gasp and remembered they were not alone in the room. Tsubaki was covering her mouth with her hands while Yuri looked like she was about to fall down due to shock. Naruto-sama. Is my brother? Tsubaki gasped. That man is my brother? Yuri muttered. Girls. Kushina spoke. What are you two talking about? Yuri shouted. How can that man be my brother? Sure, he looks like Dad and has your maiden name, but that is coincidence, right? I mean, I'm not related to a criminal, right? Yuri looked like she was having a breakdown. I can't be related to that man. He's too uptight, self-righteous, intrusive. She then pointed at her mother and Sarutobi. You too. Naruto must have fooled you two into believing that. My mother would never conspire against Dad. He's a good man and a great father. He tore your brother away from me when you were born. Kushina shouted back. 13 years being away from my son, 13 years. Do you know that your father put a seal on me that stowed away my memories of Naruto? 5 years of my life that was altered to not remembering having a child until you two came along. Kushina took a deep breath and saw that Yuri was close to tears due to all the shouting, while Tsubaki still seemed lost and thought, Don't get me wrong, Yuri, I love you girls. I love you with all my heart, but I love my son too. Then when he came back into my life I was so happy, even though I didn't know he was my son. Do you know how happy I felt then, even though my feelings for him were so confusing? I felt so happy. Something in me clicked when I met him again. Now that I see I've missed a few years of my son's life and I'm mad at the man who took him away from me. Kushina then took a deep breath again to calm herself down. She had started to cry a bit during her little speech. I know you girls are too young to understand what is going on, but you need to listen to me. Your father has been doing bad things for a while now. Things that have been hurting our family. Yuri was shaking her head no over and over again, not wanting to believe that her father, the greatest man she knew, would do something like that. Tsubaki, on the other hand, had a different reaction. She walked up to her mother, giving her a hug and a smile. This surprised all those present. I believe you, Oka-san, Tsubaki told her. I always had a feeling that Naruto-sama was related to us in a way. Her smile then widened. Besides, I always liked Naruto-sama, and Ota-san feels odd. He's not like he used to be a while back. He's a bit more paranoid now. Tsubaki! I can't believe you're saying that too. How can you agree with all this craziness? How can you speak about Dad that way? Yuri shouted. I'm going to tell Dad. Yuri, don't tell your father this please, Kushina pleaded her. If he even gets any idea that I remember anything, he may start doing bad things to me again. Her eyes were begging her daughter. I don't want to forget anything again. Please, Yuri, don't do this. I'm still going to tell Dad. Just as the blonde girl was about to leave, Hiruzen used Shunshin to get behind her. He gave her a weak chop to the neck and knocked her out. The old man caught her before she hit the floor. What did you do to her? Tsubaki asked as she went to her sister. The former Hokage had placed her on the bed and looked at Kushina. I just knocked her out, Sarutobi replied. And Kushina, what are you going to do about Yuri? I could put a seal on her. Kushina sighed, but that would make me the same monster as my husband. I really don't want to do that to my own child. Then how will you keep her quiet? I don't know. The old man stayed quiet before nodding. I'll update Naruto on everything then. I'll also tell him that he can speak to you now. Thank you, Kushina smiled. The old man left after the seals went down again before being replied. As he left, Kushina looked back at her blonde daughter. What am I going to do with you? With Naruto? An hour later, Naruto stared at the piece of paper after the words notifying him that he can now speak to Kushina with barely any trouble. Of course, the crappy words that would be going back and forth between them were annoying, but he could get over that easily. What he had to worry about though was Yuri. Yuri was apparently a daddy's girl, one that could mess up all the chances of freeing Kushina, the girls, and even Minato himself from whatever the hell is happening to the blonde man. Naruto looked around the hideout and noticed that Itachi went to check on his family. Naruto took a pen and slowly wrote the number 4 in the corner. Taking a deep breath, he wondered what he should write to his mother after all this time. And hello Kushina-sama. How are you? Naruto watched the ink disappear slowly and waited. The reply took minutes, about 20 minutes, to appear on his paper. Hello? Naruto-kun. I'm Finn for Noah. How are you? The blonde smiled slowly. At least he knew the women would be okay. The only person who can get the paper would have been Kushina, since he hid it in a place where only she could go to her underwear drawer. Naruto felt rather weird when he actually saw the type of underwear his mom wore: thongs, lace, and a whole variety. Note to self: suppress memories of Okasan's underwear. Do not need the images of her in just underwear running rampant in my mind, he thought to himself. Taking up the pen again, he wrote down, and I'm doing as well as I can be. I heard from Gigi that Yuri is being a handful again. She is. I don't know what to do with her, and she'll come around eventually. Just keep working with her, Kushina-sama. I will try. The messages stopped there for a few moments. This made Naruto wonder what was wrong. Naruto-kun. And yes, Kushina-sama? Can you tell me? Uka-san? Now that made Naruto's eyes widen. He really didn't expect her to ask that of him. He thought about it for a moment, before replying, and sure, but only here in our messages. If we ever see face to face again, you are going to be Kushina-sama. I don't think I can call you Oka-san to your face, no matter how much I want to. After 7 years of calling you Kushina-sama to your face, I don't think I can revert all that easily back to calling you Oka-san. Ko. I'll take what I can get, Naruto-kun. Thank you, and you're welcome, Oka-san. So off into the late afternoon the two of them spoke through the special paper to each other. Naruto explaining his reasons and theories about what had happened to Minato. It went well off into the night, and only had to stop when the cats had called Naruto for dinner. The blonde promised his mom that he would respond to her messages if he can, for starting tomorrow he'd be on the move. The next day, where are you heading, Naruto? Itachi asked. His partner had packed up many things into several scrolls and a bag. Naruto was double-checking all his materials, nodding when he knew he had all the things he required to go. I'm heading east, towards Uchiha, the blonde explained. I'm going there to see if I can learn more about sealing, or at least find anything that can help me understand more. So far I can do several seals: chakra suppression, gravity, storage, explosive, and several variations of all of them. Sadly, I'm not sure what I can do with more complicated seals. Hell, I'm glad the codebreaker seal I developed worked. The one you used to free Kushina-sama's memories? Yeah, that seal only had about a 60% chance of working out as of now. A 60% chance? What would have happened if it had failed? Naruto stopped packing some of his scrolls and looked at Itachi with a serious face. If it didn't work, let's just say, Kushina-sama would need more than a few trips to the hospital to get fixed up. He then shook his head. Man, that was one gamble I really didn't want to do just yet, but since I don't know when I'm going to be back in Konoha, I had to risk it. I see. Itachi remained quiet until he asked his next question. What will we do about my Oka-san and Sasuke? The blonde raised an eyebrow at the words. Why, you're not going to stay here with them? We are going to need funds if we want to survive. So I have to leave them alone for now. You can't leave them. They need you, Itachi. Naruto frowned. But we will need money though, Itachi replied. We can't really separate them right now. Just a few days after the whole massacre, you guys need each other right now. Naruto sighed. I'll be back though. After I find some things out at Uchiha and make sure it's habitable, I'll take them there and have them come with me. Of course, that means that you have to do as much as you can get with them. Itachi thought about it and then nodded. I'll give you 2 months to get there and back. Agreed. Naruto reached into his bag and pulled out one of the special script papers and handed it to Itachi. On it was the number 2. I'll keep in touch. Write if you need anything. Got it. Itachi and Naruto shook hands, before they gave each other a one-armed brotherly hug. See you around. Say goodbye to Oka-san as well. She'll worry about you, you know. I know. Hefting the bag over his shoulder, Naruto walked down the hallway towards the room Sasuke and Mikoto were sharing. He knocked on the door before calling out, Mikoto-sama, it's Naruto, may I come in? Go ahead, Mikoto's soft voice drifted in from the other side of the door. Opening the portal, Naruto looked inside and saw the woman sitting on the bed. She had bags under her eyes and she seemed to be lost in thought. Her hands were stroking Sasuke's hair as he slept on the bed. How are you, Naruto-kun? I should be asking you that, Naruto retorted. How are you and Sasuke holding up? I'm doing as well as I could be. I have seen death before, even those of my family. Her eyes then landed on Sasuke. Sasuke, on the other hand, has not seen anything like that. He is still in a heavy shock from all that happened. I'm sorry about all of this happening to you. It's my fault this all happened. Minato team was targeting me, and your family was really close to me. It's not your fault, Naruto-kun, Mikoto tried to reassure him. The man we know as Minato is no longer himself, that crazed look in his eyes, the change in his movements, the sadistic smile. Almost everything about him has changed. I saw that too. Naruto sighed. I have a hunch about what happened, but I don't know what to do about the whole situation. Shaking his head, the blonde decided to continue on with what he had to say. That is not the reason I'm here right now. Oh, and what would that be, Naruto-kun? I'm going to go away for a bit. Go to Yuzushigakure, see if I can find some things there that will help me learn new things. You're leaving us? Mikoto gasped. But, don't worry, I'll be back soon, Mikoto-sama. I'm going there first to see if there is at least one livable place there, then I will come back and see if you and Sasuke are willing to live there with me. Itachi will be going in and out of the village doing missions as a nukenin. I will be doing some of them too. Naruto, are you sure about this? I mean, you've been helping out our family for a while now. It's going to be weird seeing you leave. Don't worry, Mikoto-sama, Naruto smiled at her. I'll keep in touch. Itachi will show you how I'll do it. He then gave her a firm hug, one that she returned in earnest. She didn't want to lose anyone right now, especially after the whole business happening a few days ago, but she knew Naruto was stubborn and would do whatever he wanted. After releasing him, she gave him a sad smile. I'll miss you. Again, I'll keep in touch. The blonde stood and walked towards the door. Keep safe. Mikoto called out. I will. I hope you feel better when I get back, you and Sasuke both. With that, Naruto left the room and left the hideout a few moments later. He had a long journey ahead of him, and his destination was the origins of the Uzumaki clan Yuzushigakure, Namake's household. Kushina was chopping vegetables for some dinner, a scowl messing up her beautiful face. Unlike the past few days, Minato had come home to sleep. Yuri was asleep. Her sister had put a simple genjutsu on her as to give Kushina time to gather her thoughts on what to say to the girl. Tsubaki was in her room, playing with a few dolls she had awaiting dinner. Minato was sitting at the dinner table reading a newspaper, trying to keep up with the times. Kushina sighed, covering the huff that she let out. She had promised Naruto that she wouldn't confront her husband. That made her mad and slightly put out, seeing as her own son underestimated her abilities. Sadly, she really wanted to know the circumstances behind whatever happened to her husband, especially since it had something to do with the Kyuubi and a messed up seal. Slowly, a smirk appeared on her face. Although, I never promised I couldn't get any information out of him, she thought to herself. Honey? Kushina called out. Yes, Kushina? Minato didn't put down the paper as he responded. I looked at Yuri and Tsubaki's seal today, and I can't seem to remember what seal was put on them. I try to remember and my memory gets fuzzy. She looked over her shoulder after putting the vegetables into the broth for the soup. Turning around, she saw that Minato had a dark look on his face. Why were you looking at the seal, Kushina? I was just wondering how it worked. I mean, I was unconscious during the whole thing, when Tsunade was healing me. So can you explain to me what seal you put on the girls? Minato closed his eyes and seemed to focus. Slowly he nodded. The seal I put on them is nameless at the moment, and one that I created. It functions like this: the seal split the Kyuubi's chakra in half, into its yin and yang states. I had sealed the yin half into Tsubaki and the yang chakra into Yuri. This will have them specialize into Genjutsu and Taijutsu respectively. It also split the Kyuubi's conscience into two halves, although they are sealed away. Minato then opened his eyes and looked at his wife. Over time the seals will unlock, allowing the girls to use the Kyuubi's chakra. Is that good enough of an explanation for you, Kushina? The redhead nodded. Just one more question. I know most seals, complex seals such as that, usually need to have something to be given up in return for the sealing. Just like someone has to die to use the Shiki Fujin dead demon-consuming seal. What did you have to give up for this seal? Minato looked at her, and for a split second his eyes turned red. I don't know what I gave up. To be honest, I didn't feel any different after using the seal. I see. Kushina then turned around to cut up some meat for their soup. Minato nodded his head once again and went back to reading the newspaper. Suddenly a knife tore through the papers and landed right between his legs, a few millimeters from his crotch. His eyes were wide and he saw Kushina looking rather embarrassed. Her hands were wet with the blood from the meat. I'm so sorry, honey. The knife slipped out of my hands. It is okay. Minato frowned at his paper. I think I'll go eat out tonight. The blonde man stood up, kissed Kushina on the cheek and then left the house. Kushina brought her hand towards her cheek and rubbed hard. She felt contaminated after feeling his lips touch her cheek. Naruto. 2 days later, Naruto was at the border of Hai no Kuni when he decided to take a break. During the first few days he traveled, the blonde decided that he had to change how he looked during his travels. So he dyed his hair black and used some makeup to cover the whisker marks on his cheeks. He knew that if he had used a henge, that some censors would notice him using a minute amount of chakra. So now, Naruto had decided to take a stop at a relatively large town on the shoreline. He didn't catch the name of the place, but he knew that it was a popular spot to go to for some people. There was a resort on the beach, several hot springs, a large shopping center, and for those intellectually inclined, a museum full of ancient artifacts. Now all of these places were fairly high class and guarded by samurai, so Naruto decided not to stay in any of the high class places. He decided to stay in a cheaper hotel, while hiding most of his stuff in his bag. It would be another day of walking before he would reach the right port that headed offshore towards Uzushiogakure, so Naruto decided to walk around the city for a day of rest. After eating lunch at a small cafe, Naruto decided to visit the museum. Making his way into the building, Naruto entered the building wary of the various ninjas and samurai walking around as well. The various artifacts in the museum came from several places, even from the major villages, some from Kirigakure, some from Kumogakure, and some from Konohagakure. That left Naruto wondering why the villages didn't come over and claim their artifacts, as well as steal the other artifacts. Shaking his head, Naruto was just surprised at the fact that no one would steal here. I wonder why no one has tried to steal the stuff in here, Naruto asked aloud. It's because the three major villages that contributed to this museum all agreed that they wouldn't steal the artifacts in the museum, a representative from the museum explained when he saw Naruto by himself. Really? I didn't know they did that. Most people don't. Also, all the artifacts in here only have historical value, not so much relevance to the ninja arts. Although there were some people who tried to steal a few items several times, although the samurai and or visiting ninjas would stop them. I see, thank you. Naruto then turned around and continued to walk around the building. As he made his way through the building, he stopped in the weapons area. Most if not all the artifacts were hidden behind glass containers. Most of them were just regular katanas, spears, and other weapons. Several people were walking around looking at the weapons alongside him. Every weapon in that room was a normal weapon, nothing out of the ordinary like the swords the seven swordsmen of the mist had. He stared at each of them, only giving them a glance. Just as Naruto passed by all of them, a particular started to glow dimly. It was a curved sword that was about 88 centimeters, nearly 3 feet, in length. There was no guard on it, and was designed oddly. The blade itself had markings on it, making it look like a feather, and the handle was short, making it a one-handed blade. At the tip of the handle, there was a sharp point on it. At the bottom of the side of the blade was a small insignia, a swirl within a circle. Sadly, Naruto didn't notice the glow nor paid the blade any mind. He also didn't hear the voice coming from the blade. Uzumaki. The voice whispered into the wind. Tsunade. It was night time and Tsunade was furious. She was on the way home from the small gambling trip, but she had already heard about the whole incident back at Konoha. When Tsunade found out about this, she broke down the walls at the casino they were currently at. She was stomping her way back home, going to demand from Minato what the hell was going on. The busty blonde was grumbling to herself all the way back, and Shizen was scared for her. She was hugging Taunton to herself the entire way. Naruto-kun, why did you do this sort of thing? Shizen thought to herself. She had nearly broken down when she heard of the circumstances back home. She didn't believe that Naruto would have changed and gone nuke-nin, at least not without reason. That was what made her stop herself from crying that night she found out about massacre, the belief that Naruto had a perfectly good reason for all of these things happening. Kami, what was that brat thinking? Tsunade growled as they walked. I won't believe he went rogue, no matter what the freaking Hokage said. I agree, but being angry won't help him out, Tsunade-sama, Shizen told her. I know, but I can't help it. Something is wrong and I need to find out what. The blonde woman then frowned. Chances are Jiraiya already knows what is happening. Tsunade-sama, a voice called out. Shizen and Tsunade turned around to see Tuchi and Ayam walking up to them. Tuchi had a frown on his face, while Ayam had her head down. Tsunade-sama, Shizen-san heading back home? Yes, Tuchi-san, Shizen nodded. You two should have waited to travel in the morning though. It's not safe to be traveling at night. Well, Ayam wanted to hurry back home for answers. Shizen looked at the younger girl, who looked completely devastated. I guess you heard about what happened to then Tuchi-san? The old man nodded, and they could hear Ayam starting to sniff. I can't believe either of those two boys would do anything like that, Tuchi replied. Those two are good boys, great boys. They love Konoha. They would never betray the village. But the news. Ayam muttered. Itachi said he felt something bad was going to happen, that's why he sent us away. Did he know something like this was going to happen? That he and Naruto would be forced out of the village? I don't know, Ayam-san, Shizen sighed. Tsunade had her brows furrowed, thinking about what could have happened back home. There must be a reason, and the boys must have had an inkling about what would have had happened. The question is, why did all of this happen? Tsunade theorized. There is always a reason for something like this happening. Usually underhanded tactics and bad politics. So what had occurred? That I can explain a little bit, a voice stated. Looking up, the group saw Jiraiya standing on a tree branch. Yo, pervert, what are you doing here? Tsunade frowned, heading back home as well. I was near Suna when I heard what happened. I turned around and ran all the way back. Here. I'm surprised I saw you taking this route though. Jiraiya jumped down and nodded to the group. But as I was saying, I know a little about why this is happening. Well, are you going to tell us? Tsunade growled. I will, just wait. He then turned to the two civilians. Tuchi-san, I am Chan. I need you two to promise me that whatever is spoken between us remains between us. Got it? Of course, since it's about the safety Naruto and Itachi. We won't say a word, Tuchi stated. Jiraiya nodded and then headed away from Konoha. Jiraiya-sama? Where are we going? I asked. We're going to speak about this in a more secure location, Jiraiya told them. Speaking about important things like this requires us to be in private. Naruto's location. Naruto was asleep in his hotel room, and early the next morning he would leave and head off to the port closest to Uzushiogakure. So he had a light dinner after walking around to rest, and here he was now asleep in bed. Boom! The blonde's eyes snapped open and looked around. Rubbing the sleep out of his eyes, he looked around and saw the clock. He had only fallen asleep at 10, and it was only 1 now. Only 3 hours of sleep, he frowned. He then put on his shirt and his sandals. Throwing the door open, he saw a fire at the museum. There was black smoke billowing high up into the air. He saw several ninjas heading towards the area, along with samurai. Hey you! Naruto shouted to a passing ninja. The forehead protector she had showed she was from the hot springs village that was to the north of where they were. What is going on here? Someone tried to steal something from the museum, and then something exploded, the woman replied. You should stay there, kid. The woman then ran towards the fire. Naruto had to slap his forehead when she called him kid. Sometimes he forgot that he was still only 13 years old. Putting on a jacket, Naruto left his room after locking it. He headed towards the museum. The blonde knew that he shouldn't investigate, that it may cause Hunter Nin to see him. Sadly, he just couldn't do that. He would protect other people if he could. As he arrived, he was surprised at the scene. Several ninjas were on the floor bleeding, deep slices and cuts were on their bodies. The other ninjas were tending to the injured while others were rushing into the building. He heard shouts and screams coming from inside. Several bodies were thrown out of the hole. Those below Jounin level retreat, take the injured with you. A ninja commanded. Jounin and above, create a line to ensure the person will not escape this area. Several younger ninja grabbed the injured and hauled them away. Naruto walked forward, slowly approaching the opening in the wall. Hey kid, get back. Don't worry, I'm good, Naruto replied. He stalked forward. Suddenly he felt a pair of hands land on his shoulder. I said get back, kid, the ninja commanded again. And I said his eyes widened as he felt something coming towards them. He pushed the ninja holding him back. That was a good thing too, because just as he did that, a person landed in between them and the feather-like blades slammed into the ground. Naruto had to draw a kunai to block the following attack. He stared at the person who was holding the blade. It was an old man, but that was not what caught Naruto's attention. It was the old man's eyes. They were blank and devoid of emotions. Uzumaki. The old man whispered. Uzumaki. The old man went on the assault again, and with surprising speed for an old man, managed to close the distance between both of them in an instant. Naruto blocked the blade with his kunai and did a palm thrust to the man's chest. The old man was shot backwards, but before he could be pushed far away he managed to nick Naruto's cheek, drawing some blood. I'm surprised he managed to get me, Naruto whispered as he grabbed his cheek. He then looked at the old man, who started laughing. Ah ha 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 ha. The old man laughed maniacally. The blade started to glow even a brighter white and left the man's hand. The old man fell to the floor and was caught by one of the remaining ninjas. The blade on the other hand kept floating and was glowing brighter by the second. The hell? A ninja stated from close by. All the ninjas present could feel the large collection of chakra in the blade. It started to react to Naruto's blood on it. Naruto could see seals being undone on it. The large amount chakra burst out from the floating blade. Everyone back! Naruto shouted as the energy enveloped the area. A large column of chakra lit up the night air. When it died down, everyone looked towards the sword. They were shocked to see the blade in somebody else's hand. The person holding it was man, roughly standing at 180 centimeters. He was wearing a black button-up polo shirt. He had white ninja pants with black dress shoes on his feet. Over his entire body was a white leather duster. He had slicked back red hair, very reminiscent of Kushina's. Slowly opening his eyes, it revealed steel gray orbs that had a hint of excitement in them. Turning his head, the man stopped and looked at Naruto. You, he pointed at Naruto, you are the one with Uzumaki blood, aren't you? And what if I am? Naruto responded. The man laughed and tapped the dull side of the blade against his right shoulder. Funny, you don't have the trademark red hair. Although your hair is dyed for some reason, I can smell the chemicals. But who would have thought that an Uzumaki would get close to the quill blade? The man muttered. He then smirked at Naruto. Tell me, boy, how long has it been since the era of the foundation of the major villages? Why? Should I answer to you? Good answer, but I need to know so. The blade then shrunk to a size that of a feather from a bird. Chakra started to gather around the tip of the blade. In the air, the man wrote the character for truth in the air. What surprised Naruto was that the character was written in chakra. The man then tapped the character with the blade part of the sword. The character then turned into an arrow and he shot it at a random ninja. The ninja went rigid and his eyes went wide. You, tell me, how many years has it been since the founding of the major villages? About 100 years or so, the ninja muttered. Thank you? The man then snapped his fingers and the person fainted. Several ninjas moved back a step. What did you do to that man? Naruto demanded. Put a truth seal on them and then knock them out with the same seal. The man shrugged as the blade returned to its original length. So that thing you wrote in the air was a seal? You bet. Now, Uzumaki boy, the man cracked his neck. Make this interesting. In the blink of an eye, the man was already in Naruto's personal space, the blade under Naruto's neck. The boy's eyes widened as he felt the blade on his neck. I didn't even see him move. How did even he get past Haruka's Miyabi? It is like he's not even here, Naruto thought to himself as he gulped. Naruto then turned on Raiden no Yoroi and tried doing a backhand, only to miss as the man moved out the way. Naruto ran after the man, but somehow, the man was able to keep with Naruto and keep dodging the boy's attacks with ease. He's fast too. Naruto then felt something slash his chest and saw a cross on it, and blood dribbling from the cut. He looked at the man who had a smirk on his face, and there was blood on his blade. He can even cut through Raiden no Yoroi. Just who are you? Naruto demanded. Isn't it polite to say your name first? The man shot back. Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto introduced himself with a glare. The man laughed at the face Naruto made. You have the same glare my teammate had. The man then pointed to himself. My name is Naoto Uzumaki, the Mad Doctor of Yuzu. Actually, make that the spirit of the Mad Doctor. He then pointed his blade at Naruto. Now, make this fight interesting. Did you say spirit? As in ghosts? Naruto stuttered as he stared at the man in front of him. You could say that, Naruto replied. Why, oh Kami? Naruto whispered. You are not real. Ghosts aren't real. After that, the blonde let out ragged breaths as he stared at the man. Before anyone could blink, Naruto slapped himself across the face. Naruto looked on in amusement. Well, what was that about? Naruto asked. Sorry, had a fear of ghosts as a kid. Seeing one in front of me now kind of brought it back. Naruto then cracked his knuckles. Question though, if you are a ghost, how come I can feel you? Beat me and maybe I'll tell you. Cracking his neck, Naruto bit his thumb and swiped it over a bandage on his wrist. Out popped his katana. Turning on his right no Yoroi, the two men disappeared in a blur of speed. The ninjas around the two could barely see the blurs that the two fighters were as they tried to follow the battle with their eyes. As the two moved around at speeds above those of normal humans, above normal shinobi, the blades clashed, creating sparks with each hit. Naruto ducked a slice coming towards his head, and managed to block the following stab aimed at his gut. He then lashed out with a punch, which was evaded when the ghost just did a slight tilt to the side. Blue eyes widened when he saw a glowing green hand coming up towards him. He had to roll backwards in order to evade that one, but the hand managed to hit his shirt, causing it to get cut. This caused the boy to frown. The two stopped in their fighting as Naruto studied the cut. Chakra scalpel, should have known you'd know that. You said you were a doctor after all? Naruto just smirked at him before shaking his head. The red-haired man then disappeared again, but this time Naruto was able to follow him. He had to reinforce Haruka's Miyabi to just feel even the slightest disturbances in the air around him. That was why he shoved an electrically charged elbow to the left, managing to hit the man for the first time. The attack, however, did barely anything to the man. All he did was right himself after hitting the ground once and smiled. Okay, that hurt, Naruto stated. In a second the blade turned back into the size of a quill and the ghost began to write in the air once again. Crap! I won't let you write down a seal! Naruto blasted forward, intent on stopping the man. However, his eyes were trained on the seal, trying to figure out what the man was going to write. It was rather sloppy as he wrote it, but Naruto saw the kanji for explosion appear in midair. Following that was the number 3. Even though Naruto was able to cross the gap between them within less than a second, the man wrote fast. The characters looked messy when he started writing them midair, but Naruto guessed that the quill blade fixes mistakes like that easily. So when Naruto arrived in front of the doctor, the characters transformed into 3 glowing discs and fell to the ground. The doctor then moved away from the area just as Naruto stepped on one disc. Shit! The ground where Naruto was exploded, covering the area in smoke and debris. Oh, come now, Uzumaki boy, that wouldn't have killed you. That armor of yours would have protected you, or have gotten you out of the area. Naruto stared at the smoke for a couple of seconds, wondering where the blonde was. The redhead then felt a rumbling from underneath the ground and found several chains encasing him. Ho! Naruto then walked out of the smoke looking no worse than he had since beginning the match. The only things that seemed to have taken damage were his clothes. This is interesting. Seems like you've got Eiji's ability to make chains. That's not all I can do. Naruto charged the fist holding the chains with lightning. Naruto let out a slight grunt as the lightning coursed through him before laughing. Not bad, boy, not bad. However, chakra gathered around Naruto and the chains broke. I knew one of the first users of that technique. It won't stop me, boy. Suddenly more words appeared behind the man. The word for gravity appeared above him, as well as the number 3. The characters turned into a small sphere and shot out a dome around them. Naruto was forced onto his knee, the gravity in the area tripling. The hell? I didn't even see you write that, Naruto demanded. He raised up his arm encased with both Raitan and Futon chakra to block the incoming attack. Using the Futon chakra to sharpen the lightning on his blade, he raised it up to block the incoming blade. Thanks to the boost with Raitan no Yoroi, he was able to move himself due to the increased weight. At the same moment he stabbed with his left arm. That was a bad decision on his part, for when he did, Naruto brought down his hand with the chakra scalpel onto Naruto's left shoulder. Even though there was no visible sign of a cut, Naruto felt his shoulder being lacerated. Not only that, the katana he had was broken in two. Naruto kicked Naruto's feet from under him and then jumped back. He tried raising his left arm but only felt pain instead. Damn, I severed the muscles in your shoulder. You won't be able to use that left arm of yours now. That and the fact that I destroyed your blade. How will you fight me now? I still have my right arm, I can still fight. Naruto then brought up his right hand and created a sphere of slow-moving electricity. Since it's harder to move due to your seal in the sky, I think I should add my own technique, shouldn't I? I had to learn this move without hand signs, but it worked out in the end. The sphere was then thrown up into the air as Naruto shouted. Rantan Hoshi Hanabi Storm released star fireworks. The orb stayed aloft for a few moments before it started shooting down rays of lightning onto the field. Naruto had to move out the way of several attacks, as the orbs shoot out beams randomly. As the ghost looked at his opponent, he saw Naruto having to dance away from the move as well. You have no control over this attack? He asked as he rolled away from one of the beams. The moment it leaves my hand, I can't control this attack. Naruto swerved around one of the beams that were about to hit him. Naruto rolled his eyes and using his speed tried to close in on Naruto. The boy only smiled when he saw that. Slowly moving to the side, he lashed out with his good hand at a beam coming towards him, and it bounced away, hitting another beam and then another. The ricocheting motion led to the final attack hitting Naruto mid-step. Naruto was shot backwards from the attack, causing him to glare at the younger Uzumaki. I thought you couldn't control it when it left your hands? The response he got was a shrug of the shoulders. Naruto then minimized the blade again and wrote the character for smoke. From the blade, smoke was emitted, covering the area and rendering most sight useless. Naruto's Haruka's Miyabi still allowed him to feel where most of the people were, and where the random attacks from his own jutsu were going to fall. That was why he ducked and kicked backwards, hitting a beam, which smacked into Naruto. After that though, Naruto felt a slash on his back but felt no blood. Another damn slice from his chakra scalpel. Damn, he recovers fast, he thought to himself. His speed is increasing too. Plus the fact that the gravity is harsher is putting a toll on me. I need to end this now. Looking around, Naruto found something that gave him an idea. He rushed towards a part of the smoke-covered, lightning-rained battlefield and slid to a spot. Just as he finished sliding, Naruto fell on top of him with his blade penetrating his gut. Gah! Naruto coughed up blood. How the hell does he keep cutting through the Raiten no Yoroi? I haven't seen anyone be able to do that yet. No matter, he's right where I want him. Looking above him, Naruto saw Naruto, straddling him with his right hand poised to strike, leaving the blade in his gut. Surprisingly, for a boy who was thrust into battle against an opponent you had no information about, you did surprisingly well, Naruto complimented him. Naruto watched as the wounds healed on the ghost's physical form, and Naoto noticed it too. I know you're wondering why I'm healing, but since you're going to die right here and now, I won't tell you. Goodbye, Naruto Uzumaki boy. Naruto knew this was his moment. Just when Naruto was about to strike, several chains burst forth from his body and snared Naruto, halting his movements. Futon Shinkugyo. Naruto inhaled and exhaled a sphere of concentrated chakra, catching Naruto in between the eyes. Then he raised his right hand, stabbed the man in the temple. Naruto wondered what hit him, and when Naruto's hand fell, he got his answer. The broken piece of his katana was in his hands. Naruto looked baffled until he started to laugh. Ha ha! That was a good show, boy. You sure made this interesting. All of a sudden the gravity returned to normal, the smoke disappeared, and Naruto seemed to vanish. This left Naruto lying down on the ground in pain, with the quill blade still stabbed into his gut. Slowly he lost consciousness, and heard the rest of the shinobi who were watching coming closer. Why didn't they do anything to help me? He thought to himself. Oh, that's right, I'm wanted. They probably want my head. Naruto then lost consciousness. As he did, several ninjas were getting closer to him. Contain the boy. I want to bring him to Konoha and retrieve our reward. If the price of his head alive wasn't so high, I'd say we kill him right now, a ninja from Konoha told them. When they approached, the quill blade suddenly lifted itself from Naruto's body. This forced the people to stop walking. Naruto reappeared fully healed and a scowl on his face. The spirit leered at all the people before picking up Naruto and hefting him over his shoulder. Put him down. I don't think so. This boy, I need him for something. So, he and I will be taking our leave, Naruto responded. He lifted up the quill blade and wrote down the character for gravity again, and then wrote the number 5 right after that. Once again, it flew up into the air and created a small invisible dome around them. Everyone fell to the ground, not even being able to lift themselves up due to the gravity being increased 5 times normal. Naruto turned and took his leave, carrying the unconscious Naruto with him. It would be another few minutes before the gravity seal would wear off on the area, but by then the two would be long gone. Time skip. Naruto opened his eyes and found himself within a forest. It was light out already, and he felt a bit woozy. He tried to sit up from the ground. He only winced in pain as he grabbed his side. What the? He asked himself. Looking down, he saw that he was bandaged around the waist and his left shoulder. You shouldn't move around too much, you'll reopen your wound, a voice to the side told him. Naruto's head snapped to the direction of the voice and saw Naruto looking at the stars. That was when everything came rushing back to him. The memories of the fight and how Naruto barely won. Time really has flown, huh? It's really been that long since my death. The red-headed spirit then turned towards Naruto. Your stuff is behind the tree next to you. I picked it up on our escape from that village. What? Naruto shook his head, and then looked at Naruto again. Now that he looked at him, he noticed that the man was more transparent compared to the events that unfolded the night before. We had to escape the village. Apparently you're a nuke-nin. Never knew that a traitorous Uzumaki before. We're usually loyal to the people we work with. Naruto then stood up and walked over to Naruto. I couldn't fully heal you. I used up too much chakra last night, so I did what I could. Naruto remained silent, trying to comprehend what in the world was happening. Then he looked at Naruto with narrowed eyes. Why aren't you trying to kill me right now? Why should I? Yesterday, I just need to stretch my legs. Naruto replied. Besides, if I were still alive, you would have beaten me more easily. Being a spirit let me take a beating from you though. Okay, I am still so confused. Can you explain to me what is going on? What is up with you and the whole spirit thing? To be perfectly honest, I'm still creeped out about you being transparent. Give me something to work with. Like you said, I'm new to this whole thing. I guess I can give you that. Let me start with who I am. I am Naruto Uzumaki, the mad doctor of Yuzu. Why did they call you that? Naruto asked. The man smiled. It was because most of the medical practices I thought up of were rather out there. I did not dabble in human experimentation. That is just not my style. I just had a tendency to do things most people would never think of. Like putting seals on a man's leg to keep it together long enough so I can actually do surgery on it, or doing something like giving a certain poison to counteract another one. Things like that were what considered me mad. My ideas at the time were too uncommon for people. Naruto then smirked. That and the fact that I keep threatening to gut people's stomach out with a rust scalpel tends to scare away a lot of people. I see. Naruto nodded. Back then thoughts like that were what got people in trouble, or just outright ignored. Just like the story of Tsunade suggesting a 4-man team with a medic and it was rejected, something that only a fool would have thought of. Naruto then turned to Naruto again. So tell me, why is your spirit in the quill blade? Not only that, But what are you really? Naoto sat down on a stone across from Naruto. How he did that had Naruto wondering. What I am is simple really. I am a mass of chakra that can take a physical form, similar to that of the Bijus. My thoughts, personality, and memories have been stored into the quill blade. In all essence I am here as a spirit, but I can't use too much chakra or else I'd be sealed away again for a long time. He then smirked at Naruto. If I were still alive, you would have killed me faster than that of last night. Your attacks really hurt. The fact that I was only a physical form of chakra was what saved me of losing the fight to you so early on. What? You put up such a good fight though. I'm a doctor. Sure, I may be a ninja and a field doctor as well, but I cannot fight against heavy hitters like you for a long time. The only reason I had put up such a fight was because I couldn't really felt the pain. Naruto thought about it then slowly nodded his head. I guess. Naruto then sighed. Well, thanks for the info and all, but why are you still here? You can say that I can't pass on until I leave my knowledge with a disciple. When Naruto raised his brow at that, Naruto shook his head. All in all, my spirit can't go to rest until the fact that I pass on my jutsus and knowledge to a person. So until then, my spirit/chakra, whatever you may call it, is stuck to the quill blade. So what, am I going to be your disciple? Naruto asked. Nope. What? You already chose a path from what I've seen. You're already following another path. Naruto then looked at Naruto. Now it's time for you to answer a question from me, which is, what has happened to Yuzushi-Ogakure? Naruto asked. What do you mean by that? Naruto asked. I'm sure you're a Nuke from Konoha. Meaning that something must have happened to Yuzu if you were working with him. The only previous person I saw from Yuzu who went to Konoha was Mito-sama. Most, if not all, Uzumakis would have stayed in Yuzu where it was safe. So tell me what has happened. Naruto thought about it before sighing. A couple decades ago, too, if I'm right, Yuzushi-Ogakure was destroyed. It was a mix of natural disasters and a joint effort of Iwagakure and Mizugakure that destroyed the village. When they were recuperating during the Second Ninja War, they struck, thus destroying the village and scattering its people all over the elemental nations. I see. Naruto nodded. How many of them are in Konoha, seeing as we had the strongest ties with that village? When I left, 3 were the only ones there. My ex-family are the only Uzumakis left there. Although, they have taken up the name of Namikaze. Naruto ran his hand through his hair, taking off the black dye and revealing his blonde hair. I look just like my father, to be honest. You really don't have the trademark red hair. Naruto noted. That caused the blonde to roll his eyes. So what are you doing out here? I'm heading to Yuzu to see if there are still some scrolls, books, tomes, or whatever about Fuinjutsu is left. Why so? Did your family not teach you about sealing? Oh, they did, but I need to know more. I am nowhere near the Fuinjutsu master my opponent is, so I need to learn more. I see. Naruto nodded his head. I'll help you. Really? You may not be my pupil, but I will lend you my help. That, and I'm stuck with you since the quill blade is now yours. Naruto nodded to himself. If Yuzushi-Ogakure was destroyed, then I am sure that those who attacked had missed one place in the village. What are you talking about? My team and I had sealed off a place in Yuzushi-Ogakure before our deaths in the First Ninja World War. It is full of the knowledge of Yuzu. My team and I called it the Vault. That made Naruto frown. Wouldn't that have been the first place to be looted of all their things? Not exactly. The people of the village can deposit information into the vault easily. Naruto opened his mouth to explain before closing it. Actually, I don't think I'll explain the procedure on how to do that, it is much better to see it. But going back to the point, the reason why no one can enter the vault is because you need 2 keys to open it. Raising up a finger, Naruto explained, the first key is the quill blade within your hand. Raising up another finger, Naruto continued. The second key belonged to a teammate of mine. His name was Kuga Uzumaki. You're going to need to find his duster. Really? Naruto raised an eyebrow. I need to find a century-old duster or so? Trust me, you will need it if you want to get into the vault. Fine, Naruto sighed. Do you know which way it is? Naruto closed his eyes and sent out a large pulse of chakra. The blonde noticed that it caused Naruto to become even more transparent. He waited a couple of seconds before he felt another pulse of chakra come back towards them. The red-haired spirit opened his eyes before speaking. It's all the way in IWA. This caused the blonde to let out a groan. Damn, that means I have to trek back through Haino Kuni. After saying that, Naruto let out a yawn. Take a rest, boy. I'll watch and inform you of anything going on. You're still pretty injured after all. The blonde nodded and closed his eyes to go to sleep, leaving Naruto time to think. When he was sure the boy was asleep, Naruto smirked. He doesn't need to know that I took it too easy on him as well. If I decided to fight seriously, I would have used all the poisons I knew of, aimed for his eyes, and used all my knowledge on the anatomy of a human body. I would have taken the opportunity during the fight when I got through his armor and decapitated him. Again, he doesn't need to know about that. The spirit then looked at Naruto again. Sadly, Kuga won't go easy when he arrives to claim the duster. That man never knew how to hold back after all, and with him just being a chakra construct like myself, that battle is going to be hard on boy. In Kumo, sat in his chair, his face impassive as he looked at the news he had received, or rather the bingo book on his desk. The page was turned to the S-class section. So far only 3 names were on there that were from Konoha Orochimaru of the Sannin, and the 2 added yesterday, Itachi Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki. Looking up from his desk, he looked at the team standing in front of him. It was Darui, C and Yujito. All of them had grown over the years, although they looked rather similar to the way they were back then. Darui had a sleeveless black shirt and shorts on. His blonde hair had grown out, and the fringe of his bangs covered one eye. C had similar clothing except had some white armor on the front. He had his headband on his head and black fingerless gloves on. Yujito had done her hair in a long ponytail that reached her waist. She wore a black and purple shirt with a matching pair of bicycle shorts. Over the past few years her brown hair had turned blonde. You called us Reikage-sama? C asked amicably. He was happy to be called in. He was now a chunin and was willing to do whatever it took to keep going up in the ranks, probably for another dull mission, Darui sighed. Just like his friend, he too had become a chunin, but unlike his friend, his promotion test for becoming jounin was within the next few weeks. Despite his rather unenthusiastic attitude on the outside, Darui was rather excited about the prospect of becoming a jounin on the inside. Both of you please be quiet, Reikage-sama is going to speak, Yujito reprimanded her 2 juniors. While their jounin sensei wasn't around, Darui was usually in charge, but the moment he and C start talking about some matters, Yujito had to step in and calm them down. She then turned to the leader of the village. What is it that you want us to do, Reikage-sama? I was originally just going to ask some of the ANBU to do this mission. A started to speak as he looked at the trio of teens, used their force to seek these 2 out, but I had a change of heart. He turned the bingo book towards the team of young ninja and their eyes went wide. C let out a whistle when he saw the picture of both Naruto and Itachi. You have got to be kidding me, right? C asked. Those 2 went nuke-ning? That's a rather incredible to happen. I agree, Darui frowned. I would have never expected to see this happen. I mean, those 2 seem to be so loyal to Konoha. There must have been a reason for this. Darui then looked at the information on the 2 and raised an eyebrow. S-class, kill on sight, the price on their heads is in the 100 millions. It seems Konoha has spared nothing to want people to go against them, Yujito muttered. Although, I'm not sure that anyone could really beat them. If the stories are true, those 2 were some of the strongest in the Konoha ANBU in years, ever since Kakashi Hatake. Exactly, that is why I am sending you 3 out to get them, A stated confidently. That caused the trio to look at him. The looks of confusion on their faces were rather priceless, and if A had a camera he would have taken a picture. I want you to go to those 2 and ask them to join Kumo. Sir, we are only 3 chunin, yet you expect us to convince us to somehow fight them and convince them to join us. How would we able to do that? Yujito asked. You are not going to fight them, you'd probably die against just one of them. Against both of them you'd probably be turned into dust within a few seconds. No, you 2 are going to just talk to them if about joining us. If they say no, just flee. I looked at them with a firm stare. I do not want you 3 to do anything stupid if they want to have a fight. If they are S-class, I highly doubt that they don't have the power to back it up. Clearing his throat, A spoke again. So this is going to be your first S-ranked mission, find and persuade Naruto Uzumaki and Itachi Uchiha to join Kumo. If not, just leave them be and run away if they want to fight. Am I clear? Hi, Reikage-sama. The trio shouted. Good, then you are dismissed. The group nodded and left the office. I sat there quietly for a moment before grunting towards the window. B, how long are you going to stay out there and listen into my conversation? From outside of the window, Killer B showed up and smiled at his brother. Yo bro, he greeted. Do you think that idea is great? Sending dem kids after those 2 is like putting their heads on a silver plate, yo. I know what I'm doing. Those 2 kids won't be willing to hurt others that aren't after their heads. After a minute, A added. Hopefully. I hope you're right, because even with Yujito there, that Naruto kid will put up a big fight. B nodded to himself. He then took out a notepad and a pen, starting to write lyrics in it. I shook his head at his brother's odd antics, but he smiled all the same. If things go right, he'll have not 1 but 2 new members for Kumo. If worse comes to worse, he may end up with 3 dead ninjas. His other plan will also start now too. He may have to send a few people to Konoha to negotiate a few new terms, seeing as the person who he usually talks to is gone. With Itachi was cooking dinner along with the cats in the hideout for his family. The teen sighed. It had been about a week since Naruto left, and there has been no word from him in the past 3 days. Now Itachi wasn't worried for Naruto, he knew his partner could handle himself. He was just worried that he lost the piece of paper needed to communicate. Just as he was about to keep on thinking of how an irresponsible person Naruto can be, he heard a noise coming from his pocket. The whistling sound the paper makes when it wants to make contact with other people. Drying his hands, Itachi took it out and saw the characters for translate, fix, and sort appear on the paper. The paper lit up before calming down. Suddenly words appeared on it, and Itachi was surprised to see that the words were clear. And yo Itachi. Did the fix on the paper work out? Are the words written out better? Ah yes, I'm surprised you were able to fix the paper's grammar. How were you able to fix this thing? And I, had help. That made Itachi frown. Why do I not like the sound of that? And you can say that I got into an incident recently. News about it will probably reach you soon. Why do I feel afraid to hear about it? And don't worry about it. I have, made an ally of sorts. He's the one who fixed the paper. Itachi frowned again. This doesn't feel right at all. How can we trust him? And he's sort of stuck with me. For a long time. That made the uchiha sigh. He really couldn't do much about it, so he'll have to trust Naruto's choice on this thing. Okay then, I'll let you settle that. How close are you to Uzushio-gakure? And about that, I had gained some information about the place. There is a place in Uzushio that wasn't destroyed. Problem is I need 2 keys for it. So far I only have one. And the other one? And it currently resides in Iwagakure. I need to go there and get it. What will you do after that? And I'll stop by there and pick up both Mikoto-sama and Sasuke, then we'll all head to Uzushio-gakure. Itachi thought about it. That sounded like a good plan. All he had to do was wait for Naruto. He then slowly nodded his head after thinking about it. Fine. Hurry up please. I need to head out myself. I need to train and start setting up the spy networks that we wanted to establish. And great. I'll get in touch again soon. Next time let me talk to Mikoto-sama as well. I think she's going to worry about me too much if I don't. This will take me about a week to do, if no problems occur. Fine, see you soon partner. Itachi's paper had the ink disappear. He stood up and grabbed the plate of food that the cats had set up. Thank you. Itachi then walked towards the room where Sasuke and Mikoto were staying. Opening the door, he saw Mikoto reading a story to Sasuke, to keep him calmed down. With the memories still fresh in the young boy's mind, Itachi was a tiny bit happy that Sasuke didn't shut himself off. Okasan, Itachi greeted. Both Mikoto and Sasuke looked up. Itachi gave them their food. Thank you Itachi, Mikoto smiled. Sasuke had a forced one on his face, but he was grateful for the food. He was hungry after all. Naruto had gotten in contact with me. He said he'll be here to pick you up in a week, and then head to Yuzu. Oh. Why will it take a week? He needs to head off to Iwa first. Apparently he needs something from there to get to the place in Yuzu you will stay in. I see. He also wants to talk to you the next time he makes contact. Mikoto smiled softly at him. Okay, Hyuga compound. Hisashi Hyuga, the twin brother of the current head of the main house's leader Hisashi Hyuga, was sitting in a small room. He was a man who was currently the one in charge of the branch family. He had long brown hair that framed his face and a well-built body. He had milky white eyes that seemingly had no pupils. He was not blind, far from it actually. He had one of the 3 great digitsus in the elemental nations, the Byakugan. When a user puts chakra into their eyes, the Byakugan would allow the user to see in 360 degrees up to a certain distance. It varies per person. It also allowed a person to see the tenketsus of a person. Around his forehead was a white wrapping that concealed the caged bird seal that was placed on each branch member. Currently the man was staring at a piece of paper in front of him. On the paper were just a few words that had shocked him. And hello Hisashi-sama. It is I, Naruto Uzumaki, we need to talk. Now the moment he heard a piece of paper making a slight whistling noise he became suspicious. When words started to appear, he became wary. When that one sentence showed itself to him, he became intrigued. Taking a pen he decided on what to write. If you really are Naruto Uzumaki, tell me what did you promise me a year ago on the 3rd of July last year? Hisashi waited for the answer. If the person contacting him was really who he claimed to be, they should know what they spoke about on that specific day. When the response came back, Hisashi couldn't help but smile. And I promised you that I would give your son Niji a few lessons on channeling elemental chakra for his next birthday on the same day. He kept asking me about that when I saw him that day. That statement was all he needed to know here/read. The only person who knew about that promise to help teach his son Niji how to manipulate elemental chakra and start doing things outside of the clan arts was Naruto. Slowly Hisashi made sure that the room was sealed off, and took precaution to make sure that even people with the Byakugan by activating a small seal that made the entire room into something similar to a chakra flare. It was subtle, but anyone with a Byakugan would get blinded for a few short seconds. It was something that Minato had made for the entire Hyuga clan. It was an anti-spying seal. Hisashi decided to answer. Naruto-san, can you tell me what had happened? I'm lost about everything, and do you have time? I can miss one training session, and this is going to be a long story. So Naruto told Hisashi all he had been through up to the point of his escape, as well as his theories about what is happening to the Hokage. Hisashi took it all in, carefully listening to the younger man. He can see the truth in what he said to him, the Hokage going crazy, the framing of himself and Itachi, and all the bad things that have been happening to his own family. And Hisashi-sama, I have a request for you. What is it that you need, Naruto-san? And I need some eyes and ears in Konoha. I need info being transferred to me. What are you asking me to do? And just tell me what is going on there. The current events of Konoha. I need to know if anything goes wrong, so I can react accordingly. I also need you to watch over Kushina-sama and the girls. Hisashi thought about it for a moment, but he already knew his answer. Of course. I'll help you out, Naruto, you're my friend after all, and thank you. Don't worry though. You'll have some help for this, although I still need to ask some San and Tsunade-san. Hisashi raised an eyebrow when Naruto didn't respond for a few moments. He then laughed when he saw the next set of words. And sorry about that, I just remembered that I haven't told Oba-chan and Ero-sensei. Kami-sama, they are going to kill me if I don't talk to them soon. I'll speak to you within the next week and get a weekly report. I need to talk to another helper next. Thank you again, Hisashi-sama. Oh, and a fair warning, chances are since I'm not there Kumo will try to do something. I was one of the few reasons why they were so amicable with us, and the reason Konoha and Kumo were at peace. I was the one who had to make A agree to the whole thing. Hokage-sama won't be able to react to A's plans fast enough, or he won't listen to me. The paper then stopped reacting and Hisashi shook his head. He'll take that news to heart, but for now he has to watch over women and his own family. He'll need to prepare if that news means anything. Naruto put away the piece of paper and frowned. He knew he would have to talk to Tsunade soon, as well as Jiraiya, but he wants to put that off for now. He doesn't need his head bitten off just yet. He also needs to speak to Kushina again too. Hopefully, nothing wrong will happen with them and Yuri won't go blabbing to Minato. The blonde then reached behind him and pulled out the quill blade from a holder on the back of his waist. He examined it for a bit, and wondered if he'd be able to master it too. You want to start your training on that thing? Naruto asked as he appeared, sitting next to the blonde. I'd like to learn soon, Naruto replied. Do you know how useful it would be to be able to write seals on the fly like that? Only just using chakra? I know very well, I'm a master with that blade after all. Naruto then turned to his descendant of sorts. Although training will take a long period of time, not only will you need to learn how to draw chakra into the blade and stabilize it into writing the seal midair, you'll also need to learn how to change the blade from sword to quill form in an instant. It would be such a shame if you could not do that and then die in battle. I know. He then turned towards Naruto. How long did it take for you to master this thing? Naruto took the blade from Naruto and thought to himself for a few moments before speaking. A few months was all it took, and that is going fast compared to others who had gotten a similar weapon. They took a few years or so to get everything down like me. Although, I was considered the smartest person in my age group, so that could have been factored in there somewhere. The red-headed spirit then turned to Naruto. Let's get you working. If you're really wanting to get to the vault, you're going to have to face Kuga for his duster. What can you tell me about him? I won't say much, for it's a challenge so to speak. To prove your worth, although I'll give you a hint at what he excels at. What is it? He was nicknamed the Buso Kiba, the armed Fang. That should give you enough to guess what he is good at. Naruto then stood up and threw the sword at Naruto. Now let's get your training started. We have a week to get you proficient at using the quill blade, and during this time I'm going to train you to write like a doctor such as myself as well. You're still taking too much time writing the seal, Naruto muttered in the sidelines as he watched Naruto write out the characters for chakra and seal. It had been about 2 days since the whole incident that united the two Uzumakis together, and they were midway through Hai no Kuni already. This was due to Naruto using Raitan no Yoroi once again just to travel. It's not like he really needed it, but he wanted to rush to IWA already. As they traveled, the Mad Doctor had started on Naruto's training. Naruto was happy at the fact that Naruto was able to get the whole managing to put the right amount of chakra into the blade. The blonde explained to him that it mostly came from find out how much chakra he needed to put into the Kuriai no Ryujutsus that helped him gain a firm grasp on chakra control. Now since they really didn't need to worry about that, They had to worry about the next part in their training, writing the seals themselves. But I'm so used to using to writing like this. Naruto whined as he wrote the characters again and again. Do you think it would be easy for me to just write sloppy? What type of fuinjutsu master do you think would write like that? Ones who found a way to go around the need to write in a pretty fashion. Naruto then gave him a pointed look. Some fuinjutsu masters can even apply seals they have mastered just by touching the surface of where they want to apply it. I'm sure the person who you intend to fight, seeing as you told me they were a master in the arts, would be able to do that too. Now the spirit had a frown on his face. Now, just stop whining and keep on writing. The moment you can write that explosive seal I am making you do, you won't need explosive tags anymore. Fine, fine. Naruto mumbled as he began writing in the air again. As he wrote, he did the strokes needed for the kanji once again. When he finished, the seal was made. The blonde was able to shape the seal into an arrow and throw it into a tree where it exploded. You know, you never explained to me how these things are happening. How chakra goes into the blade, how the blade then makes it possible to create a seal just using the chakra, and how we are able to write on something that has no real tangible surface. He then felt something smack the back of his head. He saw Naruto right next to him after doing the seal. The redhead then took the blade from his young pupil. You're still writing too slow. Naruto did the exact same seal as Naruto did and surprised him at the speed he wrote. The blonde could clearly see that the writing was sloppy and messy, but the seal came out just the same. You have to remember, Naruto, that the quill blade has a seal on it that would fix any mistakes on the writing, no matter how sloppy it is. He then offered the blade back to Naruto, who accepted it and began to practice again. As for your questions, I'm not really sure either. I wasn't the one who created the blade. Huh? Naruto asked mid-stroke. You didn't make this? I told you before I was given this blade. The Uzumaki clan head was the one who gave this to several of us people in the clan. Mine is one of the few that remained intact. Also, mine is the only one with a sealed soul in it. Naruto then looked at Naruto, who had managed to make the seal again. You're getting a bit faster, but still you need to adapt to the speed at which I am at. If you don't, it would be pointless to use that blade. Damn, you're one hard taskmaster, you know. I'm being kind to you. If you were truly my student, the one who'd I pass on all my knowledge to, I'd be even harder on you. However, since you're not going to be a medical ninja, I won't have to. Naruto then stared at Naruto again. Take a break. I guess you would like to talk to your friends, right? Naruto rolled his eyes but gave a sigh of relief. He had been at this for a good 3 hours, just writing one seal over and over again. Walking over to his bag, he pulled out the piece of paper that let him communicate to other people and sighed. Who should I talk to? Tsunade. Tsunade and Shizen had arrived at their house a few days prior. She made a promise to Jiraiya to not say anything about the perverted sages and Naruto's speculations. She really despised not being able to do something to help out, but here she was acting as if nothing really happened. When they had arrived home, Jiraiya noticed that there were several bugs in their house, probably installed after Naruto had left. They proceeded to take them out. Then Jiraiya had altered them so they would not actually send the right information to the people who were watching the house. She had no contact with Naruto at all for the past few days, and it was making her worried. Shizen was taking it worse than her. The poor girl had been pacing around the hospital and her room nonstop since they arrived back in Konoha. Sighing, Tsunade went back to her room to rest her head. As she entered, she heard a high-pitched whistle coming from her drawer. Slowly walking up to it, as to make sure it was not some sort of trap. When she opened the drawer, she found the noise coming from a piece of paper. Taking the paper out, she looked it over and found some words that surprised her. And hey Obachan, how you doing? Tsunade's eyes widened. She knew that writing anywhere. Naruto had somehow made contact with her. All she had to do now was find out how to reply to him. And since you are new to this, just write whatever you need to reply. Getting her answer, she took a pen and wrote down the very first thing that came to her head. Tsunade, I am going to murder you when I see you again, you stupid brat. What the hell were you thinking running away like that? I'm going to pound you into dust and scatter them into the four winds to make sure that no one would ever find your remains, you hear me? I'm not going to stand here and watch you kill yourself by doing stupid shit like this ever again. If you get hurt, don't come running to me. There was no response for a couple of minutes before words appeared again. And you done ranting? Tsunade, yeah? And feeling any better after all that shouting? Tsunade, much, and good. I really didn't want to speak to you while you were so freaking angry. And for the record, I'm sorry. Tsunade, you're forgiven, but I'm still going to beat you to a pulp when I see you again for worrying me, and I wouldn't mind that. I probably deserve it anyway. The blonde woman smiled at that. Her boy was still trying to make her happy. Tsunade, so are you going to try to catch me up on everything that has occurred since you have left? And ugh. Why does everyone keep asking me to catch them up on those sorts of things? Okay, I'll just make this short since my current trainer wants me to keep moving. Okay, so after we left Itachi and I plan to do some things. I'll be heading somewhere to take care of some things and then set up a base in a distant village. He will go out and do missions. Recently, you'll probably get news about this soon, I had gotten in an encounter to the east of Konoha. As of right now, I'm heading towards the west looking for something. Tsunade looking for what and where to? And well, my trainer says it's a duster, and no, before you ask, it's not a feather duster. It is one of those long coats that people have, similar to the one Minato team has but made of leather. As to where I'm going, I won't say. You'll probably be madder at me if you found out. That made the woman frown. If he said that, that must mean that he was going to walk straight into enemy territory. If it was to the west, it was probably a whatif. That made her frown even more. If anything, those people still have not truly forgiven Minato for the whole massacre of their army. Tsunade really wanted to tell him not to go there, that he'd probably just endanger his life even more, but she knew he wouldn't listen. It was something he wanted. Tsunade, just be careful out there, okay? And I will botch on, you know that. This little call is a business call, by the way. Tsunade raised her eyebrow at that. He rarely went serious for anything around her. Tsunade, what do you mean? And I have asked several other people around the village to gather information for me and send me weekly reports on the ongoings of the village. I want you to do the same thing. Tsunade, of course I'll do that, Naruto. I'll help out your cause, and good. I also want you to do something for me. I want you to get into contact with Ero-sensei. If you can, have him prepare an escape route. Now that had her intrigued. Why would Naruto need an escape route ready in Konoha? Tsunade, why? And contingency plan. I want to be sure that Kushina-sama and the girls have an escape plan just in case Minato team would do something. Can you do that for me, please? Tsunade knew that if she could see Naruto, he'd have a pleading face on his face. The woman already knew her answer though. Tsunade, of course, Naruto. I would do that for them, and thanks, Bachan. Do you have anything else to say? My trainer wants me to start moving again. Tsunade, no, before she finished writing she remembers something. Actually, I think Shizen wants to talk to you. And Shizen? Tsunade, yes. Let me just call her for you, and okay then. Tsunade put her pen down and left the room. She walked straight into the room of her apprentice, and found her still pacing. Shizen, I need you to do something for me, Tsunade said, causing the girl to look at him. What is it, Tsunade-sama? Shizen asked politely. I was thinking it would be a good time for you to write a journal about your feelings for Naruto. I mean, it might be a long time until you see him again. Oh. I think that would be a good idea. Shizen muttered. That will help me get stuff off my chest. Thank you for the idea. The girl went to her desk and about to start working when Tsunade stopped her. Actually, I have a special paper that hides the ink. I'll let you have it. You know to keep it secret. Really? Yes. I'd like that, Tsunade-sama. Just give me a moment to get it. When her apprentice nodded, the blonde woman left the room and went back into her own. She grabbed the pen and wrote into the paper. Tsunade, Naruto, let Shizen start writing. Don't say anything in return until she's done with her script, okay? Don't even greet her until then, okay? And don't understand why, but okay. Naruto. So Naruto waited for Shizen to finish writing. Naruto had stood retreated back into the blade to rest for a bit. The message Shizen wrote wouldn't appear for a few minutes, but Naruto was stunned to say the least when he read it. Shizen, well, seeing as this is a small piece of paper, I think I'll keep this log short and to the point then. Tsunade-sama has to LD me to write my feelings for a certain boy here, and it would be kept secret. I think she's plotting something, but I'll take my chances to get this thing off my chest. I don't know how to say it, but for the past few years I've been in love with someone. People would laugh at me if I said who out loud, namely because of the age difference, so I keep it to myself. Tsunade-sama knows about it, hence me writing right now. This person is so sweet, kind, and gentle. He's funny, adventurous, and strong. There are so many words that could describe the person I love that it would take over 100 of these pages to make for me to completely describe him. Sadly, I don't know where he is right now. An incident occurred that made him leave. It breaks my heart not knowing where he is right now, but no, I must no falter here. I have to say it even on this piece of paper. I love my Otuto. I love my Naruto-kun. Ever since he was 7 I had a crush on him. Even with a decade between us, I still love him. I really wish I could tell him this, but I'm scared. So here it is on a piece of paper. One that will conceal my desires. Hopefully, I will find the strength to tell this to him. One day, after reading that, Naruto was speechless. Shizen felt that way about me, he thought to himself. Guh, I should have seen the signs. She was acting like I was acting towards Itachi. Damn, I always saw her as a sister. Was that the reason I couldn't see it? The blonde knew he had to respond, That was what Tsunade had planned after all, that sneaky woman. Taking his pen, Naruto wrote back. And I didn't know you felt like that for me, Shizen. Shizen, KYA. Shizen nearly fell out of her chair when the message came onto the paper. She saw the words disappeared after she wrote her message. The medic knew Tsunade told the truth then. She just didn't expect to get a reply from the paper. From the writing she could tell it was from only one person. With a shaky hand she wrote down Naruto, and the one and only. After reading that, the poor girl fainted. When she came to, it was already night time and she found herself in bed. Sitting up and massaging her head, she let out a groan. You feeling better? Tsunade asked. Shizen looked to the left of her bed to see her mentor and best friend sitting there drinking tea. Ugh. What happened? Shizen asked. You fainted. Really? From what? How would I know? Tsunade-sama, I just had the strangest dream. I confessed my love for Naruto on a piece of paper and found out that he was able to read it and reply. Funny, huh? When she saw her mentor smirking at her, all the color left Shizen's face. That really happened, didn't it? I just confessed to Naruto through some sort of text? The female Sennin nodded her head. Oh. My. God. Shizen's face lit up like a fire, and her face was buried in her hands. I can't believe you tricked me into saying that. What will he say to me when I see him again? Or when I manage to talk to him again? This is going to be so embarrassing. And what of his girlfriend? Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Tsunade sighed and gave her panicked apprentice a tiny love tap on the forehead. Shizen rubbed it and stared at her mentor. When you fainted, I told Naruto what happened. He told me that he'd speak to you about it, but it should be face to face. I don't know when that will happen, but I want you to take this time to prepare yourself. Do you understand me? Shizen nodded. Good. Now go eat some dinner, take a bath and rest. We have a full week ahead of us. Hi. Tsunade-sama. When Shizen left, Tsunade remembered one thing in the messages Naruto had sent her after hearing the confession. Naruto had stopped calling Shizen Nachan. What are you going to do about our little Shizen, Naruto? Naruto, are you still worrying about that confession from that woman? Naruto asked as Naruto hopped from one branch to the next. He was still inside the blade, but he could speak to Naruto. I am. It's not every day that your Nachan would suddenly turn into a woman who likes you in a non-familial way, Naruto grunted as he hopped to the next branch. Not only that, I have to think of my relationship with Yuki. So you already have a lover? Naruto blushed at what he implied. Not like that, you stupid ghost. She's only 13. Hell, I'm only 13. Age is but a number, boy. Naruto muttered under his breath about stupid ghosts and old ways. As he hopped onto the next branch, he stopped when he felt people enter his dome of air. He knew the shapes that entered it and raised an eyebrow at that. Turning around, Naruto felt them moving through Haruka's Miyabi, and they were only a few meters away now. What can I do for you, Dari Yujito? He asked as the trio of Kumo ninjas arrived in front of him. Hello, Naruto-san, Dari greeted. She nodded at him, while Yujito frowned. She still didn't like him, ever since she found out he could chain her easily and stop her from accessing her Bijuu's chakra. Naruto, you are one hard person to find, you know that? She sighed. We had to use Yujito here to track you down? When Naruto raised an eyebrow at them, she elbowed Yujito in her side. You still smell like a cat, Yujito muttered. We followed some information from villages who saw you pass through. If I could smell some sort of cat there, we followed it until we found you. Okay then. Naruto mumbled. What are you three doing here? Asama gave us the dull mission to ask you and Itachi Uchiha to join Kumogakure, Darui drawled out. The trio saw Naruto tense for a second, and they tensed too. They were told to flee from him if he wanted a fight, and if I were to refuse this offer, we were told to leave you alone. Naruto looked at them before drawing the quill blade from his back. The blonde saw that they were about to bolt but held up his hand. Don't worry, I won't try to fight you. I'm just going to see if you're telling the truth. How are you going to do that? Yujito asked. The blade in Naruto's hand shrunk, and he wrote the word for truth in the air. Since this was their first time seeing it, the trio was awed at that. They also could swear they heard a voice coming from somewhere saying the words, "You're still too slow." The glowing character then turned into an arrow and slammed into C. C, tell me, if I declined your offer, what would you guys do? We were told to leave you, and if you wanted to battle, we were to flee immediately. C confessed even though he couldn't control his own mouth. Naruto nodded and put the blade away. C touched his mouth and looked at him. What did you do to me? I placed a truth seal on you. It's a seal that makes you speak the truth. The blonde then turned around to leave. Go tell Asen that even though I am a Nukenin, my allegiance is still to Konoha. Although, I will offer my services as a Nukenin to him if he is willing to pay me for the missions. Naruto reached into his pocket and threw a piece of paper at them. You'll contact me through there. Just write the number 1 in the corner, and it write what you want. Got it? Got it. Good luck to whatever you are doing, Naruto-san, Aries stated. He then turned to his team and ordered them to leave the area. Before they could leave though, Naruto spoke out again. Yujito-san, if you need someone to look over your seal, I'll be willing to help. What are you talking about? She asked. I can feel some of the Nibi's chakra in your system. If it manages to get loose, I'll handle it okay. We are friends after all. Yujito opened her mouth to give a snide remark about them not being friends but closed it at the insistence of Darui. Fine. If I ever need help I will call upon you. After that Naruto jumped off in the opposite direction as themselves. I never considered him a friend. You should, Darui replied. He has kept a correspondence with our team during these 5 years via mail. He likes talking to us, Yujito. Don't forget that he was the one who convinced Reikage-sama to agree into the truce we have with Konoha. He even greeted us kindly and showed us around Konoha when we visited. He's a friend whether you like it or not. Yujito put her lips into a thin line and did not respond. In her head though, another female voice told her that she should lighten up and just befriend the boy since he seemed kind and caring. That and he would make a good mate. Uchiha, Okasan, Itachi opened the door to the room that his mother and brother shared. Mikoto looked up and saw that he held a piece of paper to her. Naruto wanted to speak to you since you asked for it last time. Thank you. Are you sure that you aren't done with your information exchange though? Mikoto asked her son. We are. He told me about Kumo, about how his spy network was growing in Konoha and a few other things. He also told me that Tsunade-sama has given Ayam-chan a communication paper as well. If you could be so kind, please be fast. I want to speak to Ayam. You know, you still have not introduced me to your girlfriend, Mikoto teased. When we can go back to Konoha, I'll introduce you too. For now though, please speak to Naruto. Fine. She took the paper and walked over to a desk. Hello Naruto-kun. And Mikoto-sama, how are you? I am better now, thank you for asking. Are you taking care of yourself? And yes, Mikoto-sama. I am. I also have someone watching over my back, so don't worry about it. See, that's good to hear. And Mikoto-sama, I wanted to tell you that when I see you again, we are going to have to talk. That confused the woman. What did she and Naruto have to talk about? About what, Naruto-kun? And I know how you're hiding your pain right now, Mikoto-sama. How you're trying to be strong for your Sasuke, for Itachi, hell even for me. You don't want us to worry about you, so you're putting up a strong front. Both Itachi and I know this. Black eyes widened at that. Her son knew she was in more pain than she was in, and his best friend did too, Naruto. I don't know what to say, and don't say anything just yet. When we meet up, I'll be a shoulder to cry on if need be. I know you won't do this with Itachi, you don't want your son to worry about you even more than he already has. So when he leaves and you're under my care, you can let it all out, okay? Can you wait until then? Mikoto really did not know what to say to that. She was so sure she hid it well enough from the two boys, but she was wrong apparently, and now one of them was offering to be her emotional punching bag when they meet up again. Would she take his offer on this? Okay. Is that all you wanted? And with you, yes, but could you please give it to Sasuke? Sasuke? And yeah. I need to talk to him too, if you are sure. Mikoto stood up and went to the kitchen. Sasuke was sitting down at the table with various cats milling about. His eyes were still cold, and partially dead to the world. Sasuke, Mikoto called out. Yes, Okasan? Sasuke asked. Naruto-kun wants to speak to you. He does? Yes. She hands him the paper and the pen, before sitting next to him. Naruto-san? And sup Sasuke. How's life treating you? At the choice of words Sasuke frowned. That was poorly chosen, Naruto-san. And I know. I just wondering how you are doing. I'm doing fine, or better than before. And Sasuke, I know you are devastated by the effects of what had happened that night, but I want you to do something for me. What is that? And talk to your mother about the good times you had with your family. Why? And for one thing, it will get it off your chest and help you move on. Remember the good times you had, remember all of the great things you had with your clan. Yes, it will be painful, but remember to remember them after their recent death, but try to keep them in a good light in your eyes as to not forget them. I guess I can do that, and good. Now you little brat, if you do this and help out your mom around the place, I promise to teach you some of the stuff I've learned over the past few years. The change in subject got Sasuke's eyes to widen, especially since he was always interested in Naruto's jutsus. You're willing to teach me some of your jutsus? And yeah. Just be a good boy and do what I asked of you, okay? Got it, Naruto-san. And tell your mom to not worry about me too much. I'm not the same stupid kid I was 5 years ago. Mikoto read that over his shoulder and laughed. He may not be the same stupid kid, but he's still Naruto, she muttered. Let's give this paper to your Nai-san, and then let's do what he said. Okay. Hi Oka-san. Time skip. Naruto was traveling through the mountainside slowly. He still was training with Naoto, and he was happy to see that he was getting faster at riding seals. He was also happy that he could change the size of the blade quicker now. The blonde had just managed to get past border patrol a few hours ago, having slipped by the Konoha ninjas. Naruto also stopped by one of the supply depots to steal some supplies for himself. He stole food, water, a new cloak, and some other necessities. Not only that, but he had managed to swipe off a current bingo book from a sleeping Konoha ninja. Damn, Minato team put a high bounty on me, Naruto whistled as he walked down a beaten path. The blonde then gave it to Naoto. It's in the millions. That is a rather high number, Naoto agreed as he walked alongside him. The mad doctor was looking at the information about the blonde. Naruto Uzumaki, shining imprisoner, age 13, DOB October 10th, hair blonde, eyes blue, height 154 centimeters approximate 5 feet, weight 45 kilograms approximate 100 pounds, rank NBU captain, ninja registration number 012607, class S class, reason for desertion attempted coup with Uchiha clan, threat level extremely high, kill on sight, known jutsus. Along with those were several other things such as intelligence, taijutsu, genjutsu on a rating scale from 1 to 5, with 5 being the highest. He scored mostly 4s on them. Genjutsu was a 2, taijutsu was a 5. What sort of alias is Shining Imprisoner? Naoto asked when he reread that name again. It has to do with my jutsus, Naruto explained. Most of my jutsus somehow managed to stop people's movements, thus calling me an imprisoner. It's mostly attributed to the Kudai no Ryujutsus, along with the chains that I can produce, but there are a few other techniques I have that block movement. That is the imprisoner part. How about the shining? That comes from my Kekkei Genkai. Naruto lifted up his hand and created a small disc made out of Ranton chakra. Storm Release is a Kekkei Genkai that is a mixture of Suiton and Right-Un chakras. It gives electricity a flowing quality just like water. It also lets me control them a bit. Just like what I did with Ranton Hoshi Hanabi. Due to the glow I get, I was given that title by my men. I see. From that point on, both Naoto and Naruto had just walked in silence, Naoto reading up on the current nukeneens and Naruto thinking about the past and future. Time skip. Kushina had finished cleaning up the lunch she had for herself before going to her bedroom. She laid down on her bed and thought about what had occurred recently to her family. Yuri was growing distant towards her and Tsubaki that they had to watch her every time that Minato was around. The two redheads didn't want the only other person in their family to ruin the small connection they have made with Naruto. Tsubaki on the other hand was acting as if nothing had happened, as per her request. She still went to school and did her chores like she usually did, but Kushina found herself amazed at something. Tsubaki was spending more time with her and smiling more. During her time under the seal's control, she remembered that Tsubaki wouldn't speak much and tend to shy away from others, even from her own family. The only person whose presence she allowed was Naruto. Kushina thought it was due to the fact there was an attempted murder on the girl by her own nanny when they were 5 years old. Kushina was away buying groceries with Yuri before her lessons with Naruto, and Minato was at work. Tsubaki didn't want to go, so she was left with a nanny. The nanny was someone who they trusted with all their hearts, so they left the children with her. When Kushina and Yuri came back, she saw blood on the floor of their house and the nanny dead on the floor with a kunai in her back. She rushed into the house, went to Tsubaki's room where she heard and saw Naruto holding a crying Tsubaki in his arms. He was rubbing the girl's back with one hand, while the other was holding a kunai. His eyes were trained on the door. The blonde explained to her that when he arrived for his lessons, that the door was locked and he heard shouting coming from the inside. He busted the door open and saw that the nanny was standing over Tsubaki with a kitchen knife in hand poised to strike. Naruto had tackled the nanny and rushed to Tsubaki's side. He continued on to say that the nanny called Tsubaki a demon and demanded for her death. Naruto was forced to kill her and Tsubaki was taken up the stairs by a clone. That night Tsubaki wouldn't calm down at all, she kept crying and crying. When Naruto decided to leave, she wouldn't let him and clung onto him. The little girl pleaded for him to stay. She even flinched when Kushina and Minato tried to separate the two. So, they let the boy stay the night in her room, in her bed. It had been weeks before Tsubaki would be able to sleep without something that reminded her of Naruto in the room. Snapping out of her reveries, Kushina decided it was time to catch up with her son again. She hadn't spoken to him in a few days since he told her she was training and on the move. But since I am his mother, I can tell him to stop and speak to me, she thought with a smile. The red-headed woman went to her underwear drawer that she kept the paper in and nearly screamed in shock. The paper wasn't in there. Rummaging through her panties and lingerie, she couldn't find it at all. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Oka-san, I'm home, Tsubaki called out as she entered their house. She went up the stairs to find her frantic mother. Oka-san, what's wrong? Tsubaki, that paper is missing. That made the red-headed girl's eyes widen. I know I didn't misplace it, and it's not in the drawer. Oh no, do you think Yuri took it to Ota-san? Kushina's head whipped up and looked at her daughter. She then rushed past her to Yuri's bedroom to find the girl sitting at her desk, her eyes trained on the paper she was looking for with a pen in hand. Tsubaki made her way there too but was stopped by her mother. Kushina motioned for Tsubaki to be quiet and to just watch. Yuri, the blonde Namikaze girl, was looking at the paper with some contempt. On the other side of this paper was the person who ruined her family in her eyes. The one who brought her world crumbling down. She frowned at the paper even more. She wanted to say something to the blonde idiot on the other side, but she didn't know what to say. Even after leaving school early and sneaking past her mother to steal the paper, Yuri had the paper with her for a good hour and still had nothing to say to the boy. Deciding to go with her gut, Yuri wrote the number 1 in the corner and wrote her message. Why, Naruto Uzumaki, are you there? And who are you and why do you have this paper? What did you do to my Kushina-sama? The letters were scribbled in a hurried and furious pace, showing Yuri that Naruto was worried for her Oka-san. Why, don't worry, she is safe. It is I, Yuri Namikaze, and oh. What do you want? Why, I wanted to deliver a message to you, and which is? That question was a rather valid one. What was her message to the person who had intruded into her life all those years ago, the one who had changed it so drastically in the present? Taking a deep breath, she chose her words carefully. Why, I hate you. I hate you for all the things you have done to me. You ruined my family. My Oka-san thinks Ota-san is evil. My sister thinks you're the greatest thing in the world. You broke down my perfect little world, Naruto Uzumaki. That is why I hate. The other end of the paper did not respond for a few minutes before a single sentence came back. And is that all? Or do you have any other reasons to hate me? Now that had her attention again. Did she have other reasons to hate him? Before she knew it, her hand was already responding, writing in a similar rushed and furious manner as the first message she got from Naruto. Why, I hate the fact that you stole Oka-san's attention from me when I was younger. I hate the fact that you have my sister's affection more than I do. I hate the fact that my father hates you. I hate the fact that you have the attention of all my entire family, even my own. I hate that you laugh and play with Tsubaki. I hate that you spend time learning with Oka-san. I hate that you and my Ota-san argued every time. Most of all, I hate how you paid very little attention to me when I was younger. After the little rant, her eyes widened and her hand dropped the pen as if it burned her. She moved back from her desk a bit and looked at the paper. Did I just write down all that? Did I write down that I was actually striving for his attention too? Yuri thought to herself. That was one of her secrets that she swore she'd never say aloud, that she actually wanted the attention of the blonde boy who kept visiting her home. She may have found him intriguing and a mystery, but she found him to be funny and a great person as well. She saw him as a great friend and probably a great brother if they were related. When he started paying less attention to her and more to the rest of her family, especially Tsubaki, she felt hurt and confused. So she took the comfort she was given by her father, the attention he gave her, and grew a bit attached. When she started training as a ninja, she tried to get some training from him too, but he was always busy, so she ended up demanding it from other people, saying that she deserved it because she was the Hokage's daughter. This was what led him to believe that she had a big ego. All she was really doing was calling out to him, to give one look in her direction, just like he did with her sister and her parents. And now he knew, as she stared at the paper words formed. Slowly walking to it, she peered at the words on it. And Yuri. I didn't know. Cammy, I feel bad. I should have seen it. I'm sorry, Yuri. I didn't mean to ignore you like that. Yuri looked at it and wondered if it was sincere. Since she couldn't see his face, she really couldn't read his emotions. Taking the pen off the ground, she wrote back. Why do you mean that? And every word. Cammy, I feel like a big prick. I promise I won't ignore you from now on, and I always keep my promises. If you want to talk to me, just ask Kushina-sama to give you the paper and I will try my best to reply okay. Yuri looked at it. She wanted to take his word for it, to truly believe in what he was saying. She wanted his attention so bad. So the next thing she wrote down was her ultimatum of sorts. Why, you better keep that promise. If you don't, I'm going to drive a chakra-enhanced foot into your balls, and you can believe to bail. Just promise me you won't cause trouble for Tsubaki and Kushina-sama. Why, okay. Just one last thing though. And what is it? Why, can you call me the same you do, Tsubaki? And of course. Yuri Heim. I have to go for now. I'm close to my destination. I won't know how long I'll be gone, but I'll contact you guys first when I'm done with what I'm doing. Goodbye, Yuri Heim. Why goodbye, Naruto-kun. Yuri felt heat in her cheeks when read his response. Being called Yuriheim by him made her heart flutter a bit. The blonde girl was sure she had a blush on her entire face. A cough grabbed her attention, and she saw her Okasan and Tsubaki looking at her. Okasan. Tsubaki, so is there anything you'd like to tell us, Yuri? Kushina asked. Namely, why you're blushing like that, and no. Yuri then hung her head and offered the paper to Kushina. I'm sorry for stealing it. I just wanted to talk to Naruto-san about something. To clear the air between us. Oh? How'd that end up? Tsubaki asked in a polite manner. Better than I expected. So are you going to tell us why you were blushing at the end? Kushina teased. Oh, Okasan. After Naruto had ended his conversation with Yuri, he made a promise to himself that he wouldn't ignore her. After the whole nanny stint at the Namikaze household, he found that he was always taking care of Tsubaki, and only now did he notice that he had barely paid attention to Yuri. Shaking those thoughts out, Naruto was staring over the great village of Iwagakure. There were several tall buildings made out of stone, and the village itself was surrounded by mountains and a few waterfalls. So he's in here, huh? Naruto asked the heir. Soon Naruto materialized next to him. Yes, Kuga Uzumaki is in there somewhere, he replied. Well, let's go then. Within IWA, a long white leather duster started glowing with chakra. The energy was strong enough to actually light up the room, and then it stopped a few seconds later. If there was anyone present, they would have been able to hear the whisper coming from it. So Naruto has woken us up for a pupil, the voice stated. Very well, let us test him out. Naruto slowly made his way through the gates of Iwagakure with their ninjas not being any the wiser. Although that could be attributed to him not looking like himself. Naruto had written a rather complex seal and had Naruto pump a lot of chakra into it. From what he had seen of the seal, all there was to it was a few seals that created several genjutsus, minor ones that stacked onto of the other. To be put bluntly, it was a seal that mimicked a henge but also seemed to conceal the chakra of the user. So the real reason why Naruto had just walked him through the gates was because he did not look like himself. He actually was henged into looking like Naruto himself. As he made his way through, the very first thought Naruto had about the place was, where can I get some ramen? We're here to get an ancient Uzumaki clan artifact, and the first thing you think of is where you can get some ramen? Naruto asked from his place inside the quill blade. What? I'm hungry, Naruto replied mentally. I haven't had a good bowl of ramen since I've left Konoha, so deal with it. Naruto then frowned. By the way, can't you make this illusion less similar to you? What do you mean? I mean, I don't want to look like you the entire time I'm in Iwagakure. I see. Fine, just find a bathroom and dispel the illusion. After that, just write illusion red hair somewhere on your arm. That should change it enough for you, right? I guess. Naruto sighed. He walked around until he found a public bathroom. He went into the men's room and into the stall. Dropping the genjutsu, Naruto took out the quill blade and wrote on his forearm what Naruto told him. He felt his chakra surge for a brief moment before it stopped. Exiting the stall, Naruto made his way towards the mirror. He looked exactly like himself, but his hair was now in the color of the signature Uzumaki red. Sweet. Now time to find some ramen. Making his way through Iwagakure, Naruto took in the sights. Unlike Konoha, which was full of trees, Iwa was very mountainous. Almost on all sides of the village were mountains and several waterfalls. It was similar to Kumo in a way, but instead of going up towards the heavens, Iwa was firmly rooted to the ground. That was not the only thing Naruto found in common between the two. The young boy noticed all the shinobi walking around. Even in a time of peace, they still have a standing ninja army. It's just like Kumo. Why, is Konoha not like this? Naruto asked. No. Konoha is more lax compared to what this place is. That was one of the reasons I was able to escape so easily. Enough of that though, Naruto said aloud. I need to find myself some ramen. He walked down the streets and asked several people where the best ramen shop in the village was. All of them pointed to different directions, so after 5 minutes of asking, Naruto was sitting on a park bench looking at the long list of ramen shops that people had suggested to him. Man, I don't know which one to go to. As he was contemplating it, a cat stopped and jumped onto his lap. Well, this is odd, Naruto said to himself. He then started to pet the cat's head and scratch its ears. What are you doing out here on your own, little fella? That cat seemed to purr into his hands. Hey! Naruto and the cat looked up to see a trio of kids around his age running up to him. One was a girl with black hair, one was a fat boy, and the last one was a kid with brown hair. Hold that cat! The trio of teens made it in front of him and were out of breath. Naruto chuckled as the girl hatefully glared at the cat in his arms, while the two boys tried to catch their breath. Do you mind giving the cat to us? Why? Naruto asked innocently. So I can skin it alive. Kuratsuchi. You know we have to get Taiga-san back to the daimyo's wife, the pudgy boy whined. Your grandpa is going to get mad if you try to hurt it again, and besides it's our mission. I don't care if it's our mission, Akatsuchi. The girl now named Kuratsuchi shouted back. This cat needs to die. Think of all the trouble it gives to us genin. In one day alone 5 squads have gone to catch this cat. Naruto started laughing really hard, causing the people to look at him weirdly. What's wrong with you? Nothing, it's just that they have the same problem when I visited another village to try out their ramen, Naruto lied effortlessly. I saw all these kids running after a cat just like you. It was just so funny I couldn't help but laugh at you three. Watch it, punk, Kuratsuchi growled. Now give me that cat. Naruto looked at the cat that looked back pleadingly towards him as if it were asking not to be given to the girl. I'll give it to your teammate, not you. He doesn't seem like he wants to kill the cat here. Akatsuchi smiled while Kuratsuchi frowned at him. By the way, what's this guy's name? Naruto asked about the third person. When the boy opened his mouth to respond, Kuratsuchi started speaking again. It doesn't matter what his name is. Now just give me Taiga and we'll leave you alone. Naruto rolled his eyes and gave the cat to the fat boy. Thank you. The trio turned to leave and were already halfway through the park when Naruto called out to them. Hey, wait. Akatsuchi turned around and looked at him. Yes? Where is the best ramen shop around here? Oh, if you want the best ramen shop around here you should go to Ikemen's 2 blocks down. They have the best miso pork ramen in all of IWA. Thank you. Naruto then turned and left the trio of genin. Time to eat, Tsuchikage Tower. My back is killing me, Inoki muttered under his breath as he arched his back. I'm getting too old for all this shit. He then turned around to face 2 ninja with very nervous looks on their faces. Tell me again how a person had just waltzed into IWA under a genjutsu? Sir, it was rather intricate, and a master at genjutsu noticed and tried to follow him, but they couldn't find him after he went into a bathroom. Inoki then glared harder, causing the 2 to flinch. There could be a spy in IWA, and it could be your fault. We're sorry, Tsuchikage-sama. The 2 apologized, bowing their heads. Get out of my sight, you useless twits. The 2 rushed out of the office as fast as their feet could take them. When the door slammed shut, Inoki swiveled his chair around and rubbed his temples. He then reached into his desk and took out a microphone. He tapped the head and heard some reception on it. People of Iwagakure, be warned, there is an unknown person who entered our village. Ninjas, if you find the person, bring him towards me. This person is a master at genjutsu. Naruto. When Naruto heard the announcement from the ramen shop he was eating in, he almost snorted. Master at genjutsu, my ass. After eating his 5th bowl of ramen, Naruto placed down the amount required for his meal and then stood up. Thanks for the meal, old man. Although I have to say it's not the best ramen I've tasted in my life. Oh, and where would the best ramen be? The owner asked with a challenging smirk on his face. In a land far away. Naruto then smiled again before walking off. As he started to turn the corner, Naoto appeared next to him. So, Naoto-sensei, where is this Kuga person staying? From the very faint chakra signature I can feel from his duster, in the center of the village, the mad doctor replied while pointing at the Tsuchikage Tower. It seems like he's in the basement of the building. Got it. Let's go do this and leave. As he made his way towards the tower, Naruto made sure to note all the escape routes and any places of interest in case things go bad after being tested by Kuga. As he made it to the front door of the tower, Naruto noticed all the ninja walking around. That call really got them on edge. If only Konoha were like this. Sorry kid, I can't let you in right now. I am under strict orders not to let anyone in, Bichunin standing in front of the door told him. Oh, okay. Naruto-sensei, if you would take care of this guy please. What are you Tal? Suddenly the Chunin fell down and Naruto hurried inside. You didn't kill the man, did you? Naruto asked quietly as Naoto materialized next to him. No, just knocked him out. Good. Now, time to find the basement. As Naruto made his way through the building, he did not see a pair of eyes following him. After a few minutes of walking, Naruto finally found some stairs leading down to his destination. Reaching the bottom of the stairs, he found that the door to the storage room was locked. Gathering some chakra into his fist, Naruto smashed the handle and proceeded to go inside. Go to the left, you should probably see a white coat over there, Naruto told him. Naruto followed the instructions and was met with a glass casing with the white leather coat he was looking for. It seemed rather old and dusty. There were some holes in the sleeves and other worn areas around the whole thing. The inside of the coat was a deep red, but after being worn out it seemed more like a pale mahogany. Looks kind of ratty to me, Naoto-sensei. Just apply some chakra and blood on it, and you'll see something spectacular happening. Alright if you insist, although I have to warn you there is an alarm. It is fine, just heed my warning though. Prepare a weapon, Kuga is a rather violent. Naruto nodded and drew the quill blade. Walking up to the casing, he smashed the glass. The alarm started going off, but Naruto paid no mind to it. He cut his thumb and smeared it on the coat before applying some chakra. After a flicker of energy, Naruto had to draw his hand back due to pain coursing through him. "Hey you, what are you doing?" Naruto turned around to see who was shouting and cursed under his breath as he saw Kuratsuchi coming towards him. "You're coming with me. You're in trouble for breaking and entering the Tsuchikage Tower. Get out of here. It's not safe." "What do you mean by that trespass?" She stopped talking when she felt a tug on her body. Naruto felt it too. He looked behind him towards the duster. He felt the pull coming from it. Suddenly, Naruto could feel the flow of chakra going on around him. The blonde also saw Kuratsuchi falling too. What Naruto didn't know was that several people near the Tsuchikage Tower were also being affected. They were all collapsing to the floor, feeling the drain on their chakra. Several medical ninjas were scurrying around trying to find out what was happening. Back with Naruto. His eyes were trained on the duster in front of him. Slowly, it regained its luster, and the tears were disappearing. After about a minute or so, the piece of clothing looked as if it were brand new. Gripping the blade tightly in his hands, Naruto prepared his body for anything that could happen. In the blink of an eye, the duster disappeared and Naruto stiffened. Twisting his body around, Naruto raised up the quill blade and blocked a katana that was mere inches from his face. The blonde then stared at the person holding it. He stood a good head and a half over Naruto, with messy red hair. He had green eyes that seemed to analyze Naruto as he stood there blocking his attack. Around his torso was the duster Naruto was looking for, and underneath that was a tight black shirt. His legs were hugged by leather pants and black boots. Naruto also took in the fact that there was no sheath anywhere on this man's person, meaning that the katana in front of came from a seal probably. Naruto pushed upward and moved the blade away from him. As he did, Kuga moved the bottom end of the coat, and a spear shot out of it towards him. The blonde rolled out of the way and deflected several shuriken that came from out of nowhere. The two men glared at each other before Naruto stood up. "Kuga Uzumaki, I presume?" Naruto inquired as he began to circle around the small area the two of them were in. Kuga mimicked his movements, but Naruto didn't care. He just wanted to get in front of Kuratsuchi just in case Kuga wanted to attack civilians. "And you are the pupil Naruto found?" Kuga spoke. His voice was deep and regal sounding. "It is an honor to meet you, Naruto Uzumaki. I take it that you are going to try and obtain my duster, are you not?" "Yup, okay then." Kuga then looked to the side where Naruto was standing and looking at the two of them. "Mad Doctor, did you tell him anything about me?" "Not a thing, Armed Fong, save for your moniker," Naruto shrugged. "Very well." Kuga turned towards Naruto again. "You know how to obtain the ownership of this duster, right? I have to kill you, don't I?" Naruto asked. "Good, now please do not hold back, for I will not. Oh, and you should get the girl out of the way. I would like not to hurt her if I don't need to." Kuga then shoved both hands forward and two daggers came flying out from his sleeves. Naruto looked behind him to see Kuratsuchi starting to stand up. He grabbed her and moved out of the way as the two daggers stabbed in the places they were previously standing. "Get out of here," Naruto told her as he put her down. "What the hell is happening? Who is that? Who are you? Why are you two fighting?" the girl demanded. As Naruto opened his mouth to reply, he pushed her out of the way and brought up his weapon to block an attack from an axe. It was a large battle axe that was coming up from an underhand swing. It was safe to say Naruto was surprised by the force of the attack. He was actually lifted up and shot towards the stairwell that led to the room. Naruto righted himself as he landed and saw the axe disappear into the duster. Kuga spread apart billowing tail coat of duster, and suddenly over 20 knives shot out of the red part. "Shit!" Naruto backflipped and ran up the stairs to avoid being skewered. As he ran up, he saw ninjas coming from down both halls. "Stop where you are!" a ninja shouted. "Crap!" The blonde then heard a whistling noise coming from behind him and ducked. He was lucky he did, as a javelin embedded itself into the wall in front of him. Naruto turned around to see Kuga running towards him. As the spirit passed by, his knives they seemed to be absorbed back into the duster as he passed over it. Cursing under his breath, Naruto turned on Raiten no Yoroi and jumped onto the roof and sped out of the way. He needed to get to an open area. This place was too small to go out in a big brawl against a man who had so many weapons at his disposal. "We told you to." Why the ninja was interrupted mid-sentence as Kuga used him as a platform to run after Naruto. "You should not run, Naruto-san. It will just make it harder for yourself," Kuga advised. Naruto muttered under his breath before punching a wall and creating a hole to go to the outside with an oki. "What in blazes was that?" the Tsuchikage demanded as he felt the building shake a bit. "Tsuchikage-sama!" a shinobi shouted as he entered the room. "There is a battle going on between two unknown individuals. It started from our basement and has now reached the streets." Just as the ninja said that, Inoki heard screams coming from the outside. Looking out his window, he saw a boy with blonde hair dueling with a man with red hair. What are you doing just standing there? Go out there and stop them. Deploy more shinobi if needed. Hide Sachikage-sama. Naruto parried another attack from a katana only for the blade to disappear, and was replaced with a spear thrust towards his face. He dodged that and tried to slug Kuga across the face. The spirit made the spear disappear and caught Naruto's fist. Kuga then reeled back his own hand and punched Naruto. The attack managed to shake Naruto up a bit. Raitan Jibashi! Naruto shouted in retaliation. Electricity flowed from out of his palms and over the man's body. Kuga grunted before moving away a bit. Doing a quick scan of the area, Naruto made sure no one else was around before the fight would escalate even higher. Luckily, with all of the violence happening, all the civilians had left already. The blonde then ducked a pair of kunai and shortened the quill blade. He then hastily wrote few characters and narrowly dodged the blade of a scythe as it swung right next to him. You are very good at dodging, although that won't take you far, Kuga told him. The man's green eyes never seemed to leave Naruto, as if he were watching to prepare for the next movement from the boy. I know that, Naruto replied. I just don't know how to fight you yet. Naruto then flicked the quill blade upward and a blackened arrow shot up. From the arrow, smoke was emitted covering the area in which Naruto stood in. Interesting, Naruto has taught you some of his skills. Suddenly chakra chains erupted from the ground and shot out of the smoke, which completely covered Kuga. Oh? Did Eiji train you as well? Odd, I did not see his artifact on your body. 10 kunais then flew out of the smoke, all with explosive tags attached to the ends. They hit their target, and a large explosion shook the streets. The smoke that was covering Naruto had then been sealed away once again into the blade. Boy! A voice shouted from around him. Naruto then looked up to see several ninjas surrounding him. You are under arrest. You are to come with us for questioning. Get away from here. This battle isn't over yet. Naruto warned them. He is right, you know, Kuga stated as the dust cleared from the explosion. There was not a scratch on him, but there were several tears on the duster. Please stay out of our way, this is a familial dispute. No, both of you are under arrest. Drop the weapons. Kuga sighed before a dagger tail fell from his sleeve. Spinning his arm in a wide arc, several blades detached from the chain of blades and stabbed into several of the ninja there. Those who were hit fell to the ground stiff, while those who were only grazed seemed to fall to their knees. Naruto rushed forward, and it was only thanks to a combination of Raita no Yoroi and Haruka's Miyabi that he was able to dodge all of them. The blonde then threw some shuriken and clashed blades against Kuga as the spirit summoned a katana. You didn't kill them, did you? Naruto questioned. I did not. Those were only dipped in a paralysis solution courtesy of Naoto, Kuga responded. They will be able to move after a few hours. That caused Naruto to frown, but nevertheless he was happy that these people weren't killed. Naruto nodded before he let go of the blade with one hand and reared it back. A blue orb of chakra appeared in it, and Naruto shouted his jutsu. Rasengan. The move sent Kuga through a wall. The spirit then jumped out of the hole and brought down a sickle onto Naruto. When it connected, all Kuga saw in return was a log in the place Naruto previously was. Ranton Raiza Sakusu. Several beams of lighting were blasted towards Kuga. The spirit tried to dodge them, but they seemed to turn and hit him at last second, causing him to fall to the floor. Kuga then saw a flicker of movement to his left, and saw Naruto finishing some hand seals. His left hand started to crackle with electricity, as he slugged Kuga across the face. Before the spirit could react, Naruto's fist seemed to blur, and the speed of the electrically charged punches went faster. It was as if there was no time in between when Naruto had to pull his arm back to punch, and the one before it. Ranton Mateo Showa Storm Release Meteor Shower. After the combination of attacks, the armed Fang was launched backwards, causing him to skid along the ground. Get up, I know that hasn't hurt you enough. Kuga slowly stood up and was laughing. That was rather interesting, but let us face it, that still was not enough, Kuga told him. I hope you are as agile as I think you are, for this is going to hurt if you are not. Kuga took off his duster and threw it into the air. The spirit then snapped his fingers. After that action, Naruto's ears heard the faint noise of something being unsheathed. Looking at the article of clothing floating in the air, he saw tips of tens if not hundreds of blades coming out. Fire! Suddenly all the blades within the duster were shot out towards Naruto, who had to speed himself up to outrun the endless assault. As he ran away from the attacks, he looked back only for a second to notice one thing. After the blades hit the floor, they disappeared in a puff of smoke, as if it were being sealed away. So, that's how he keeps it endless, Naruto thought to himself. After an attack he reseals it somehow at a distance. Suddenly the onslaught stopped, and Naruto turned around to see Kuga panting on the floor. I take it you're almost out of chakra? It must be taxing to keep sealing and unsealing all of those weapons one right after the other. Even if it was an insignificant amount used for sealing, doing that over and over again during that short time span must have been taxing. I forget that I am just a being of chakra now, Kuga stated. I cannot use that move now. Kuga sighed before standing up. So does this mean you give up? No. It means I have to use a different method of battling you now. I cannot keep unsealing and sealing my weapons, I would just exhaust myself. So I must now use a method I'd rather not use. Kuga started to bristle up and his breathing became labored. I am sorry to show you this, but since it is part of my arsenal I will use it. Naruto knew that whatever was happening, Naruto shouldn't let the jutsu to occur. So Naruto used Shunshin to close the gap and went to stab Kuga in the chest to end the fight. As he stabbed though, Naruto saw his blade go through the person's body. What the? My. It seems that Kuga has decided to forego using his swords, Naruto told him as he appeared next to Naruto. Wait, where did he go? I didn't feel him move out of the area at all. Oh, he's still in your bubble of air. You just can't feel him. When Naruto heard those words he felt confused until he remembered something. Turning to the side he saw that the white duster was on the ground, and his eyes widened. Oh crap. He felt a movement come from behind him, and it forced him to use Kawarimi to dodge the attack. Looking from the place where the stone slab he had switched himself, Naruto saw the slab cut into 4 pieces but no signs of Kuga. You ditched the only real thing I can completely follow. Although I can hear you. The blonde turned his head to the side and saw Kuga had changed. He didn't look the slightest bit human. Kuga seemed to have transformed into some bipedal wolf man with gray fur. His form was hulking and large. Claws were extended from each of his digits on both hands and feet that gleamed in the sunlight. Just what are you? Naruto asked, getting ready to attack if necessary. You can say I am the doctor's first and only genetic experiment, Kuga growled out from his snout. Let us see if you can beat me, Naruto-san. In this form, I don't expend chakra at all, so let us see you handle me. With speed he didn't have before, Kuga had closed the gap between the two of them and did a downward swipe with his left hand. Naruto dodged to the left, and he saw the building behind him gain large cuts into its side. The blonde then ducked under a kick, which also left large marks on the side of the building. Raising up the quill blade, Naruto made a quick slice at his opponent's torso, but was met with some resistance from the muscle there. He then felt the claw coming down towards him again, forcing him to speed out of the way. Anoki. The Tsuchikage watched as the battle raged on between the boy and the wolf man in the streets. He wanted to interfere, but as he watched the fight Anoki noticed that all those that got nearby would end up unconscious without either of the two attacking them. Someone else is there making sure we don't interfere, he thought to himself. He then looked at the ninjas behind him in his office, who were also watching the battle as well. Do we have any information on the two battling down there? He asked. Although the blonde looks rather familiar. From what your granddaughter in the clinic told us that the boy is Naruto Uzumaki if she heard right, a ninja told him. You mean the Nukenin from Konoha is here? Anoki asked. He watched as the blonde wrote some seal in midair with the sword in his hand and shot explosive arrows at the wolf man. The mutated being just took it and kept charging the boy. Interesting. Do we know who this other person is? Kuratsuchi-sama heard the man introduce himself as Kuga Uzumaki. Do we know what village is he from? No, sir. The ninja then looked a bit worried. Tsuchikage-sama, I was meaning to ask, but why are we not doing anything? Because someone else is out there making sure that no one goes to fight in their battle. Not only that, but I think that the two combatants would probably just hurt them to keep them out of harm's way. Another explosion was heard and the group turned to see Naruto being thrown out crater with blood dripping from his shirt. Although this is a very interesting battle indeed, Naruto, the blonde tried to catch his breath as he stared into the crater made when Naruto missed a few explosive seal arrows, and got hurt when he underestimated the reach of Kuga's legs. The claws on his foot giving him several cuts across his chest. So here he was now, taking in breaths waiting for the next attack. He felt a change in the air and swiveled to the side while bringing his arm back. When Kuga landed in front of him, Naruto ducked under the swipe and threw his fist forward. Futon Buraku Sheru, Naruto's attack connected with the wolf man's torso. Kuga felt himself being lifted up into the air by the force of both the punch and the Futon chakra that went with it. To Kuga, it felt as if a boulder had hit his stomach. Naruto then continued with the next move in the forms. Suetun Bamirian Wingu. Making a crescent in the ground with his foot, a geyser sprung up from beneath Kuga. This caused the wolf man to be ejected into the air soaking wet. Raitun Hawedo Dansu. Naruto jumped up and followed him, doing a multitude of punches and kicks enhanced by electricity before slamming him down with an axe kick. When Kuga touched the floor Naruto was already in front of him with both palms in front of him, Futon Baru Sutuma, a stream of bursts of chaotic air was expelled from his hands. The jutsu left large cuts on Kuga's animalistic body as he was shot down the street, as well as eviscerated the ground behind him. That was excellent, Kuga stated as he stood up. Although, I would still be alive by a little bit. Naruto noticed the steam rising from the cuts that Kuga had and the fact that they were starting to get sealed up. I am sorry, but if you are out of energy right now, you may have lost this battle. Who said it was over? Naruto smirked as he disappeared in a plume of smoke. Kuga's eyes widened as he kept healing and sniffed the air, finding two beings with the same smell as Naruto. Behind him, he heard the crackling of electricity. Turning around, he saw Naruto holding the quill blade in both hands. His left held the blade while his right held the handle. He then raised it up for an overhead slash, but what made Kuga widen his eyes was the white glow around the blade. You know those moves too. Kuga then sprinted forward. You are more dangerous than I thought. As he got closer, he heard a show from the side. Kudai no Ryusutensuki Emperor-style whirling thrust. Several blades made out of wind stabbed several places on Kuga's body and nailed him to the ground. Kudai no Ryusuten Kyaku Emperor-style whirling kick. Kuga had a second to look to the side to see a Naruto with his foot covered in spiraling futon chakra slam into him. All the blades entered his body, causing him pain. After standing up from the attack, Kuga saw that Naruto disappeared, leaving the other one behind, although this one seemed to have charged his attack more. Around Naruto, the shape of a wolf howling appeared. Kudai no Ryotobogiri Emperor-style howling cut. Naruto brought down the quill blade as a burst of electricity, and the booming of thunder followed it. When he hit Kuga, the wolf man fell to a knee as his ears were ringing due to the attack. Naruto then put away his sword and put his arm out as a white glow covered him and Kuga. Kudai no Ryotobo-Kiro Emperor-style howling chop. Doing a chop across Kuga's chest, the white chakra covering Naruto and Kuga connected, causing a burst of electricity. When the attack died down, Kuga was on the floor fatally injured, seeing as there was a hole in his chest. Naruto was standing, panting hard. It's my win. It is not over just yet, Kuga told him. Kuga twitched his right arm and Naruto felt 3 blades stabbed him from the back. Looking down, he saw 3 blades sticking out from his gut. The blonde then looked behind him to see the handle as well as the duster glowing a little bit. Survive this attack, and you have my acknowledgement. Slowly Kuga disappeared as Naruto fell to the floor in pain. He started to black out as he was starting to lose blood, but he felt the blades disappear. Crap. Naruto stated. Crap. I can't die yet. The blonde started to hear footsteps get closer, before he closed his eye. Blue eyes snapped open and immediately Naruto regretted it. It was bright out, and his body was in pain. He looked down to see himself, and saw bandages that were partially bloody covering his torso. The blonde took in his surroundings and found himself in what seemed to be a prison cell. None of his belonging was on him. Ugh. What happened? He said aloud. You're in a prison cell in IWA. Naruto's voice drifted into his ear. Looking to the left, he saw the mad doctor sitting there inspecting his nails. How long was I out? He groaned. He looked at the ceiling. About 2 days. I have to say, you have rather remarkable healing. Not as good as the Senju clans or those of Jinchuriki, but better than what I expected. I thought you'd still be unconscious for at least a week. Naruto smiled and shook his head. Although I'm glad you survived. It would have been terrible if you died. Think of all the bad things that would have happened if you didn't. Suddenly a small burst of chakra occurred right next to Naruto, and Kuga appeared. The armed Fang appeared and bowed to Naruto. I am sorry for trying to kill you, Naruto-sama. Kuga apologized in an oddly polite voice. Please punish me as you see fit. It's okay. It was a test after all, Naruto replied. No, I think I should be punished. I may have killed you and ruined your chance to save your family. When Naruto raised an eyebrow at him, Kuga cleared his throat. Naruto-san has explained your situation to me. Since you have bested me in battle, I will lend you my aid. But I still deserve to be punished. The blonde turned towards Naruto. Is he always like this? He was always behind on the times. He also doesn't have a sense of humor. So please be patient with him, Naruto replied. He's really a nice person once you get to know him. Also be a bit more forceful so he can understand that it is an order from a superior. Naruto sighed and shook his head. He then turned towards Kuga and cleared his throat. Raise your head, Kuga. You do not need to apologize. You were testing me and you had it in your right to come close to killing me. But Kuga tried to speak as his head shot up. He closed his mouth when he saw Naruto glare. I said it was fine. I accept your apology, but you don't need to apologize to me. As you wish, Naruto-sama. Kuga bowed his head once more and crossed his arms. What is it we are going to do about our current situation, Naruto-sama? Current situation? We're stuck in a jail cell, Naruto replied. We may be spirits, but we are bound to you for now. Your equipment was taken from you, and now we're stuck. What do you intend to do, Naruto? Escape, of course, the blonde responded immediately. As a doctor, I say you are in no condition to be doing anything like that for the next few days, Naruto told him. But I need to keep moving. Need to get to Yuzu and gather those I swore to protect. Naruto turned towards Kuga. What do you think? Naruto-sama is in no shape to travel, hence he should stay in bed and rest, the man replied. Even if it is in prison? Naruto asked. Even if it is prison, Naruto-sama, Kuga answered. But, relax kid, Naruto smiled. We said you do too much work? We never said anything about us helping you break out. What Ash? Kuga and I will spring you from the prison, and all you'll have to do is get a summon to carry you while we battle our way out of the center of the Wagakure towards the city walks. After that, we run for your life. Oh, and we also have to get our artifacts back. That sounds rather dangerous, Mad Doctor, Kuga stated. Don't worry about it, Kuga. We're going to battle. Just like old times. Although Eiji is not with us. I'll try, Naruto responded. Naruto put his hands into the ram seal and started to hold chakra. Slowly it began to build up. I am surprised they did not put a chakra-blocking seal on him, Kuga commented. It is rather inefficient of them to do so. Oh, they did put a seal on him. I just ripped it off when I arrived, Naruto answered. This will take a while, probably 3 minutes at the least. I see. What are we going to do until then? Stir up some trouble. I'll do the same. Hopefully, Anoki has the right idea and stay away for a bit, and stay away from this cell. The two older Uzumaki men nodded and disappeared from the cell in bursts of chakra, returning to their vessels. This left Naruto to concentrate on gathering chakra on his own. So what will we be doing with the Konoha traitor? An old man demanded the Tsuchikage. We can use him as bargaining chip with Konoha. We may be able to pull something from them in that way. I agree, another council member stated, this time an old woman. We may be able to gain an advantage over Konoha this way. I see what you are implying, Anoki told them. That may be true, but we should wait until he is awake to do anything. Are we all in agreement for that? He saw all the members nodding. Good. Now you are dismissed. All the council members nodded and left the Tsuchikage alone. I wonder what's happening out in research. They took the 2 artifacts from the boy. Maybe they can figure out what is happening. In the research and development wing of the intelligence building, 2 separate rooms were holding both the quill blade and the Kuga's battle duster. The scientists who were looking at the battle duster were studying the several small seals on the inside of the article of clothing. I don't get it. All I see are storage seals. There is nothing so special about this thing, a scientist stated. That odd person fighting the intruder was wearing this thing. Then after the fight, he all but disappears, another one explained. Tsuchikage-sama wants to know what he did. This is going to take a while though. I don't even know what half of these seals are. These are just plain ancient. I mean there are 1-character seals for entire arrays here, another scientist whined. I don't think that's possible outside of the simplest of explosive tags. Suddenly the duster started to glow. Is this supposed to be happening? What did you do? I didn't do anything. The glow died down, but a burst of chakra filled the room. The men and women in the room had to cover their eyes and move away from the article of clothing. When the light died down, they saw a red-haired man standing on the table. Kuga had reappeared in his duster and looked around. I am sorry for the intrusion, but I will be taking what is mine, he told them. I do hope that you do not feel threatened by my actions. 2 tomahawks appeared in hand. If shall excuse me, I need to be on my way. Electricity then covered the blades, and before the scientists could react, Kuga hurled the weapons at the wall. Not only did they destroy it, but also it created a large sound alerting the people around them. Kuga then jumped after his weapons. When he was finally gone, the scientists were able to react. Notify the Tsuchikage. There is a mad man on the loose. One of them shouted. Off in another part of the building, Naruto appeared as well. He had taken out the researchers by hitting them with poison-laced needles. Since he knew Naruto didn't want many casualties, he just hit them all with sleep-coated ones. The medic Nin sighed and looked around. Time to find where Naruto's stuff is being held, he muttered to himself. He left the room and looked around. Closing his eyes, he focused on Naruto's chakra signature. There was one far away, probably the real Naruto, and a few pieces just a few doors down. I hope they didn't destroy anything he owns. He'd be mad if he finds out that his little paper was destroyed. Kuratsuchi slowly made her way down towards the jail cells in the Tsuchikage Tower. She really had no reason to be there. She came here to visit the boy in the cells, she thought to herself. To be honest, she really didn't like him. She really didn't, but she felt like she owed him something. Probably because he took an attack for you, a little voice in the back of her head stated. So that why she was down here, carrying a bowl of ramen, just in case he was awake. Sure, he was an enemy, but he helped her out. Leaving him some food was the least she could do. When she finally made it to the bottom of the stairs and towards his cell, she felt something. She wasn't a sensor type, that's for sure, but she felt someone needing chakra until it stopped suddenly. That made the little girl frown. Someone in the cells didn't have a chakra seal on them? Humph, it must be a civilian trying to be a ninja, she said to herself. When she got to the cell, she saw Naruto sitting up on the bed with his head against the wall with sheen of sweat on his face. Are you okay? Was the first thing she asked as she got there. Huh? Naruto opened his eyes and saw Kuratsuchi there. Oh, don't worry about me. I'm just a bit tired. He closed his eyes again and leaned against the wall. The doctor said that you shouldn't be up for a week. Yeah, my Oba-chan says the same thing after every hard mission when I come home extremely hurt. The blonde let out a small laugh. He then opened his eyes and looked at her again, staring into her pink eyes. What are you doing here, Kuro-chan? Don't you know it's dangerous to be around me? I am a criminal after all. I just came to bring you food, that's all. I mean, you did help me out a while back. Naruto seemed to squint his eyes before nodding his head. Oh yeah, I moved you out of the way of Kuba's attack. So you are okay? I'm fine. Thank you. Naruto closed his eyes again and started breathing heavily. Are you sure you're okay? Kuratsuchi asked nervously. It wouldn't do her any good if one of the more famous prisoners of IWA died on her account. I said I was fine. Naruto gave a weak chuckle. It's just that I have such a cute warden who is worried about me. Kuratsuchi seemed to blush at that. Be baka. Don't tease the person who brought you food, she shouted. Naruto laughed again and opened his eyes and saw her hold a cup of instant ramen. Thanks for bringing that, but what? I think I'll eat some the next time you see me. Right now I have to be somewhere else. What, Ash? She watched as Naruto, as hurt as he was, rushed through 4 hand seals. Kuchios no jutsu. Naruto shouted before touching his hand to the wall. Kuratsuchi opened her mouth to say something, but the smoke and the following roar scared her. She looked inside the cell and saw a large black lion with a golden mane. It was roughly as tall as Naruto, but a bit bigger. On the ankle of its front paws were 3 interlocked bracelets on each. The lion stared at Kuratsuchi and growled. It scared her a bit. Are you the insolent whelp that summoned me? He growled. Kuratsuchi gulped and shook her head fervently. Then who was it? It was me, Naruto wheezed from behind the lion. The large black beast turned around and looked at Naruto with frown. You are my new summoner? A weak piece of trash such as you. The lion looked glared. I don't know what Kinshur sees in you. He always saw people with potential. What is so special about you? Being an ANBU captain at age 13 should be good enough for you? Rank and status means nothing to me, whelp. Why are you special? Naruto glared at the lion and the lion glared back. The lion's glare was condescending and prideful. Naruto's was defiant and calm. I'm special because I have something worth living for. Worth living for? Don't you mean worth dying for? Kuratsuchi even seemed interested, even with being scared. She knew she should tell her grandfather, but she was scared of the lion. Even with the bars in between them, she suspected that he could cut through them easily. If I die, how can I know they are safe? I'm willing to give my all to ensure those I care for are alive and well. I'm willing to give my all to ensure I live long enough to see them happy years later. I'm not willing to die for the people I love, I'm willing to live for them. Naruto glared again. That is why I need your help. I have a lot of things to do, and if I don't, I'll kick your ass, even in my state, Naruto retorted with a glare. The lion glared back and gave a small growl before making a small purring noise. Do not make me regret this, boy. My name is Kuroshi. Kuroshi warned him. I'll put you on my back. I do not usually do this. Shiroshi usually helps transporting people. Find a way to keep you holding on to me. Can you mold chakra? Yes, but not as good as toads do. Can you support a jutsu? I do, the lion nodded. Okay, let's go. Kuroshi grabbed Naruto by his shirt using his jaw and threw him onto his back. Naruto focused a bit more chakra and sent chakra chains all around Kuroshi's body. Naruto then turned towards Kuratsuchi and smiled at her again. Thanks for bringing me food. I won't blame you if you report me to the Tsuchikage. You are a loyal ninja after all. He then turned back to the lion. Hit it, Yamitsu, some dark claw, Kuroshi shouted as he clashed through the bars and jumped over Kuratsuchi and bounded up the stairs. Kuratsuchi listened for a moment, and when she heard women's screams and manly shouts, she then got up to inform her grandfather of an escaped criminal. The girl wanted to give him a head start after all. The mad doctor knocked on the door of the Tsuchikage secretary. He could hear alarms ringing throughout the village but paid it no mind. He was here to get Naruto's other stuff and be on his way. Slowly the door opened and an old woman poked her head out. "Hello there," Naoto greeted cordially. "I hope you don't mind, but I am here to take something that belongs to my friend." The woman gave a shout and tried to close the door. Naoto didn't want that happening, so he slammed his fist on the door. "I don't think so," he chided softly. He pushed it open and chopped the woman on the neck. Naoto then closed his eyes and gathered some chakra to find Naruto's things. He found it surprisingly easy. It was just behind a closet door. As he approached, Naoto felt himself smirk. "This is too easy," he muttered to himself. Resizing the quill blade into a smaller form, he started writing a seal in the air with his chakra and wrote the word cancel in the air. Touching it with the tip of the weapon, Naoto pushed the seal onto the door. There was a large burst of chakra and then nothing. Naoto then walked forward and opened the door and nothing happened. Taking a look to the side, he smirked. "Well, it seems like they were prepared for us not to get his stuff," the doctor said aloud. His eye scanned the room and was met with several explosive tags. Sadly, they didn't expect an Uzumaki to handle this. Naoto grabbed Naruto's pack and examined it. He found everything where it should be. Time to find Kuga and Naruto. "We'll have to get out of here." The red-haired ninja smiled as he moved through several ninja and smashed the handle of his katana into the stomach of yet another IWA ninja. He then spun on his right foot and slammed the dull side of the blade into the woman's neck. She fell to the floor hacking and coughing. "I apologize," Kuga stated. "That was not meant to be painful, but I am trying not to kill you. Ergo, I caused you more pain." The ninja then jumped up onto a building before sealing away his katana. He then unsealed the brown staff that had a curved blade at the edge, a naginata. The armed Fang then turned towards the Tsuchikage Tower, where he heard several screams coming from. "It seems like Naruto-sama has managed to escape as well." Kuga then twisted to the left and dodged large boulder going near him. He then did an upward cut with his naginata and managed to blow away some of the ninja coming towards him. This was easier than I expected. After about a century, most of these ninjas are rather weak. Kuga sighed. Kuga then ducked another attack and slashed behind him. He heard a man scream. Turning around, he saw a young child, no older than Naruto, now missing a leg and was bleeding profusely. "I apologize." Kuga did a few hand seals and cauterized the wound. "It will be more painful, but ask your healers to fix your leg. If they can do it in less than 12 hours, you may be able to get it back." "It's less than 6 hours, you dolt," Naruto stated as he landed next to Kuga. The doctor then threw a few senbon into the child's neck, causing him to go unconscious. He then drew the quill blade and made an explosive seal. It transformed into several arrows of chakra that flew into several different directions. Several sides of buildings exploded, but they did not fall. It caused what Naruto wanted, more chaos. The doctor then turned towards Kuga. "How many did you take out?" "More than enough," Kuga replied. "Although it is like they are lambs to the slaughter. They keep coming even though I beat them down, they just keep coming." Naruto gave a laugh. "That makes things a bit interesting though." The two spirits heard a loud roar and followed by several scrams. Looking towards the source, they saw a large black lion land right in front of them, carrying a very green Naruto. "I feel sick," Naruto uttered as he looked at the two. "Ugh. Kuroshi, I'm injured and you were too bumpy during that ride." The blonde boy held his mouth and was about to hurl but stopped when he heard a growl. "If you so much put a piece of bile on me, I'll drop you on your ass and skin you alive," Kuroshi threatened. Naruto, who is this?" Naruto asked, although there was a hint of amusement in his voice. "Guys, this is Kuroshi." Naruto patted the lion on the side. "Kuroshi, the two spirits willing to kick my ass to train it." Naruto then looked blearily towards his two companions. "So what is the escape plan?" "We're going to just plow right through IWA, all the way up to the gate," Naruto replied with a smile. "That sounds like a terrible idea," Naruto groaned. "It is the current and best plan we have, Naruto-sama," Kuga told him. "Fine, let's do this." Naruto patted the lion he was lying on again. "Kuroshi, you know what to do, and I apologize if I do manage to barf on you." "Shut it, whelp," Kuroshi retorted. "Okay, let's move out," Naruto stated, but stopped when he saw several people surrounding them. "Or not. Stand down and give us back the prisoner," an IWA ninja ordered them. "And if we do not?" Kuga asked as he put away his naginata. A dagger tail appeared in its place. Kuga snapped it, causing the weapon to leave a trail of destruction on the roof they were all standing on. Several ninja took a step back, although the Jounins and Anbu didn't show their nervousness. "Do not worry, human, I have this," Kuroshi told them. Ebony black chakra started to gather around the lion, and the surroundings were affected. Several stones started to float, and heavy winds started to whirl around them. Kuro Gao black roar. There was a loud roar coming from the lion. A pulse of black energy was shot around all of them. All the ninjas around them were sent flying in several directions, and from the looks of things the building was being destroyed. Off the building now! Naoto shouted. Kuga, Naoto and Kuroshi landed on the ground and started to run for the gate. Naruto groaned as they landed, for it was a bit of a rocky landing. Please stop doing that, I may just hurl, Naruto complained. Although you really got to teach me that move. Kinshur only showed me the basic version of that and left. I haven't even mastered it yet. Not now, whelp, we need to keep moving, Kuroshi told him as they were making their mad dash. When two ninjas appeared in front of the lion, black chakra covered his paws. Yamitsu, Kuroshi slashed the two, leaving a trail of 3 black marks on their bodies. They aren't dead, are they? Naoto asked. No, although that ability highly impedes chakra generation and healing. Nifty, any chance you can teach our ward that? Naoto slammed a chakra scalpel on a person's leg and then stabbed another person with the quill blade. Depends. The lion swerved and kicked a ninja behind him. Depends on what? Kuga asked. He threw up the ends of his duster, and several kunais shot out. The IWA ninja dodged them, but those that were hit were paralyzed. It was due to the fact that the kunai had some poison from Naoto on them. Depends if Kinshur agrees to teach him our moves. The lion reared his head back and caught a katana in between his teeth. Using great force, he snapped the piece of metal as if it were just a twig. The lion then opened its mighty jaws. Sure Gao lion roar. Unlike the previous jutsu, this one just consisted of a loud roar that paralyzed all the people around them due to fear. The group that was trying to escape jumped over the now frightened opponents and nearly reached the gate. That was until a large gaping hole hit the area in front of them. Kuroshi, Kuga and Naoto stared at the hole and then behind them. Flying high in the sky was none other than Inoki. Well, things just got interesting, Naoto smirked. Hand over the boy or die, the Tsuchikage commanded. Kuga and Naoto stared at each other, while Kuroshi just growled. We'd rather die, all 3 of them stated. So be it then. Inoki started to gather chakra in his hands and the 2 ninja knew it was going to hurt if they didn't react. Chances of dodging? Kuga asked. Slim to none, Naoto responded. Chances of survival? Abysmal. Chances of blocking? 0. You two got a plan for this one? Kuroshi asked. None of my own jutsus would be able to block this. My bosses would, but none of mine. Nope. Also, I don't think we can outrun this move either. So we're going to die? Naruto asked. Well, chances are he'll miss you on purpose, Naoto told them. Naruto frowned. That's comforting. Now why don't we start moving? Since it looks like he's not attacking just yet. The lion and 2 spirits looked up and saw that Naruto was right. Inoki was just floating there glaring at them. I think he's waiting for us to move out of his village to shoot, because a Kage won't destroy his own village, Naoto smirked. He then turned towards the lion carrying Naruto. How fast can you go? What do you mean by that? Kuroshi asked. In 10 seconds, how far can you go? The lion looked slightly beyond the gateway and saw a mountain range. I can get to the halfway point to that mountain over there, Kuroshi informed them. Good enough. When I give you the signal, you run there, got it? Kuga and I will disappear. No matter what, just keep running. Do not order me around, human, even though the lion said that he got ready to leave the area. Kuga shared a look with Naoto and nodded. In a small burst of light he disappeared and Naruto was now wearing his duster. Naoto quickly scribbled down the characters for smoke and flash in the air before sending them up. Inoki had to cover his eyes for a moment and let go of the jutsu, when a bright flash followed by a plume of smoke covered his field of view. What are they doing? Inoki asked. Just as he finished his sentence, he saw the lion bolt out of the gate and speeding away from Iwakure. The other person was missing from sight. Well, no matter if they are missing. I just have to stop that lion and we can get back our prisoner. Inoki shot off and followed Kuroshi and Naruto. While Naruto was on the back of his summon, he noticed that Inoki was following him. Guys, we're in trouble. Old man Tsuchikage is still chasing us, Naruto muttered, looking rather green. We don't have anything to stop any of his Jinten dust release jutsus, Naruto told him from within the blade. He will just destroy my weapons, Naruto-sama. I apologize for being useless, Kuga told them. So we're just going to get caught? Naruto asked. I just have to outrun him, Kuroshi told him. Naruto looked back and saw a large square-shaped attack coming towards them at high speeds. Guys, I think we may just be out of time. Naruto closed his eyes and waited for whatever pain was going to hit him, and he could feel Kuroshi reacting to it too. Kuriai no ria bamirian yanjiu, a voice called out from overhead. Naruto watched as a gigantic blood-red-colored tornado fell from the sky and blocked the attack. There was a large explosion and it gave Kuroshi enough time to move away. It stopped to look at the disturbance. What the? Inoki grunted. Naruto had time to look up and see what blocked the attack for 2 reasons. One was he wanted to see who saved him. The second reason was because that move was one from his clan. The blonde was able to tilt his head upward a bit, and saw one of the least threatening men he had ever seen floating in the air with what looked like 2 red wings, made out of chakra. He had on a ridiculous purple and red tie-dye shirt and khaki shorts. Around his neck was a red scarf. On his back was, just like Naruto and Kuga, a long white coat. He had a mess of red hair and kind gray eyes. Who are you? The man paid Inoki no mind and turned towards Naruto. Naruto, Kuga, you two had me so worried, the man sighed. His gray eyes seemed gentle and expressed his concern. It was then turned into irritation as he disappeared, only to reappear next to Naruto. He smacked the air around the blonde. Suddenly both spirits were forced out of their items and were clutching their heads. The two had bumps comically growing out of their heads. You guys had to do something stupid again, didn't you guys? Naruto could feel an incredible amount of killing intent from the man, and it would have been scary if the man didn't look like some comic relief as he shook both of the spirits. Sorry, the duo replied. The man then threw them back into their items before turning to the lion. Kuroshi, get a move on, he ordered. The lion stiffened before bowing his head. Hi, the lion then ran away as fast as he could. Boy, I'll be waiting for you at the place you intend to go to, the man stated. I won't let them escape, Inoki shouted. The man then turned to him and sighed. I'm sorry, but I won't let you do that. A large amount of chakra started to spill from the man, and the place he was standing on was literally shaking as he glared at Inoki. I need them to reach a certain place, and you will not stop them. In those short few seconds that they had started to move, Naruto was really confused. What the hell is going on? Naruto groaned from the back of Kuroshi. Who was that man? Suddenly there was an explosion and a tower of black-colored chakra filled the sky. Even from where they were, Naruto could feel something pressing down on him. What the heck? There was then a ball of light that flew overhead toward the east. It seems like he put the Tsuchikage in his place, Kuroshi muttered. What? The lion then gave a laugh. What you need to understand, boy, is that your life was just saved by a man I respect. You were just saved by none other than Eiji Uzumaki, the implacable emperor. Thanks a ton for watching, Shinobi Squad. I hope you had as much fun as I did putting this epic what if together. Make sure to smash that like button, subscribe, and hit the bell icon so you never miss a single twist in the story. Drop your thoughts, theories, or even wild ideas in the comments. I read every single one. And hey, if you're craving more awesome Naruto content, go check out the other videos on the channel. I've got plenty of heat waiting for you. Until next time, stay sharp, stay awesome, and remember, even a shadow clone needs love.